Check. Hello. Check.
Nice.
Hello. You can, if you want to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can just change the volume levels. So this is good to go.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk, because of the setup, I'd recommend basically pointing the two mics further away from each other, so you can basically sit that way, so that there's no background noises.
Yeah.
And feel free to just try it out when both of you speak together.
Yeah,
Got your notes, mate. Look at you.
Yeah.
Do you need a team sheet? I'll get you a team sheet.
Yeah, make it easier than me having to type it out.
I'll get you one, mate.
Thank you.
How far away would you recommend this be from the mic?
I think this the recommendation is 6 to 8 inches, so
There we are.
About here?
should be right.
Yep. Alright, it should be live there.
Okay, so you can just go. I'll go in the other room.
Alright.
Do I need to press?
Yeah,
Do I need to press anything, or is it just?
Is it literally just the red one?
Yeah, so that's good to go. You
Yeah.
basically now have to speak and you should hear it. The audio should be okay.
Yeah.
If that's in your way, Mac, you can just further move it further that way.
Yeah.
Or you can adjust the chair so feel free.
Alright. Should be live. Alright. Hello and welcome to Ninja Stadium for the Wilson Holmes Men's First Grade CTPL Final. My name is Zach Peace, I'm the Media and PR Manager at Cricket Tasmania. I'm here today with one of Tasmania's finest and Lindisfarne great, Mac Wright. Welcome, Mac.
Thanks, Zaki. Great to be here. What a lovely day we have here at Ninja Stadium for this final this year. It's going to be a big fixture, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be great, mate. Arguably, well, probably the two best teams here today. Kingborough by far and away the informed team, having not lost a game since last year, I believe. And Uni probably filled with a few more stars. Obviously, a couple of extra Tasmanian Tigers players in their lineup. But Kingborough, definitely more of a local side with 9 of their 11 players coming from the Kingborough-Huon region, which is obviously just great for the farming they've got going on down there.
A couple of farm-strong lads they have. But, yeah, they've been the standout, especially in this back half of the season. Kingborough have. And they had a bit of a scare last week, didn't they, against Newtown? Just hung on for the draw against Newtown, so they advanced through to the final here. But yeah, look, I think it would have been a bit unfair if they missed out on this grand final. Yeah,
on that as well, Zachy Curtin, who's part of the Pathways, played for the Australian under-19s earlier this summer and unfortunately got injured and came back towards the back end of the season, has played the last few games, and I think he faced might have been around 250 balls.
I think so, yeah.
Which is incredible for someone of his age to have that sort of temperament to be able to get his team over the line, and I'm sure that'll give the Kingborough boys a lot of confidence going into today as the players now move out. Kingborough won the toss, and as is traditional here at Ninja Stadium, they bowled first. I believe the last game for the Tasmanian Tigers was the first time in 31 games that a team won the toss and batted first. So Kingborough following suit there and choosing to bowl first. And opening the batting for Uni, we have Nick Radhakrishnan, and I think it might be Tim Ward, but
Jake Doran.
It's Jake Doran actually coming out. So Dawsey at the top of the order. What do you think about that?
Yeah, look, traditionally it would have been Tim Ward. He has had the majority of his career up until this point opening the batting, both for Uni and for the Tassie Tigers, but he's had some recent success, especially this season in the Shield team batting in that number 3 spot. So he's just going to slide into that position where he has a bit of confidence now. Jake Doran is the kind of player, he can bat anywhere from 1 to 6. So he's going to look to get Uni off to a positive start. He can be quite tough to bowl to, especially for these right-arm bowlers who traditionally will just slide across into that favourite cut shot of his. He manages to cut him from from leg stump, as he has done in the past. So he'll look to get off to a positive start, which looks like a pretty decent wicket here. It's going to be on a used wicket. There is a green tinge to it, but don't be deceived by the green tinge. It will be pretty nice batting conditions, especially due to the sunny day we have here at Ninja.
Yeah, it's an absolute ripping day today here in Tassie. Blue skies, a little bit of cloud about, but for the most part, it should be a great day of cricket. I believe opening the bowling here is young Cammy Walter, who took 48 wickets this year in the CTPL. Just a second ball here. Cammy Walter with some nice shape back in there to the left-handed Doran. As I was saying, he 48 wickets for the season this year, only trailing Sam Rainbird by 2. Did you face Cam at all this year, Mac?
I didn't play many games this season. I only managed to play the last few games, so I didn't actually play Kingborough this season. I faced him last season, I think it was, and he's been a young player now. He's a bit older now, actually, but he has just been a player that's continued just to hone his skills at this level as he comes into Doran, who's edging.
Scamper through for a run there. Just as it bounces before, I think it might have been third slip there, and just sort of kicks on a little bit. Not great carry early from the fast bowler, but Dawsey probably had pretty soft hands with that one there.
Yeah, Dawsey's good at playing those balls with the soft hands, so unfortunately didn't carry to the slips. But yeah, Cam Walter, he's got some good skills now. He managed to pick up a little bit of pace through the air about a season or two back. I'm not sure how his pace has been this season, but he's going to look to shape the ball early here back into the left-handers and maybe just get one to leave them and try and challenge that outside edge.
Comes Walter. Really attacking those stumps. It's good attacking bowling to start here. He's definitely not afraid of the moment here and just trying to get it through to go through to the keeper. He's really attacking those stumps.
And well played by Nikathan Radhakrishnan. He had a season over in the UK during the winter and managed to churn out a fair few runs for his club side over there. So he's come back this season quite a confident player, which I think has done him a world of good. He got off to a solid start of the season. And yeah, look, he's going to try and make his mark on this final.
Bit wider, just trying to tempt the opener there. Probably at a good length of drive if he may have seen a few more balls a bit earlier on, but very nicely just leaves that one outside of off stump. So Nick obviously playing against his brother today. There wouldn't be many times when brothers play against each other in different clubs in the final. Do you find that there's many comparisons between the two brothers here?
I think they're quite similar on the eye. Both stylish players, both openers, both left-handers. Nick obviously rocks the white sweatband under his helmet, so there is a little bit of point of difference there.
Walter. Oh, another full ball. That's a lovely shot. It's going away nicely to the boundary there. Chased by mid-off, but was nowhere near getting that one. And that would be a nice feeling there in the final to see one hit the rope on a lovely off drive there. Having played in a few finals here, Mac, I think we'll probably refer to this a few times throughout today's broadcast, but what's the feeling like knowing that you're not necessarily playing for your state here? So for you, it might be a little different to, say, a grade cricketer who hasn't played here a lot. What would that feeling be like for them, obviously having played with your teammates in this sort of scenario before?
Oh, it's cool. Like it's we're lucky as contracted players. We get to play out here on this surface quite regularly throughout a season, but for the club players, it's quite a big thing getting to play out here on a first-class venue, a great surface, great outfield, with some big stands around the ground too. It's quite a different feel. So the players will need to to adjust to these conditions, but also just try and enjoy the moment that they're in as Doran's driving. Confident start.
Looks like a very long boundary down that end there. Didn't quite time that one perfectly, but they might come through for 3 here. If Radhakrishnan goes, no, they settle for the third. Just on Tommy Martin as a head coach, one of the younger head coaches in the competition. His cricket this year's also been very good. He tore apart my North Hobart Demons one day. I think he might have had 7 or 8 wickets, so don't quote me on that. But just a really solid first-grade bowler.
Yeah, he did take 7 wickets in that game you were mentioning, but mate, I can well and truly say that I am his bunny. He gets me out for fun. I hate facing Tom Martin. He's just the kind of bowler in these Hobart conditions. He just manages to find something off the wicket. Not a huge deal through the air, but just manages to just nibble them both ways off the wicket.
Martin. Straight attacking the stumps here. So the feel for Martin here, they've got a fine leg, a square leg, mid-on, mid-off, point, 3 slips and a gully. So a pretty traditional 2-day field here with the pitch closest to the ponting stand there, 3 pitches across, so it'll be a shorter boundary on the leg side for Doran and Radhakrishnan from this end. And that far side does look a long way. It'll be a big hit to clear the boundary on that offside there. Martin coming in. Attacking the stumps again. Very solid.
Zach, this wicket is, as you said, closer to the ponting stand, but it is a few wickets in. Traditionally, they put these games on the very edge wicket, so it is nice that this is towards the centre of the square, so it doesn't make one boundary particularly massive, but there is definitely the side hitting to the hill is going to be the bigger boundary, so there's going to be a lot of threes out to that boundary today, I think.
Sure, Jake Doran's excited by that. Just work to the leg side there, no run to square leg. Good tight start here from Martin. Side of that early drive there.
He's chosen to come straight around the wicket, which can be an interesting decision, but I think he's established that he doesn't want to be sliding across these left-handers, so he's going to try and take away that angle early, which can open up different scoring opportunities for the left-hander. He may stray straight onto their legs, and they will be hitting to a shorter boundary there.
Martin. Straighter again. Well timed on drive there, sort of flick off. Straight to mid-on. You see it more and more now with the bowlers coming around the wicket, especially with you. You'd probably notice with the left-handers choosing to come around the wicket now rather than trying to angle across. What's their thoughts behind that, and why are they trying to put you under that pressure?
I just think it makes their margin for error a bit bigger. I think coming across them with that angle, it can open up quite a big scoring zone for a left-hander. So I don't mind it.
Lovely straight drive, well fielded by Martin there.
Yeah, traditionally you would see them maybe start over the wicket, have a couple, then go. But I don't mind it if a bowler's confident in doing that. It's good if they make the decision. They clearly have a plan. You'd prefer that than just sort of going through the motions and trying your luck.
I think with Walter, who's obviously getting that shape back in, he mightn't necessarily want to come around the wicket. Maybe a bit later he might, but especially early when he's getting that nice sharp movement back in, it's probably best that he stays over the wicket, right?
And especially if he can get one to straighten too, and it doesn't come back in towards the lefty, they may poke at one, and it could bring about the edge.
So same field here as Martin, the 3 slips gully point, whitish mid off, mid on square leg, fine leg. Walter. Are we calling that an edge, or is that a...
He's hit that. Just well guided from Doran. 2 straight there from Walter.
Lovely off the hip. Kingborough definitely attacking the stumps early, so you think that might have been a play and some sort of a concept from the team here to really try and attack those stumps as early as they can early doors?
Yeah, I think so. It does look like a good wicket from the early signs here.
Walter. Nicely shaped in.
Jake Doran, of course, has some exciting events coming up for him personally. He's getting married, I do believe, Zach.
I heard there's a couple of Tigers weddings coming up in the next few weeks.
There is, yep.
I'm sure the Doran wedding will be very extravagant.
Yep. Yep.
Do we know where it is?
I think it is Tassie based. I don't know his partner Ari is from here, so
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to get married in Tassie?
yeah, exactly. Place to be.
Full face of the bat there from Doran.
Yeah, it's a bit of a window for these contracted players. That April, May time of year when your leave period starts. I know it must be tough for a lot of the partners having to bide their time till then. They might opt for a more of a summer wedding, but they've got to be patient and pick their window in the year when it works for the bloke.
What's up? Another full one. And look, to be honest, April, May is a pretty nice time of the year in Tasmania, right? You still got relatively warm days without being hot, and you get beautiful days like today here at Ninja where not too much wind early, and hopefully it'll stay around for the weekend. I think there was some talk that there could be a little bit of rain around over the weekend, but we're hoping it steers clear and we get a full 3 days of cricket here. And obviously today's a 3-day game instead of a 2-day game too, which is always a good result, and hoping that potentially the game doesn't just end on first innings. Work through the leg side there, just behind square, and look for 2. In your experience through these games as well, Mac, do you find that the 3-day game usually produces a result, or is it still sort of down to that first innings and it's still a bit harder to get that overall result?
For the most part, I would say yes, it does encourage a result, which is good. It does provide a challenge for these guys who play most of the year. Their red ball cricket is 2 days long, so it does provide a challenge, which I think is good. There are some occasions where sides may be able to bat a team out, and it could be done within the 2 days. I do recall our Lindisfarne boys a few years back, Ben McDermott and Charlie Wakeham, put together a partnership of 200 plus. I think Ben McDermott made 200, Charlie Wakeham made 140 or something. And we were playing Clarence, and they decided on the Saturday night that it was out of their reach, so game was done. We had some good times that night. It was great. It's much more enjoyable finishing on a Saturday night than a Sunday night. But
yes,
I'd say for the most part, the games do go into the 3rd day, and it's the last hit out for these blokes before going on the winter break. So they are very keen to try and make it go the journey and try and create a favourable result.
Martin to continue here. Beats the bat. Sort of plays at it. Gets his bat out of the way there. Very Radhakrishnan-like, actually. Very nivvy. He loves to sort of get his bat away from it quite late. You see it a lot of the Shield this year, where it looks like he's going to play, and then the last minute he sort of gets his bat away.
Yeah.
Is that a technique thing, or is it just something that he feels comfortable doing?
It's just something I think that he's used to now. Must be very frustrating for bowlers. They feel like they're in with a chance, and then he just slides his bat away at the last second. So it's just something that is familiar. I'm not sure who's copied who there, whether Nicky or Nivy has done it first. But another one of their similarities. They also do enjoy their shoes. They both have an extensive shoe collection.
Yeah.
Nicky works at the Running Edge over in Hobart, so I'm sure he's got a bit of a hook up there for Nivy.
Yeah.
But Nivy's always rocking some fresh kicks. He's spiked up a few different pairs of cross trainers of late. He's got some Nikes. He's got some Adidas.
Any New Balance? Let's support our sponsors here, Matt.
Yeah. He might have some. Yeah.
Dot ball there by Martin. Wednesday night we had the CTPL awards night. Just looking at the team of the year here, University won 2 of the trophies and are obviously in the final here, but only one player in the team of the year, which is Prima Pal, who was also the captain. Somewhat surprising that only one player from University were in the team of the year.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else had solid years there.
I mean, when you go down the list there, it's a pretty strong team, and I think with Uni as well, they were very much a a champion team. Like, there's lots of different guys that are all stepping up throughout the season. Whilst I feel like the guys that were selected in the team of the year, a lot of them have very strong individual years, and sometimes the players around them didn't quite step up.
Yeah, I think it's just a credit to Uni this year. They've managed to have success with such a young team, and looking at that list, there's no real standout performers. Obviously, there's Param. He had a phenomenal year, but they've managed to have success with a bunch of blokes who are quite inexperienced, but it's working. So you don't have to have guys just relying on guys to pull you through. You've got other blokes contributing each week, which is huge.
We just saw that ball from Martin there. That one came back in rather than sort of staying a bit straighter there. Corden seemed to like the look of it.
Well, he had one earlier in the over as well that looked like it left Nicky. So good skills from Martin.
Comes Martin. Attacking those stumps there. It's a maiden there. Alright, 4 overs in. None for 16. Pretty good start here from Uni. You don't want to be losing early wickets, especially in a contest like this. And I think Kingborough have been pretty pleased as well. They haven't really created too many chances other than that edge from Doran in the first, and a couple that had beaten the bat slightly, but good start. Looks pretty traditional this wicket here at Ninja. I think sometimes the wicket can look a little bit more menacing from a distance with the colour of the pitch, where it's looking quite green, but Marcus has done a great job this year with producing those 4-day wickets that have seemingly gone the distance.
Yeah, we were speaking earlier this week as a Tigers group about how this wicket this year has been a very, very nice batting track. Sides do come down and see the colour of the pitch. As there is a big shout, Doran struck on the pads, not to be outside the line though.
Stepping across a long way there before being hit in the pads.
Yeah. Sides do come down, see the green wicket and think, okay, we've got a bowl, but often, as we've seen this year, there is a challenging period against the new ball in the first morning, but if sides can weather that, there can be beautiful batting conditions, especially after lunchtime. If it's a sunny day, you can really cash in, which these Uni batters will be looking to do today. We'll see Walter has changed to around the wicket now to Doran.
Same field. Oh, that is just a classic Jake Doran pull shot. 1 foot in the air. Haven't we seen that a few times?
It's just the skill of Doran. You see he's got the cut shot when they're coming from over the wicket. Now he's changed to around the wicket, and then he pulls out his pull shot. He is a shorter player, much like myself. So the average ball, he can make extra length there. He can pull that. That wasn't super short, but he can pounce back and cash in on that and absolutely time the heck out of that one.
It flew off the bat. What batters Dorsey using at the moment?
He's rocking a Kookaburra Ghost.
You a Kookaburra man?
I am a Kookaburra man.
Okay.
Oh. Just tried his luck again there, Doran. Wasn't quite as short as the previous ball, but...
Why not after that first one, though?
Yep. That angle and the swing of Walter back into the left-hander, that is just feeding onto that hip of Doran. So he's going to have to change his line here, Walter. He's going to have to start the ball a bit further outside the off-stump, just to make sure that the off-stump is in play a bit more.
I did text Marcus a bit earlier today when I saw him working out there. He might pop up to the commentary box a bit later, and it'd be good to maybe have a bit of to and fro between the player and the curator and see what his thoughts are around a good Ninja wicket as Walter just pushes one down the leg side there. He hasn't quite got that line right since he's come around the wicket, has he?
No, he's just straying down the leg side a bit. I'm not sure if he has one that goes the other way. I think possibly he might have a bit of a scrambled seam ball, which may not shape in as much, which could be a nice option here just with this angle. Otherwise, he might be better off going back over the wicket, bringing the ball back down the line while it is swinging.
Nicky Radhakrishnan on strike. It's a little straight up.
Nicer line there.
Yeah. Didn't quite have the movement. That one was certainly pretty straight there. So getting back to the wickets that have being put out here at Ninja Stadium. What have been your thoughts over the last couple of years? Certainly how the pitches have played from, say, 5 to 6 years ago when you certainly came down for the first time, what the wickets were like then versus to what they are now.
I mean, they're a similar colour. It's just they're a bit firmer underneath. My first few Shield games here, probably 6 years ago. My debut games, they lasted 2 days, 2.5 days.
Yeah.
It was very heavily in the bowler's favour, and now, it's a lovely batting track. So it has changed. Whether that's by design or just some more favourable conditions, I'm not quite sure. But as a batter, you're licking your lips batting down here, and especially in white ball fixtures too. It's a great place to play white ball cricket. The wicket has pace, the ball comes on nicely, and it's quite a high scoring venue, especially in Big Bash time. Average scores around here are pushing 180, and that we saw this year that total was often chased down by the Hurricanes, who had a fantastic year.
They did. And certainly speaking a little bit more publicly around the quality of pitches and that sort of stuff in the Big Bash in terms of your batting, I feel like the Adelaide Oval, Gabba, and probably here are three of your better batting wickets to speak on. And I know sort of the commentary in media now is like, if you're trying to make runs and go up to another level, why wouldn't you sign with the Hurricanes or a Heat or even a Strikers, where you're going to look good from a 60 or 30 if you can, or your average is certainly going to be a little bit higher than, say, as the ball goes down the leg side there. Fine leg gets to it, an easy 2. In comparison to, say, a couple of those dropping wickets in Sydney and in Melbourne.
Yeah, the surfaces are just a bit truer and they're more consistent, I think. Sometimes you can get the odd one, say at a Marvel Stadium, can be okay, but there's just some times where what's served up is less than favourable for a batter. So yeah, you're definitely right. You see someone like a Matt Short playing for Adelaide Strikers the last few years, being able to put your name forward for Australian selection. As Doran's driving spectacular down the ground, save your legs there, Dawsey. Beautiful shot.
Those kookaburras, mate, they're good.
They are good. Martin just over pitching there, straight into Doran's drive. See, bowling to a player like Doran, it can be so tough, because if you give him any width, he'll cut you or carve you through. With a square drive, if you get too full, he'll hit you back down the ground, and as soon as you're short at his body, he'll pull you. So your margin for error is just so tough.
Martin. Just wide outside the off stump there as Doran leaves. Doran's Shield year this year, and I think, how would he sort of look at it? He had some pretty decent performances in there, but didn't necessarily go on with any huge scores, but was consistently getting around that 30, 40, 50 mark?
Yeah, it's just quite a solid year for Dawes. I mean, you prefer to get starts than not starts. I mean, obviously he would have liked to go on with a few of those and make some bigger scores, but I'm sure there's a lot of other batters in that Shield side that would have liked to do that too. That's just the game we play. Some years it works out and others it doesn't. So Dawsey's the kind of player that just consistently shows up. I know oppositions would hate bowling against him just because you always know he's not going to give his wicket away cheaply. He's going to grind. He's very good at getting through tough periods. But then this year, I think it's been different is he's scored quite quickly. I think his strike rate this year compared to previous years has been a bit better. Whether that's by design or it's just he just may have come in at some more nicer times to bat, but he's just the kind of player that just shows up year in, year out.
And again, Doran, a little bit of a miscommunication there, but they come through pretty easily for a single there. Square leg picks that one up. End of the over, 7 off that one. Not a bad over from Martin there. It's the one boundary there from Dorsey with that lovely straight drive, and they'll take a nice little 7 over or 7 run over there.
So University moving along to none for 28 off 6 overs. So as a bowling team, sending a team into bat, you do really want to make some early inroads and take some early wickets, especially in the first half hour. And Kingborough just haven't managed to been able to do that yet. Uni's currently moving along at 4.7 and over.
Walter to continue. Not perfectly timed there, but it's running away to probably 3. Dawsey working his way back there. Pretty easy 3 there. He would have liked to have timed that one better, but got that one nicely down the ground. So looking at this Uni batting line up here, that top 5 is proper.
Stacked.
Doran, Radhakrishnan, Ward, CTPL Player of the Year, Paramapal, Bradley Hope. That's a very strong top 5. Walter. Attacking the stumps. Straight to mid on there. Dot ball.
And even just looking outside their top 5, like Tom Chapman's a great player as well. Zach Fair can chip in as well. Paddy Dooley's tried his hand at opening the batting this year. He's managed to get a few starts. He can always be quite frustrating to bowl to, scoring in some quirky zones like the quirky guy he is. And Louis Smith can absolutely smack the ball. He's had some fantastic innings this year, especially white ball cricket. He's scored very quickly. He's really made some inroads with his batting.
Beating the bat there. Just watching the replay of this one. Sort of plays it. It doesn't really do too much. Sort of hang his bat out there a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, just a little Radhakrishnan waft. That's more the line that Walter will be looking to bowl. You see the ball has the ability to come back to the off stump, or it can just sort of hover around that 4th, 5th, 6th line there where Radhakrishnan is poking his bat, leaving that outside edge open.
Around the wicket again. Attacking those stumps. Dot ball as it goes to mid off there.
I heard it was quite a tight finish to the Emerson medalist.
It was. I having known the results on the day, I got into Sam Rainbird's ear and made sure that he had a speech ready to go, knowing full well that he mightn't be taking it out. But it was an exciting last couple of rounds because Rainey went three votes in his last 3, I think, or at least the last 2. But it's great to see Rainey enjoying his cricket and bowling terrifically. He
had an unbelievable second half of the year. Had a string there where he was taking 5 wickets, most bowling innings. And Paramapal obviously didn't quite keep his momentum that he had through the season. He didn't quite manage to tally those votes in the last few games. So I think people knew it was going to come right down to the wire, and I think he only won by 1 vote in the end. So it would have been absolute scenes if Rainey had taken that one out of the post.
And Alistair Taylor from Greater Northern finished 3rd, so the Cricket Tas employees doing well, 2 of the top 3.
AT had a fantastic year. We played against him in the last round game, and he scored 150. Yeah. Just did it so easily. We dropped him on about 20, I think, but he just smacked the ball. His intent and just aggression was awesome. And it's good to see that these guys who are developing the pathway players across the state, they're still investing in playing in club cricket. Setting a good example. They're getting to play against a lot of the people that they're coaching, so that's pretty cool. Like, I know Harry Allenby, Harry Nichols, they both play down here for the Hobart-based clubs, and they're getting to play against these young guys and chirp them and really challenge them, but then during the week they're throwing balls to them and honing their craft. So it's quite a cool thing that the CTPL has to offer for young players down here.
And it's not always do as I say, it's actually, look at me, I'm out here doing these things. So for the young players to be able to see that and knowing that the competitors that these guys are as well, it's always great to see.
Yeah, While sometimes it might not be do as I do, I know sometimes some of them can get a bit hot under the collar and get quite chirpy, but...
We're going to name names here, or are we going to keep it?
I think they know who they are.
Wider one there for Martin. Top ball. Just going through the team of the year here. So Kingborough's 1-2 with Nivi Radhakrishnan and Zach Honeybrook. Param at 3. Joss Hartill from Glenorchy at 4. Alistair Taylor at 5. Aben Barriel from North Hobart at 6. Slim Oates 7, your teammate.
Yep.
At 8, Ralph McMillan. 9, Sam Rainbird. 10, Caleb Malladay. And 11, Cammy Orta, who's out there today for Kingborough. It's a pretty strong team.
Very strong.
Comes Martin. Wider one there. Just missed the mark slightly. Keegan, just on Keegan, he's definitely had a better year in comparison to his last couple. What do you think he's done differently to sort of get himself back up in the wickets and runs?
Well, he was skipper this year. So, yeah, I'm not sure if the captaincy might have taken a bit of focus away from his own stuff and maybe the attention he was putting sort of more towards the team may have just sort of taken a few less thoughts away from what he was doing personally, which I think can help a player like Keegan as Martin comes in. Radhakrishnan, glorious on drive.
Is it going to go? Looks like it's racing away to the boundary there as Jimmy Scott runs after it, I think, down there.
Stylish player. It's a lovely shot. Shot of the day so far. Yeah. But yeah, so someone like Keegan, he was really handy with the ball this year. I think that's his control and his skill with the ball was awesome for Lindisfarne. We relied on him heavily. But yeah, obviously he's quite an established batter as well. So he's just a very handy player. And he performed well this year.
Around the wicket. Some late leave there by Radhakrishnan. Come back there from Martin. You Farney boys, they came good in the second half of the year. I'm not going to say it was all you, Matt, but it was time with you returning to play some cricket and Charlie playing a couple more games as well. But
funny coincidence.
Yeah, so it was a tough first half of the season for the Farnies. But what went well for you guys in that second half of the year? I saw a couple of big chases, especially that 400-run chase against South Hobart Sandy Bay. That must have been a good feeling. Yeah,
well, our GOAT did return as well, Jared Freeman. He came back in and was dominant from the start. He was smacking them around. He was taking wickets. So that made a huge difference. But yeah, I don't know, just a few more senior players coming back into the lineup helped. I mean, there's times where those guys aren't the ones who have dominant games, but it definitely helps having those people in your side just for the younger guys. They can go out with their chest out a bit more. And
stand a bit
taller.
Yeah, I love that. Right, we 8 overs in now. Looks like there's a bowling change.
Looks to be Zach Honeybrook.
Yeah, Honeybrook.
Coming from the commentary end.
Can you tell us about his bowling?
I can't tell you a great heap, to be honest. I haven't faced him, actually. Yeah. I've watched a bit on the Frog Box this year.
Yeah.
But I haven't faced him. His batting's actually been really
very attacking,
prolific in this, especially second half of the year. He's made a lot of runs up at the top order, but I do know that when he first came down, his bowling was quite impressive. He gets the ball through, looks to bowl quite a heavy ball, a bit of a slingy action, kind of approaches the crease and then a bit of a wind up and then launches the ball down there. So
he didn't look to run in too hard there. It sort of just dawdled in and then gets a lot of that pace from how quickly that arm slings over.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of the way Lance Morris kind of comes in. It's a bit of a, I mean, it's quite a compliment to him, but it's a bit of a sort of an amble up, bit of a pause and then unload.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see what he can produce here to Doran.
Doran works down to fine leg for a single there. Again, sticking with that round the wicket. Sort of with that action, do you find that it's a little bit harder to do a little bit more with the ball when you've got that slingy action? You're sort of relying on that heavier ball and the pace to beat the batter rather than the movement?
Yeah. I think often their margin, their misses may be a bit bigger. So you can often get a lot more scoring opportunities off these kind of bowlers, but also then they can bowl a Jaffa or just hurry you up a little bit. So yeah, you do need to be do need to be watchful, just to make sure you don't get a little bit sloppy.
Full ball there. Chris on straight to mid-off. Dot ball. Doran 27 off 22 balls, I think that is.
Yes, yep.
Really testing my eyesight here. Should have brought the binoculars with me. And Radhakrishnan 9 off 29. And little did I know, it's sitting on the screen in front of me, so I don't know why I had to look at the big screen over there, Matt. But
it's okay.
Yeah. It's all a learning process. Within the first hour of day 1 here,
That's it.
I'm going to be flying by day 3. Honeybrook.
Are you on all 3 days?
I am on all 3 days.
Wow.
I've heard a rumour that Sam Rainbird's joining me tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And I'm unsure who's joining me on day 3, but I'll just rock up, play my role,
Yep.
and then let you guys do your thing.
Yep.
Just
That's
playing
it.
the proper assistant here. Just
No,
letting you guys
we'll
provide all the comms.
we'll
and
play
I'll
second
just keep
fiddle.
it going.
No. Well, Rainey does have some big shoes to fill tomorrow, so I hope he
Big
comes
size
through
balls,
for
or-
you. Yes.
Honeybrook. Shorter one. Let's work to the leg side. Dot ball. Nearly 9 overs in here. None for 37. No extras. 96 overs in the day, I believe. So plenty of cricket. I imagine we'll go all the way through to 6 o'clock. It's very unlikely in grade cricket these days that you get a 5:30 finish as per the time. Dot ball there. So first session runs till 12:30, then lunch till 1:10 or 1:15 potentially. Into the over there from Honeybrook. Interesting to see here if Martin continues. I think Kingborough will be a little disappointed that they haven't created a few more chances early days.
Yeah, Uni have gotten off to quite a nice start here. Off to a pretty healthy run rate, but often you can see teams do get away to a solid start with the bat, and this second half hour, the bowling team can just sort of start to work it out a little bit more, get used to the conditions and know where a good spot to bowl, and then they can tighten the screws a little. So we might see the run rate just start to drop a little bit over this next half hour as we see Kingborough making a second bowling change.
Shenley, I think.
Yep. Going to be keeper up.
Yeah. Is that likely to cause Dawsey a bit of trouble here? As we see a bit of a change to the field, so one of the slips have gone and someone's come into a sort of a catching shortish cover there. But outside of that same field with the keeper up to the stumps. Henley. Fielded there, dot ball. Doesn't bowl overly quick, does Henley? But he'll do a little bit. I was saying before, do you think Dawsey's a chance to go walking here?
Look, I don't think he really will feel the need yet.
Yeah.
I think the start he's gotten off to, I think he can just stand there and put some pressure back on the bowler.
Yeah.
He only needs to miss slightly here, Henley.
It's a great shot. It's pierced cover and mid-off perfectly, and it's raced away towards the curator shed on the far side of Ninja Stadium here. He's just put that perfectly in the gap, hasn't he?
He's pierced that gap between cover and mid-off, which he's got a much wider gap between cover and point, but Henley being the shorter, skiddier bowler that he is, and Dawes has just absolutely lent on that and found a beautiful gap. Moves along to 31 off 24. He's playing a white ball innings out there,
Yeah.
Dawsey.
I'm going to sign here for Kingborough if Jake Doran's in this sort of form. Henley going over the wicket here. Comes in. We're back at the length. Doran just leans on that for a pretty easy 2, just wide of point. Did that pretty easily there, didn't he?
Yeah, it can be so demoralising as a team bowling to someone like Jake Doran that you feel if you do manage to get him or the other bloke out, you've got Tim Ward coming in, and then Paramapal, and then Brad Hope. It's just you've got to have someone to have a day out and just go bang, bang, bang. This is where a bowler like your Sam Rainbird, like if he was on one, you could just rip through a side so easily. Whereas I think Kingborough might have their work cut out for them here. I think they're going to be chasing a bit of leather today by these early signs.
Henley now changed to around the wicket there after not getting much joy through the offside, with Doran playing that lovely drive followed by the little push through the offside. He's obviously tried to tighten him up a little bit here and get that angle looking a little bit different.
Yeah, straighten at the stumps, I think.
Yeah.
Length is going to be key for Henley.
Works it down to fine leg for a single.
Just seem to be bowling both sides of the wicket at the moment, Kingborough. The university batters are able to score freely on both sides of the ground, so I think the first port of call for them would be to get the ball onto one side of the field. You can set a field to that. You can load fielders up on that side and just to start controlling the scoreboard a little bit. You're still, with that ball new and the wicket is going to be at its most juicy, you still want to try and create some wicket-taking opportunities, but if you let them get too far ahead on the scoreboard, then you sort of have no option then to start hanging the ball out there and just trying to wrestle back a little bit of control.
The last thing you want to be doing 10 overs into day one, and usually a pretty nice day one wicket to bowl, and is to be bowling defensively already.
Yeah.
Even that field there, do you think that's maybe a little defensive 10 overs in, adding the cover in, or with the pace of Henley, are you trying to tempt them into that cover and that catching player sort of comes in?
I mean, I don't mind it, just given their start, and I think the sort of skiddy bowler that he is, I think you're giving them quite an easy scoring option with that drive if cover is open. So I don't mind it. It's okay.
Honeybrook to continue. Doran works it round to fine leg for a pretty easy single, bringing Radhakrishnan on strike.
Yeah, I think oftentimes you could get sucked into being a little bit too aggressive and feeling like you need to keep a lot of slips in, but you can create some more chances defending a little bit with the field and just establishing like a bit of a clearer way you're actually going to get him out for a bowler like Henley.
Yeah.
It's a nice spot there from Honeybrook.
I think Kingborough obviously lean on their spinners a fair bit as well, with young Jim Scott blowing his leggies and Nivi Radhakrishnan with his dual off spin.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a bit of seam bowling here, especially for the first half of the day from Kingborough, but which will mean that 6 o'clock finish is more likely. But in the afternoon, just to give the pace bowlers a bit of a spell, we definitely will see some spin bowling. Now, Zach, you've recently had ACL surgery.
I have.
How have you pulled up? How's it coming along?
It's getting there. We're at my 4.5 weeks post-op. So, obviously, the only people that are allowed in the commentary box today are people that have done their ACL in the last 18 months. So,
Yep.
Yeah, it's tracking okay. It's a hard one, right? Like, you want to see continual growth and getting better. But as the physio from here, Jack Derrick, pointed out, it's not linear. It's not just going to go up. You're going to have your good days and your bad, and I'm sure you can attest to that.
He's a wise man, Jack Derrick. He managed the first part of my rehab as well. But yeah, it can be frustrating, and often progress looks very, very minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
How's your ACL injury now tracking, Mac? You're 12 months, or a little bit more, 14 months since the injury. Do you find now that you've still got a little bit of pain there, or is it sort of just in the back of your mind?
A little bit of joint pain there, which it's just normal. Yeah, nothing to be concerned about. But yeah, all in all, it's quite good. I'm able to be quite physical again and just do sort of what I want to do. I'll be able to surf and play golf and be active. And yeah, it's just nice to be able to do that stuff. You really start to appreciate doing all those things unhampered, because you have a period there where you have to be you're so restricted and you have to watch everything you're doing. So
you're telling me, mate.
Yeah, it does. Sitting down a lot of the time with your leg up in the air can be quite Quite frustrating.
Yeah.
Must have churned through a few good series
Oh, yeah.
lately.
Plenty.
Doran driving through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs again.
Sounded so nice off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just looking at Kingborough's team here, Alex Vincent had a really good middle period of the year where he had the 13 wickets in one game, including that incredible 9 for 18, but he hasn't really been used quite as much. Do we know if that's through injury or is he just not bowling quite as much due to the team construction?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's one of their better bowlers. Again, I feel like I can consider myself one of his bunnies. If it's not Tom Martin getting me out, it's Alex Vincent. I think he's one of their better bowlers, so he must be under some sort of injury cloud at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, just going down the list here, he hasn't bowled in their last 2 games. I've just been told that he's got stress fractures in his back from second grade Kingborough captain Lincoln Street, who I'm sure will give me grief if there's any mistakes here on the stream.
Okay.
But yeah, stress fractures. So that's obviously a massive out for Kingborough with someone of his talent.
Yeah, that's a big miss for Kingborough, but we do love people texting in, whether you're texting Zach or myself. Would love to hear your thoughts on today. Any observations, any interesting anecdotes,
feedback,
please send through your messages.
Henley to continue around the wicket here. Dot ball from Radhakrishnan as it goes straight to square leg. He really accelerating here as they've gone past 50 after 11 overs, so run rate is quite high. Wouldn't look like slowing down knowing that Ward and Nepal and Hope are to come.
Well, disregard my previous comment about the run rate slowing. It's showing no signs of that.
This time Radhakrishnan to that longer boundary. He's timed it well, but I don't know if it's going to get there. It's 2, coming back for a 3rd. Good chase there by the Kingborough boys, but nicely timed shot by Radhakrishnan, and I reckon if that was to the other side of the oval, that's going for 4.
Definitely.
So the same field, 2 slips gully, point, shortish cover, mid off, mid on, wide square leg, and then the fine leg there. Henley. Straight away. Well fielded there. Actually, I don't know if that was well fielded or if that's kind of just hit him.
It's just hit him, I think. I don't think Jake Doran's missed the middle of his bat yet. That's absolutely pounded into Henley's hands. That's going to be a stinger.
Yeah. So no sight screen here today. They've just put the tarps down. I was a bit confused when we got the email early in the week saying the sight screens were coming out. Do you think that that's going to play into the batter at all, or knowing grade cricket here in Tasmania where the sight screens can be pretty average at the best of times, it won't really affect the players today?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too much of an issue.
Doran, that has rocketed off the bat. 4 runs. It's just right in that hitting zone for him, isn't it?
Wow, definitely not where you want to be bowling to Jake Doran, to the short boundary with no one out there. Flying up to 43 now.
So you're the Kingborough skipper here, Mac. Yeah, none for 60, going at 5s. What are you going to do now?
Get Jake Doran off strike, send deep point maybe. What bowled? Yeah, I think you've just got to get Dawes off strike and maybe work at restricting Nicky at the other end.
Yep.
Nicky's 15 at the moment off nearly 40 balls. Jake Doran just looks to be on a heater today. So I think just to wrestle back a little bit of that momentum and control the scoreboard a bit, if you can stop a boundary most overs, I think you can start to regain a little bit of control.
Henley. Good comeback after that boundary, their last 2 balls. Dots. And I think the good thing for Nicky here with Doran going so well at the other end, he's under no pressure to have to go.
Exactly.
So with Doran going well over run a ball, you're happy in any sort of 2-day game to be going at around threes, and they're absolutely flying at the minute. 10 minutes till drinks here. I think King will be looking forward to potentially getting together as a group here and just sort of having a little discussion about what they could potentially be doing to change things up. But it's a long game. 3 days of wonderful red ball cricket being played here at Ninja Stadium.
Just provides a bit of a challenge for this bowling side, bowling on a first-class wicket. It can be relentless as a bowling team when the wicket's not offering a lot, or when it's such a good wicket that your margin for error is tiny. You've really got to be on the money.
Catch. Yeah, great take at second slip there. Out of nowhere, really. That's just classic red ball cricket. Uni on top. Radhakrishnan sort of pushing at one here as we watch the replay. Honeybrook, just a bit of lack of footwork there, and it's just gone straight to second slip here. Just trying to figure out who might have taken that one.
Josh Pride, I think it was. That was a great catch.
Pride's the keeper, I think.
No, I think...
Curtin's keeping.
Yeah, Zach Curtin's keeping.
There you go.
That was a great catch. Absolutely flown through. He's taken the ball well above his head. And Nicky Radhakrishnan's going to have to go. Finally a breakthrough for Kingborough.
Yeah, seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, the way we were just talking in that last 90 seconds there made it seem like Kingborough were really up against it. But cricket's a funny game, right? One wicket and everything just changes. But outcomes arguably between him and Jake Weatherall, the two most informed batters in Tasmanian cricket at the moment in Tim Ward. Having watched a fair bit of Wardy this year in the Shield, he just seems to be playing with just so much more confidence, which I'm sure was always there. But after being out of the side for a little bit last year, he's come back in, he's played some Australia A cricket, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to just bat and bat and bat for this next 3 days.
Yeah, and he scored 150 last week in the semi-final for Uni on a wicket that he said wasn't very good. So I said...
Is he playing that up though? Or?
Well, he reckoned, wicket was tough. So I said, geez, if it was any good, you would have made 300, mate. So he is in some form, the man, and Kingborough are going to have to be on from ball one here. They can't allow Tim Ward to get off to a flying start like they have with Jake Doran.
One thing with Wardy that I've noticed is his batting, he's okay to chew balls. Like, it doesn't faze him if he's out there and not scoring a lot. He just loves batting.
Yeah.
Honeybrook, wide outside the off stump. 3 slips, gully, point, mid off, mid on, square leg and a fine leg. Just going back to that wicket there. Do you think that maybe with how well they're going, it was a little bit of... They thought they were going a little bit better, so he sort of tried to attack to go with Doran a little bit there, when really that was one that you could probably just leave?
Yeah, I think just a selection issue there for Nicky. Can be tough though when you get off to such a good start. You're seeing balls you're wanting to score off. As Tim Ward's away here on just his second ball, he's driven this low full toss back down the ground. He's going to come back for a third here.
It's great running. Good throw there by Vincent, but that'll get the heart rate up after just coming out to bat. It's a quick 3 off your second ball.
Yep. I think Dawsey will say enough threes now, mate. I've done my quota for the day. But yeah, look, it's understandable that he's gone for that shot. But yeah, look, it's always, cricket provides a lot of learning opportunities for you, and a lot of time to sit there thinking, geez, if I had my time again. So he'll learn, but he's got his team off to a good start.
A field change here from Kingborough. One of the slips coming out for Doran. Radhakrishnan of the Nivi variety coming into cover. Obviously they've decided now with Doran batting as well as what he is, that other than that edge he had in the first over, he hasn't really looked like not hitting it in the middle of his bat.
Bit of a full bunger there from Honeybrook. He's just missed the last couple of balls.
I'm sure as a former leg spinner, Mac, you know that's a wicket-taking delivery.
Genuine wicket-taking ball. Also the double bouncer is also a good one too.
One of my favourites, the double bouncer.
Yep.
Honeybrook. It's been up Back in the stumps as Doran steps across, plays that through the leg side. Come back for 2. So doing the chasing there.
Dawsy's whoop's going to be absolutely blowing up today. He's a man on the whoop train.
Him and Carlo, are there a couple of others?
There's quite a crew, yeah. I think Tim Ward's on there as well.
Yeah. Have you been converted?
I haven't been converted. No, I do know there's quite a bit of a group together they can track each other's scores. I think Jake Doran is one that's watched keenly.
Yep.
I think sometimes his recovery scores look a bit interesting.
Yeah, okay.
So he's going to... Whoa! That's a high full toss. Shot. That's a no ball. Doran dispatches it out to the square leg boundary. That's the third full toss this over from Honeybrook. Just might be losing a grip maybe, or just not quite getting the timing of his action right. But has he received a warning for that one? Was that considered dangerous, or was that outside his body line?
Having watched that one, it's obviously above the waist, but it definitely wasn't tracking towards his head or anything. But Dawsy's gone, no worries, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bang.
On 49 now, Doran. Just the 13th over.
Do you think with that slinging action with Honeybrook as well, where you lose your run up, it can sometimes be that little bit harder where you're not necessarily in a rhythm of a more traditional pace bowler? Maybe,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak on pace bowling too much, not having done it since I was a junior cricketer.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, bowling's tough. That's sort of why I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
It can be very easy to lose it, and once you've lost it, it's very hard to get back into a rhythm, especially being a spin bowler.
Yeah.
As we see spin coming into the attack now, Nivi Radhakrishnan coming in from the beach end.
Sitting at 26 minutes past 11 here, so I might get 1, maybe 2 before drinks, but I don't mind this move from Kingborough. I'll try something different. And obviously, Nivi would have bowled a lot of bowls to these two boys in the nets, right? Because spinners are always happy to have a little bit of an extra couple of overs in the nets to those pace bowlers.
He's going to start with his right arm off spin to these both left-handers, so he'll be taking the ball away from their bat. These two often play Niv quite aggressively in the net, so it'll be interesting to see what approach they take here. I think Tim will be quite watchful just for a start, just facing spin at the start of his innings.
Josh Pride going under the helmet here. Short leg. They've got a deep point, sort of a deep square, shortish cover, shortish square leg, mid off, mid on, and a point.
Nivi's right arm off spin's really come on this year. He's putting a lot more energy on the ball, and he's bowling at a slightly quicker pace.
Yep. But still managing to get that little bit of drift and getting it above the batsman's eyes, which is obviously the number one thing as a spinner.
Yeah, he's getting that drop on the ball, which it just makes your use of your feet become a lot more important.
Yeah.
You've really got to track the ball. So we'll say Tim Ward, his scoring option is going to be out to deep point here, using his feet, getting deep in his crease, or using his hands off the front foot and just working at square of the wicket there. We saw him in the last Shield game here against New South Wales. He was hitting that point sweeper quite a lot.
Yeah. Krishnan. Great start here from Niv. Those last two delivers, especially asking a couple of questions of Wardy early. What do you think about Nivi's ambidextrous bowling? Do you think that as a bowler he should be able to change to his left arm, similar to how a batter changes when they're batting? Why should a bowler have to nominate which hand they're going to bowl with if they can bowl with both, if a batter's allowed to sort of do a switch hit in the middle of their batting?
Yeah, it's a great question. One which I probably don't have an answer for you. I'm not really sure. I just think it's something that the game hasn't seen enough of, so they're not really sure how to deal with it.
Pride gets a hand to that one. Goes down to square leg.
I personally don't really see a need for him having to nominate. I just think, well, you can do both. Fair play to you. Like, you should be allowed to sort of do whatever. But yeah, it'd be one to watch. We see Niv bowls a lot more with his right arm. I think he's definitely, the work he's put into it this year is evident that his right arm stuff does look a lot more dangerous.
And there's Doran's 50 there. coming up off 39 balls, potentially 40 balls there. He's done very well there, and very classy innings from a classy cricketer. As he waves his bat to the bumper crowd here at Ninja Stadium of I could probably do 60 people. What do you reckon,
Well,
Matt?
there's a few down here in this other stand as well. It's
The
probably
members was open.
7. Yeah.
Could be a few on the members.
Yeah.
We're very lucky here to be sitting in the ABC commentary box, looking straight down the Doran as the water out there looks quite inviting. When did you last get out for a surf, Mac?
I was out on Sunday morning down at South Arm. Had
Lovely.
quite a nice surf there. Very busy.
Yeah.
The kind of break that whenever there's swell, it's absolutely packed. So managed to get a few.
Nice.
Um,
Who do you get out there with? Are any of the Tiger boys that get out and surf, or is it a bit of me time out there just to have one with the water?
No, I head down with Lawrence Neil Smith. He's an ocean boy. He loves it. He's a boogie boarder, so you can't hold that against him. But he's injured at the moment, so he's not even able to do that. But he still loves getting down there and being down on the beach. Comes out for a swim.
Come back there from Honeybrook after his line being a little bit off in that last over. Obviously giving him one more before drinks.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were going to stick with him from this end, but they might get through to the drinks and they might bring him back. One of the opening bowlers, maybe swing Martin around to this end and see if he can produce something from this end. A little change of ends.
Love to see another spell from Walter as well. I felt like he did go for a few on that first going for fives, but I feel like he could be a real difference maker in this game. Doran works that one down to fine leg for a single.
Really hustled between the wickets there, Dawes. He wanted two. I think he's in a bit of a mood now. He's barely gotten out of second gear, honestly. He's 51 or 42. He's done it very easily out there. So, yeah, look, I think he might just keep on doing what he's doing, really. He doesn't really need to change a whole lot. He's getting a lot of scoring opportunities most over. He's timing the ball well. Now it's Tim Ward's turn.
Don't bowl out of Tim Ward. He's put that one just past point as it goes to the boundary. He absolutely flies down, and we've seen that plenty of times this year already, that lovely drive he's got there. Honeybrook just over pitching and Ward cashing in.
He's just lost his way a little bit the last 2 overs here, Honeybrook. Hasn't been able to maintain a length. He's been over pitching quite a lot. And Tim Ward said, "Thank you very much."
Full face of the bat showing there. Just trying to have a quick look at his bat here. Looks like a kookaburra from the distance as well.
Yep. Kahuna.
Yeah. Wouldn't have anything to do with Tim Payne being a kookaburra aficionado.
I think it helped early days.
Looking after his university boys.
Yep, university friends.
Ward again. Honeybrook. Just right in the slot for Ward to put that to the boundary, and he's just going to keep doing that all day if you bowled a Tim Ward there.
Well, it's just the start that Ward wanted. He's already up to 12 now off 10 balls. And he's just been gifted scoring opportunities early, and you just feel any sort of pressure after a wicket that just gets released.
As you can see, they've changed the field here and pushed point back to the boundary to counteract that drive. Oh yeah, it's a good comeback. It's just done a little bit there, and Ward's sort of half played at it and maybe got the bat away late.
Just pulled the length back a bit there, which was nice. Yeah. Nearly found the edge.
Going at 5.5 though, you just have the ability to move the game along quite nicely, right? 1 for 82, going at 5. As you can see, they've got the balls remaining on the big screen. So
I was just looking at that. 487 balls remaining.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Honeybrook a bit shorter again. And that's drinks there as the umpires today Burns and Graham Smith. Call for the cordial to be brought out, and Mac and I might have a quick break here, and we'll be back shortly. Krishnan back out of the drinks break here, and I managed to spill some water all over myself, Matt, but that's okay. We'll push through.
It's all right. A little bit of excitement up here in the comms box. Keeps things interesting.
It does. Just worked out to deep point there for a single. So they brought James Scott up there for Doran. It's a bit of a middle ground, that point. Is that a single to there, you reckon? Slight bottom edge to that one. come through for a 3.
Yeah, they've just gone for a little bit of staggered field, trying to stop that easy single out to deep point. But yeah, you've got to get your depth right with that, because often you can be sitting too deep and they get a single anyway.
Yeah.
So I get the thinking behind it, but yeah, I think it's definitely a good play against the new batter.
Well watched from Ward there. Looked like to be much turn there for Krishna. I don't think it's doing too much. For an off spinner, he's a pretty good turn of the ball, isn't he?
He's definitely putting a lot more on it this year. I don't think he was going to be able to find much turn out there, really at any stage today. Maybe if the wicket was a little bit softer this morning, the ball might grip a little bit with that harder new ball and the harder seam, but it doesn't look to be going too much off the straight at the moment. And as a batter out there facing spin within the first session is always you're in a pretty good position there if they're going to spin then. So they're just looking to just control the run rate a little bit, using Radhakrishnan, their most experienced bowler at the moment, just to slow things down from one end. A little bit of change of pace too. But I think they're going to opt for a bowling change from this commentary end. I'm going to see Martin back into the attack by the looks.
Yeah. The coach putting himself back in.
Is Tawanda... Does he have an official role there with the Knights this year?
I'm pretty sure he's an assistant coach.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Doing a little bit of pathway stuff around CT as well, and then obviously does his private coaching. For the life of me, I can't remember I want to give his coaching a shout out, but I can't remember what the name of the program is.
Yep.
He's a great coach from all reports.
He is good. He's a great man, Tawanda. He's got the world's biggest smile.
Yeah.
He's a great man. He's done some great things down here in the CTPL as well in his playing days. I think he still probably could very easily be playing. So we see Martin straight away asking some very nice questions of Tim Ward around that off-stump line.
Yeah.
Wardy is a great lever of the ball. He knows where his off-stump is, but there's only so much you can do to a moving ball. Once you've decided to leave it alone, the ball's still allowed to keep travelling in and tickle that off-stump. So he's going to have to be watchful there of Martin.
One thing I've noticed with Wardy, when he leaves it, he's turning his head straight away. Do you find that not all batters, when the ball goes behind the wicket, they turn their head? As he works it out to deep point for an easy single there?
Yeah, it's kind of the swivel around you do when you think you've nicked the ball. It's like the guilty swivel, but I don't know. That's just a habit of his. That's just how he plays. Look, it's interesting that to Martin here, they've got a deep point for Wardy straight away. They are in a position where they do need to protect some runs. I get it to Jake Doran, but maybe to Ward, they could possibly start with him up for a start. It just provides Wardy quite an easy single, as we saw him pushing out there. Can also be a play to get the player sort of wafting around the outside of that off stump, and you can bring an edge in. So you can look at it both ways, but I just think for a fresh batter still within his first 30 balls, I reckon you could probably just look to tighten the clamps a little bit.
And when all you need to do is just stick your pad out and block it to point, it's not necessarily the message you want to be sending.
Yeah, but it's just a result of a poor start with the ball. They've sort of gotten themselves into a position where the captain has to be a bit more conservative and look to save a few runs. It's going to be a big day for Uni with the bat though by these early signs.
I feel like if they've gone to Nivy and they come on the 14th over or the 13th over, he's going to be bowling a large portion of these overs today, with him and James Scott maybe punching out from that far end. Letting the quicks come from just down the hill.
Good for the over rate though.
Great for the over rate.
Definitely helping the 5:30 finish.
Yeah.
Now I'm interested to see how James Scott goes today with the ball. Young leg spinner. He's come in and trained with the Tigers a fair bit this year. He's coming along nicely. He's made some good inroads with the ball, bowling at a better pace. Can spin the ball both ways.
Yeah.
as Doran pinches a cheeky single.
Good run in there from Ward. Good backing up his teammate there.
Drop and run. That's
Dorsey gives him the thumbs up.
yeah. It's nice soft hands from Doran. That ball's barely left the next wicket across. And Gully wasn't able to get there in time. Wardy's quick between the wickets. He's quite an athlete, and they've just continued to squeeze runs off quite a good over there. They've managed 2 off a very good over from Martin. He's going to be their most dangerous here. They'll definitely need to be watchful against the moving ball against Martin.
This year especially, I've noticed Ward a little bit more in the field as well. I don't know if he's been making it something or a bit of a priority that he wants to get better at, but I've seen him, especially in a few of our one-day games, really throwing himself about, chasing after the ball, putting a lot of extra effort in.
Yeah, he's just a good mover.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy that can be in all positions around the ground. In red ball cricket especially, he's quite a good gully fielder. But yeah, in the white ball stuff, he can occupy one of the bigger boundaries and do the sweeping work there as Doran's working off his hip out to the sweeper. Doran's still not facing many dot balls. He's gone to 57 off 49. He's managing to rotate the strike quite easily, and Tim Ward's also doing the same.
15 off 18. Oof. Ward crunches that one. I think it's between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's hard to pick that one up.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where that went. I was half waiting for a clunk of seats for a 6. It's just a short boundary there. It would only be 60 metres, I reckon.
Looking at how he's hit that just on the replay there, he mistimed it a little bit. I think he was probably trying to hit that a little squarer, and it's just gone through mid-wicket instead.
Just a bit early on it.
Yeah.
Poor old Nivy doesn't have too much margin for error bowling to that short boundary on a good wicket. He only has to be slightly short, and he's going to rock back and pull him.
It's a good comeback.
Nice comeback.
Have you had much experience at short leg?
A little bit, not too much. I don't like it in there. I flinch too much. You've got to make sure you do a poor job so they don't keep going back to you. I've been hit a few times in there, and from now I just flinch constantly. It's not good.
At least you've got the knee now to point to and go.
Yeah, sorry lads.
Yeah, God, I'd love
sorry,
to.
Lads.
I can't though. Yeah. As a single there out to that sort of 2/3 point there.
Are you hoping to make a cricketing return, or mainly sticking with the soccer?
Soccer will be the priority, but we're just tossing up. I reckon I've maybe got 1 year. 1 year left. A bit of unfinished business with the North Hobart Twos. So a lot of good young players coming through there. So I might go around one more time. It's hard to know, especially when you're working in cricket as well. And WBBL, BBL, it gets very busy and hard to commit. So I'm sure if the D's are happy to have me, I'll probably play 1 more year. But just focusing on the knee recovery at the moment, and we'll see what happens. I've given up those leggies, mate. They're too hard.
Good option, mate. Wise man.
Yeah. As Nivy rounds out the over there, other than that boundary, that was a pretty good over. Martin's the man here. There's been a couple of balls that have just sort of decked in a little bit of shape, and maybe that might put Wardy into a bit of strife.
Run rate's still hovering just above 5 runs and over, so I wouldn't say they're slowing down anytime soon, Uni, but look, if you're not able to slow the run rate down, you've still got to be trying to take a wicket somehow.
Wardy steps across and whiffs that through the leg side, just past mid-on. Looks like another 3 here for Dorsey.
Somebody get the man a new whoop. It's going to be blowing up.
If any of the Tigers boys are listening and potentially can access his data, we'd love to be able to see it. And notice that with that ball there, the point had come up for Ward, so maybe someone's listening to you on the comms, Mac.
Yeah, I think someone might have an earpiece out there.
Yeah.
It's good.
And they've now pushed it back for Doran here.
Nice use of feet from Wardy. That last ball advancing down the pitch as Martin was coming in. I think that's a good play to him, just with the nip that he can get. If you're down the wicket, it can possibly take that LB option out. If you can move late enough too, you can also create a length that's possibly drivable. We saw him work that off his pads, which if he'd stayed in his crease, that was actually going to be quite a nice ball and would have challenged both the stumps and his pads. So nice move from Tim Ward. That's just one of his many weapons he has in his arsenal for combating the moving ball, which he's now got quite a few years of experience against that down here, batting majority of his time here at Ninja Stadium. But he's put together a few tidy Shield seasons now, and he's definitely putting his name in the ring for Australia A selection.
25, is that right?
26, turning 27 very soon, I reckon.
Yeah.
No, he turned 27 the other week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you found now, especially with cricket, that cricketers don't usually play their best cricket till they're sort of pushing 30, when they have that better understanding of how their game's going? And obviously we've seen that in the Australian setup for years on years, right, where players toil away in the Shield for 10 years and then get their opportunity a little bit later on outside of those really talented players.
Yeah, batting's definitely the kind of thing, as Ward is nice on drive. Hasn't timed it. He's only going to get... He might come back for a 30. He's quick. Dawsey's labouring a little, but he's not running to the danger end. Good running from Ward. But batting's the kind of thing where you do start reaching your maturity in your late 20s or early 30s. There's just so many lessons you need to learn from failures, really.
Yeah.
You're just like the guys who are the most experienced, they're the ones who have failed the most. But they've learnt from it.
Yeah.
So you get into your 30s, like batting's the kind of thing where physically, like, it may not take as big of a toll as, say, bowling, whereas bowlers in their early 20s, their body hasn't quite been through as much trauma, so they're still able to get through. So there's a misfield here at mid-on. That's going to hurt Martin. You hate to see that. The ball's come to a standstill out here in the outfield. Batters are still running.
That's the subfielder potentially there.
Yeah.
Might be Sam
I
Martin.
think that's another Martin, yep.
Yeah.
Morty was contemplating coming back for a fourth there.
Yeah.
So as a batter, Tim Ward's still definitely got some time up his sleeve to be hitting his straps.
It wouldn't be any cricketer without facing a bit of adversity as well, right? Obviously, would have been hard for him last year watching the Tigers squad going all the way to the Shield finals. I'm sure it was for you on the sideline as well, knowing how well the team was going and that whole batting lineup was really just firing without anyone really making mistakes. We saw Charlie make the team of the year last year. Obviously, Bo having the season that he did, Silky dominating as captain, and then obviously Wadey and Lemon at the top. Very, very strong batting lineup.
Yeah, well, and he started the season out of the Shield team, and then you come to the end of the year and he's alongside Weathers with being the strongest batter in the team. So it's a funny game, it's a cruel game, but you've just got to take your opportunities when they come.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty expensive over in the scheme of things, going into... Might have been 11 off that. No ball 3 in there. Another 2 3s in there. Has Dawes called for a drink there after all those 3s. Radhakrishnan to continue here. Ward absolutely flying. 26 off 26 and Doran 61 off 53. Slip, point, extra cover, mid off. The short leg obviously coming out for Doran. Mid wicket, square leg, and then a bit of a deeper long on there. Are they banking on him trying to hit one over the top there, or is...
Just a game of cat and mouse, I think, Zach. Yeah. Bit of a quicker one there from Radhakrishnan. He's got good changes of pace. I think Doran, now that he's into the 60s and he's going to keep on looking to accelerate, I think that is a good option, having that mid-on just floating there halfway. He can use his feet and hit back down the ground.
Oh, squares him up a little bit there. It's always funny with grade cricket, I know, when the 2s and the 3s Sometimes the fielders might just be napping. It might be a decision from the captain. They might just be a couple of steps too far back.
Just drift. Don't worry, that happens in first grade as well, Zach. We've got a few serial offenders over at Lindisfarne. They can't hold a position for longer than 2 balls. Doran sweeping, one of his favourite shots against spin.
Yeah, I think opposition teams definitely know that Doran's one of his strengths is his sweep, especially to the spin. You saw that straight away in a lot of Shield games where they'll move that square leg a little finer, knowing that Doran will sweep the ball a little bit behind square. Krishnan. A bit flatter again. It's straight to point, but...
Nice use of feet there from Ward.
Freed the arms.
Tim Ward's a big Seinfeld man. That's something him and I share in common. We often quote our favourite Seinfeld lines with each other.
Well, you wouldn't believe it. That was my Rico show.
Yep.
So
what a choice.
7 seasons in,
Oh.
I thought, well, this is some uninterrupted time where I can watch an episode, and if I'm still a little drugged up from the from my surgery, it's not going to matter too much if I miss an episode here or there.
Yep.
Great show.
It just gets better and better, doesn't it? I find once as the seasons go on, the characters just know their places, and especially George, he just turns into
it's so
an
funny.
absolute menace.
Yeah, it's a cracker.
Any other good shows you were binging during your rehab times?
I actually watched Daredevil for the first time, knowing that
Okay.
the new season of that coming out. My brother got me onto that one. And then obviously went through Full Swing Golf and the F1 documentary pretty quickly as well.
Yep.
But I actually went back to my uni days where I was able to watch a bit of NBA.
Oh, okay.
Because I've got these full days of not doing anything.
Bit of March Madness.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's one of those sports that once you're working at a desk, it becomes a bit harder to follow.
To hide your screen.
Yeah. Although in saying that, you don't need to hide your screen at Cricket Tasmania, mate. There's plenty of staff watching golf on one screen and doing their work on the other.
Hey, it's all right. You can multitask.
Yeah. One good thing about working here, there's probably 5 or 6 TVs around the office, and all of them will always have a Shield or a IPL game or any sort of game that's on cricket. On Fox Sports there will be playing.
Yep.
Which is a great change up from my last role at Catholic Education.
Quite different.
Yeah. Tom Martin to continue here. Doran just plays that one to Radhakrishnan at cover.
Putting my captain's hat on here, Zach, I'm just thinking what's their next play, especially from this end. I think from the far end, Niv is just managing to do a bit of a holding role there, which I think he's going to have to do for quite a while. I think from this end, especially last over, it was quite free scoring. Martin really needs to be on the money here, but if this doesn't work out, I feel like almost next sort of move is to maybe go to a bumper plan, just with these two left-handers. They've got a very big boundary to work at there, so they can get quite smart with where they place fielders. And although the ball may not be coming at express pace, it's still the kind of shot that can be hard to control, and you can just play on their egos. I think both of these players, they'll look to play it. They're good enough to play it. But you've just got to be very selective with your height. So that could be an option. They could maybe go to Walter or even bring Honeybrook back and just say just bowl bumpers. It becomes a lot clearer for a bowler who may be struggling with a length. If you just say just bowl this ball, that can start to get them back into a bit of a rhythm.
Especially Dawsey, who likes to play his shots right. There could be a top edge or put one straight down a fielder's stroke potentially. I think Walter's definitely worth another look here. 48 wickets across the year. I think his average was around 13, which is just incredible for a first grade bowler to have that low of an average across the season. Tighten it back up here. Bit of experience after going for a few on that last over. To tighten it back up here with 3 dot balls. Putting Doran back under pressure. Could be a chance here. That's good running from Ward there. Pretty easy single as he drops it at his feet, and Ward backs up his teammate and comes through. you may hear a slight rustle of the papers here. I was given by Pratik, who works for the CTPL programs from every grand final from last year through to 2014, 2015. And I believe Max just looking at how many he's a part of.
Lindisfarne have had some ripe years through there, so yes, we have featured in a few of those. Just trying to think back who won last year.
Kingborough won last year.
Kingborough won last year.
So scored 100.
That's right, yeah. So they're
the same time as the Shield final.
Yes, that's right, yeah. So they'll be looking to go back to back here. It's not the start they were looking for.
There was some media put out during the week from the CTPL page that said there was an unprecedented three-peat. If Uni was to win their third title in a row, with Lindisfarne being the last team to have done that, but it is with an asterisk, which I'm sure you're happy to talk about, considering the final wasn't played.
A three-peat's a three-peat. So, look, you can't take that one away from us.
Yeah.
Haters going to hate, but we have a three-peat, and we were the last ones to do it, weren't we?
Yep.
So, yeah.
I'm sure Keegan Oates, who I've heard has a little bit of ink around that three-peat, would definitely be arguing the fact that it was three.
Yep, well, there were two players who commemorated the three-peat with some ink. Keegan put a lightning bolt on his ankle, and then Ant Ma put a lightning bolt on another part of his body that he may need to be wearing less clothes to be able to see. But it went down in history, and it's going to be on those blokes' bodies forever.
Yep.
So fair play to them.
And what was so special about that Lindisfarne team? Obviously, there was some really strong top end talent with McDermott, yourself, Charlie, Jared.
Yeah.
And then a few experienced older guys as well.
Yeah. Just a few club legends. You Matt Wilkie's, Ant Ma.
Yeah.
It was just a really nice mix of, some state players. It's Rada Christian. Got some good spin and bounce there. Tim Ward's had to bail out on that one. Luckily, pulled his bat away at the last minute. Jake Doran's done a bit of a shadow bat there. He thought he should have lifted it over first slip there. But yeah, it was just a great balance. Nathan Ellis was around at that time too, but he actually didn't play in any of those, which he was quite sad about.
Yeah.
We had a few years there where we won quite a few premierships, and he actually didn't play in any of them.
Oh no!
Which is quite ironic because he sort of began a lot of the success when he first moved down. He was playing exclusively for Lindisfarne, and then he obviously got his state opportunities out of that, and then Big Bash. But he was kind of a catalyst for starting that real run on for Lindisfarne.
I was reading through one of these booklets actually, and I think Nathan might have had 9 wickets in a game one year.
Yeah, at Sandy Bay. Yeah.
Were you playing in that one?
I was playing in that one. Matt Wilkie spoiled the show. He got it. He wanted to join the show, and he got 1 wicket. So that way we were hoping Nathan could take all 10. Doran sweeping, fine again. They've got the man down there for that though, so it'll just be a single.
So in that scenario as a teammate, surely you're just bowling wide outside off some and just letting Nathan do his thing from the other end.
Well, that's what any half decent bloke would do, but which you'd be surprised. Wilkie is that kind of guy, but then he went against his true colours and thought, you know what, I'm just going to pinch this one off you.
We saw earlier this year Alex Vincent also taking an absolute bag of wickets across the innings. I think it was 16 wickets it might have been.
Yeah, 9 for 17.
Yeah. I got it here. 18 overs, 9 for 40.
Yeah.
And 4 for 44 in the second dig.
Wow.
That's a hell of a day. Hell of a couple of days.
Jeez, they could do with some of that right now.
And I'm pretty sure that he might have been with Bo in Sydney the night before. Because Bo was debuting at the SCG on the Friday.
Okay.
And then he flew back either the morning of or the night of, and then went out and took 13 wickets.
Secret formula.
Yeah. Few tinnies at the SCG and then go perform like that.
Wow.
Storm works it behind. Square for a dot ball. You surprised that Martin's gone for one more and they haven't tried to change things up?
Oh, look, I don't mind it while he's warm and up and about. I think there's enough on offer there for him to warrant him to keep going a bit. It's 25 minutes till lunch, which sort of allows enough time for another bloke to get a decent enough spell in from this end after Martin.
Just an easy single there as Doran drops it and point comes to get it. I think even with a point in up, that's probably a single either way, right?
Yeah, it's just good skills from Jake Doran. Just playing with them out there can be so frustrating when a player's doing that.
Look at the scorecard here. Doran 65 off 66 off 66 now. Ward 27 off 33. Radhakrishnan dismissed a little earlier. 15 off 39 with the wicket from Zach Honeybrook caught by Pridey at second slip. Martin's done a good job here just to sort of slow the run rate slightly. It was sitting at 5.5 probably 5 overs ago, so they've done well to settle it down, and Nivi's done a good job from the other end as well, I think, going at 2s. Leave there by Ward.
What a day we have here, Zach.
It's awesome,
Not
isn't
a
it?
breath of wind. This time of year in Tassie's beautiful.
Just hope that not too much of a sea breeze this afternoon. You see a couple of tradies roll in.
Yep.
Could be working in the building today. Nice tight bowling here from Martin.
Lovely channel there from Martin. Might get a few more on the hill this afternoon.
Yeah, you'd hope so. $1 coffees at the Hurricanes Cafe as well. So if anyone's maybe finishing at lunchtime, come get a $1 coffee and something to eat from the cafe. I know I'll definitely be getting one at the lunch break before getting a lovely feed by our head chef here, Nick Muir. What is your favourite feed here at Ninja Stadium, Mac?
Gee, the cutlets have got to be up there,
Yeah,
I
they're
reckon.
great,
It's
aren't
always
they?
hard to look past the cutlet.
I was always told when I first started that you've just got to look out for the cutlet day, because all the staff from all the other areas make sure they find a way to the player dining on a day when there's lamb cutlets.
Yeah. Yep, we're going to fill our boots today, I think. Not having to run around after lunch, so you can go big.
So for a little quiet after lunch, that's just from Mac. Maybe overindulging a little at lunchtime.
I'll be digesting.
Krishna looking to continue here, just having a chat, maybe looking to change a couple of things with the field. Henley looks to be warming up a little bit there, and maybe just doing something with his spikes. I don't know if he's maybe coming in for another spell. Just change the field up here. They've got a catching cover and then a shorter extra cover, and they've pulled one of the fielders out from the leg side. Darts it in. And Doran's hit it straight to Henley at mid-wicket. Incredibly, he's managed to pick him out there. That's just come out of nowhere, and Doran has absolutely smacked it, and it's gone straight to him. Just watching the replay. He'll be very disappointed with that dismissal.
Wow.
Just watch it one more time here.
I thought it might have bounced. I couldn't quite see it just with the sun here, but I thought it might have bounced. Has he got a bit of a leading edge, maybe?
Yeah, slightly.
Yeah, he's looked down at his bat after he's hit it, but I'm not quite sure the length was there. Just the lure of that short boundary was drawn Jake Doran in, and he's tried to go for one that maybe wasn't quite there. And a crucial breakthrough for the Knights, just on within 20 minutes of lunchtime here. It's going to be a bit of a nasty little period for Parama Pal to get through. A man who's hasn't quite found his form the last few weeks, so tough 20 minutes to get through here for Parama Pal. But geez, if he can get through this after lunch, it'll be a beautiful time to bat out here.
And that field change there might have played into the thinking of Doran as well, right? Had that extra cover come in, and now there's one less on the leg side, so he's thought, you beaut, I'm going to try and work this through the leg side, and then picked out the one guy that's there on the leg side there. But great innings from Jake Doran, and he's got University up to an absolute flyer. But Nivi Radhakrishnan, he's really changed the momentum here for Kingborough, and 1 for 18 off his 5 overs it's been great. But Parama Pal will be hoping to add another piece of silverware to University's cabinet, fresh off his Emerson Rodwell medal win on Wednesday night, and sadly he couldn't be at the night, and Bolts Harrison stepped up and read the speech for him, and it was a very nice speech written by Param. So he had a great season to start, and obviously the T20 final, he was brilliant. One day final in the Cooker Cup, I think he played pretty well as well. But exactly what you want from your captain, right? Someone who's happy to step up when the moment requires and really do one for your club. Krishnan attacking the stumps, and you can, I don't know if you guys can hear that through the effects mic there, but the Kingborough boys are up and about after that wicket, aren't they?
They're the kind of team, they don't need much, they just get a little sniff and their tails all go up.
Yeah. Nivi's got a nice little pep in his step here too. Just takes the pressure off. Great running from Ward and a pile there. Didn't look like it'd be 2, but they've turned that into 2 quite quickly as it goes between mid-wicket and deep square leg.
I'm not allowed to speak about Param's running between the wickets this time, Zach. I may have gone a little hard on him last time, saying he was involved in too many run-outs. But we've made up.
Yep.
We've had some words.
Yep.
And I'm going to leave his running between the wickets off the table today.
Just a bit of feedback from him, or was it from others?
From him.
Yeah.
He may have found out.
Yeah.
But look, I was just saying my observations.
Yeah.
We've played a lot together, Param and myself, a lot together and a lot against each other back in New South Wales in underage cricket. So, we enjoy each other's company. But there's always a bit of light ribbing going on as well.
As there should be, mate.
Yep.
So how many years did you guys play together in the underage system in New South Wales?
Well, he's a couple years younger than me. So there was some spin camps that went on up at the National Academy up there in Brisbane.
Yep.
There was a bit of like interstate stuff as well. And then a bit of Futures League against each other, and then Futures League together down here, and then club cricket against each other down here. So we've known each other for quite a while now.
Guy's had a terrific year and hasn't quite had the same form in the second 11 stuff to really push himself on to maybe get a Tigers gig, but you can't fault his effort and his ability in first grade cricket here in Tassie. Yeah,
well, the year he's put together here has just shown his quality. In the second 11 this year, he's actually been quite good. Last season, he may not have had the year he wanted, but this year, in the second 11, he's put together some beautiful scores with the opportunity that he's had, and again, his performances in the club stuff, the way he's led their club, he's won premierships for them. There's not a whole lot more he can do from his end. So, it's a hat off to Param for the way he's held himself this year, and look, it may not have eventuated in what he would have hoped for, but there's only so much you can do with the things in your control. So, fair play, Param.
And he missed the dinner through university back in Sydney. Do you know what he studies?
Good question.
Maybe we can get someone to text in.
I want to say law.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but it got to a stage where he had to be back on campus, so he's had to relocate back up there.
Martin finally getting to bowl to a right-handed batter here over the wicket. What have we got? 15 minutes till lunch. Yeah, maybe give Martin one more and then let Walter have a quick 2-over spell at the new batter, shaping it away from the right-hander. But Martin seems to have really found his rhythm here in the last 2 after that 1 over that went into double digits. He's just got that sort of 4th, 5th stump line just outside off. A bit of pressure here on the university batters. Again, he'll shape away.
It's a lovely spot there from Martin.
Yeah.
He's got the ability to come back in from there or also leave the right-hander. He's going to have 2 more right-handers coming in after Param as well to bowl at. So maybe that's just the change that they needed, to look at something different. It can be challenging right-arm bowlers constantly bowling to left-handers. So just a nice little change here for the Kingborough boys before lunch.
Is he the sort of bowler that uses the crease a little bit as well, or he might come in a little bit wider to shape that one back in?
Definitely, yeah.
Hasn't timed that one great, a pile, but it's an easy 2. James Scott doing the chasing.
It's a sign of a good wicket here, Zach, that he's able to drive a ball at that length. Traditionally, in the first session here at Belrive, you wouldn't want to be driving anything that kind of length, but he's able to get on the front foot confidently, and the classy player that he is, he's able to get off the mark, get away there, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you do see, especially in Shield early doors, that ball sometimes might do a little bit more, right? And they're usually pretty happy to leave it, but obviously having watched Doran go to run a ball pretty easily and that the ball was coming on quite nice, he's more than comfortable to get after it. Oh, there's that one that shapes in from Martin. Oh, it's a cracking delivery here.
That looks like it's gone sort of over the middle stump. I reckon he's just left that one on length. It's a nice leave, but geez, it's a lovely ball, and that's the skill of Martin there. Lovely ball.
Just needed to stay low a little bit there, and that's clipping the top of his off peg or even ballooning into the pads. Martin, lovely little spell. Really finding his rhythm. Comes in. Oh, that's another nice ball. Yeah. Saw the hand gesture there from a pole.
Just the first signs of a batter being troubled out here. First time this morning that Kingborough are able to put a bit of doubt into the batter's mind.
Yeah. I think Martin's enjoying bowling to a right-hander here. He seems to be getting a lot of joy versus having to come around the wicket where his natural shape isn't necessarily able to come in. Oof. Flashes at one outside of the off stump, and that's racing away to the boundary there, down by the Curators, just in line with the Ninja Stadium pole there. Take him how you can get him. It wasn't probably where he's aiming to get the ball to go through, but it's 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, slice through a backward point gully sort of region. Martin won't be too unhappy with that. That's definitely a chance for an edge there. Param's gotten away with one, and he's moves along to 9 off 10 balls.
So 25 overs in now, 2 for 122. Doran dismissed for 66 off his 67 balls. Radhakrishnan out, 15 off 39. And Ward hasn't had a heap of strikes since Param's come out to bat, but I'm sure he'll be looking to rotate the strike, continue that nice run rate as it now is below 5s. Bowling here from Radhakrishnan. Dot ball. They're sticking with the 2 covers. Shortish mid-wicket again. Ward. Straight to mid-on. Much intent from the fielder there. Easy single. Brings the right-handed pile on strike. Sniff to change to left hand here, you reckon? Or is he going to stick with the right hand?
I think he'll stick with the right arm. He looks to be in a nice sort of rhythm here. I think Tim Ward's just looking to get off strike as much as he can now, just with just over 10 minutes to go to lunch.
Mm-hmm.
As a set batter, you don't really want to face too many going into the lunch break. You're not going to bring up 100 in the next 10 minutes, so
No.
may as well just camp yourself down at the other end and think about what they're serving up for lunch here at Ninja Stadium.
Palmer works it down to square leg for a single. Rotating it nicely. If you want to lock in here to Wardy.
I think it definitely is worth a thought about maybe the left arm to Upal. He does look very comfortable against that right arm off spin of Radhakrishnan.
Now, if you're Radhakrishnan, you maybe flighting one up a little bit here with that double cover in place, just trying to tempt Wardy to see if he wants to get after one, or is Wardy not going to fall for that?
I don't think Wardy would take that on.
Oh, it's delicately played. Lovely little cut down to the boundary. Oh, it's a hell of a chase. Great stuff on the boundary there. James Scott there down at deep point. Dive full length, knocks it back and saves a run. That'll get the Kingborough boys up and about.
Yeah, it's a great effort there from Jimmy Scott. Well done. He's managed to save a run. And yeah, I don't think Wardy will look to take that risk before lunch, especially given the fact he's getting other balls to score off like that one.
Yeah.
A quicker delivery, he was able to just sit back and carve it backward of point down to that very long boundary.
As we see Radhakrishnan come around the wicket. Something you see a little bit more of now, the spinner going around the wicket to the same arm, right to right.
Yeah. Just given there's not a heap of turn, he might get one to bounce here to Param. He might steer it to that short leg fielder.
It's pretty easy too there. You see Matt Kerneman do it a little bit as well with the Tigers, where if there's not much turn, with his variations, he looks to go left arm around the wicket to the left armour.
Yep.
Trying to beat them with either flight or the arm ball.
Yeah.
10 minutes to lunch here. Interesting to see what Kingborough do.
Double spin, I think.
Yeah, looks like James Scott, fresh off his good fielding effort there, should have him up and about a little bit.
Well, Niv's now bowled 7 overs in this first session. He's going to get at least another one in. So we've bowled 8 overs before lunch on day 1 here. So I think it's going to be quite a big day for Nivy.
Yeah.
Hope that arm's feeling fresh.
I reckon 8 minutes to go before lunch. Are you trying to get 3 overs in, or are you happy with just the 2 here?
I don't think there'll be any huge rush to bowl any extra balls here prior to lunch, just given the fact that both of these batters look to be off and running now. Param's moving along at a run of ball 12 and Wardy's already in the 30s. I feel like we've blinked and he's in 30. So hopefully Jimmy Scott can start nicely here, find his length and find that right speed for this wicket.
Oh, it's a good start by the youngster.
Lovely start.
So the field here, we've got a slip, point, deep cover, regulation cover, mid-off. Mid-on's probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary there, mid-wicket, deep square and a short fine.
Oh.
Good running there from Uni. Having faced Jim a little bit in second grade over the last few years, his pace looks to be a lot quicker through the air. And I think that's always the next evolution for a young spinner, right? Okay, you can bowl along and you can get it to turn, but now can you try and beat them with pace?
Yeah, and especially on a good wicket like this, I think on a slower club wicket, you can be a bit slower. The wicket does help you out, but if you're too slow on a wicket like this against good batters, you can just really be put to the sword. So he's just going to have to find his right speed for this wicket, which he started very nicely. That's another lovely ball, challenging the stumps, bit of drift in there to the right hander, and yeah, look, he's not going to spin it huge out there today, but he can just keep stacking 5, 6 good balls and over to the batters, he's going to build enough pressure that they'll take a risk and then he'll be in the game.
It's a lovely shot. Just over pitch slightly. Wasn't a bad ball by any means, but come for 2 and they'll look to get 3. Pretty easy 3 in the scheme of things. I think as a leg spinner, you know that you're always going to go from a couple, and there's always going to be that one bad ball. But 4 pretty good balls to start.
As we said earlier, though, that bad ball can be a wicket-taking ball. It's
my only wicket-taking ball.
It's an interesting discipline, leg spin. Yeah, they're going to be expensive, but they're genuine wicket-takers.
Yeah. Shorter one, to the leg side. Do love the wrong into the left-hander. Just the angle that the leg spinner comes in and just being able to push it across in. Always a danger. See if he's got it in his locker. We saw Jim Scott earlier this season, but around August, July, went up to Darwin as part of the top end T20. So it's always good to see Summer Cricket Tasmania Pathways kids get those opportunities at the higher level. Oh, it's unlucky. He's hit that pretty fine. Come back for 2, and that's a 3rd there. Just trying to cut it behind there. It's hard being a leggy. That's 8 off the over, and I feel like 4 pretty good balls.
Yeah, it was a nice over, and that can be the challenge here, like bowling a bit quicker. If you do slightly miss, then you can just get a little bit of battlement and it's going to run fine.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of scoring opportunities, especially on this wicket. There's some really big pockets out there that these two are going to be hitting to and manipulating fields. That's just the quality of players that they are. But yeah, look, they'll be pretty happy and pretty stress-free facing spin here before lunch from both ends. Not too much of a challenge out there now.
No need to do anything silly here from Ward, who's playing very well, and we know how good Paramapal is. He's moved to 18 or 15 balls, sort of following that same structure of which the other university batters have followed. Dot ball, start from Nivy. Brought the short leg back in for the right-hander, hoping that one maybe just pops a little bit off the ninja wicket. Well fielded there. It might be Henley there at a cover who took the catch of Doran a little bit earlier. It was unlucky to just hit one straight to mid-wicket. Someone there. Tried to work it down a fine leg and
I feel like there's always something happening here. There's a shot of ball here from Param. It's a lovely shot through the offside, just over pitched and too much width from Radhakrishnan. And Param's pounced on that, slapped it through the offside, 4 runs.
rocketed off the bat.
Oh, it's got those beautiful wrists.
Yeah. Grey Nicks, by the looks of it.
Nah, Kookaburra again.
Kookaburra again, sorry.
Common theme here, Zach.
Yeah, wow.
Common
Is
theme.
Brad Hope going to come out and bat with a Kookaburra as well?
No. He's on the Grey Nicks, but
Okay.
I think he'll be wishing he had a Kookaburra in hand out there.
Yeah, far out.
That's the magic formula.
Yeah. Now works it to the leg side. They'll look for 2 here. I think we'll get it pretty easily. Good running there from Ward and Apal. 6 off the over here for Radhakrishnan. It's been a pretty good spell, so I'd be disappointed to maybe go for a 6 here, but that doesn't really matter too much when you're bowling as tightly as he has.
I think they'll get one more over in after this one.
Yeah. Oh. Little crowd catch there, maybe. Just flicks over short leg's head. And one more for James Scott before lunch. Watching the replay of this Radhakrishnan ball here. Yeah, he's just played that into the ground and it's jumped up over Pride's head.
Param's off to a quick start. Most batters have gotten away to quite good starts here. Param's now 24 off 21. Ward's sitting at 33 off 45.
It would excite Zach Honeybrook, who's a rather attacking batsman. I'm sure he'll be licking his lips at potentially getting to bat later today or maybe tomorrow, knowing how attacking he can be. Scott continues for the last over before lunch as Ward uses his feet nicely. And that one goes to the boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot from Tim Ward. Use of feet. Awesome there.
The spinner in me gets a little excited that he's used his feet to the leggy, but once again, that's good use of the feet, and he's just pushed at that one quite nicely through the offside. It's gone for 4.
Well, he does have a wrong and 2, and I was just getting flashbacks of Tim's dismissal against New South Wales here.
Yeah.
He was removed by Ollie Davies. He does, when he comes down the wicket, it looks like he just comes straight down, and if the ball is wider outside his eye line, possibly sometimes he might be some way from the ball, which that dismissal against New South Wales did show that. But look, he looks to be knowing what he's doing out there, and he's playing pretty confidently, so you'd back him to hit most of those.
Yeah. So work a single to deep square leg. 3 balls left here before lunch as we hit the 12:30 mark. Nothing silly here for the uni boys. I'm sure they'll be wanting to get to lunch. 2 down. It's a nice ball from Jim Scott. Top ball. Nicely flighted. Both spinners rolling with the sunglasses on. Worked it to the offside for another single. Were you ever a sunglasses on and bowl, Mac?
No, I didn't try it myself.
Yeah.
It looks good though, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does.
Looks good.
Just gives me flashbacks to Dan Marsh in the mid-2000s bowling his left armers with the glasses on.
Okay.
Scott with the last delivery before lunch. Asking the right sort of questions there. And that'll do us. University sitting at 2 for 149 at lunchtime. Tim Ward 38 off 48 and Paramapal 25 off 23. The wickets, Jake Doran dismissed for 66 and Radhakrishnan dismissed for 15 with wickets to Honeybrook and to Radhakrishnan. Mac and I are going to have a quick break and get a coffee from the Hurricanes Cafe, so feel free to come say hello, but we'll see you guys soon. Hello and welcome back to the second session here at the Wilson Homes Cricket Tasmania Premier League first grade men's final. We're fresh off lunch here and Uni in a commanding position at 2 for 149 from 29 overs. Straight out of lunch here, Kingborough looks to be returning to their spinner, Nivi Radhakrishnan, who bowled quite a nice 7 over spell before lunch. And to continue here, it's a Parama Pal who's on strike, the Emerson Rodwell medalist. Field here's a little different. Comes Radhakrishnan, attacking the stumps early. And a short mid-wicket, and a traditional mid-wicket, one behind square. Slip, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then a deep square leg. Krishnan attacking the stumps again. Well played there by a pal. Straight drive back at Radhakrishnan there. Dot ball. As Mac Wright returns to the commentary box with a meat pie in hand.
Mid-party pie. Thanks, Zachy.
Continuing here with Radhakrishnan. Straight after the break, you'd imagine one of the pace bowlers would come in from the other end. Another dot ball. 4 dot balls to start here. You'd be asking the right questions right after lunch.
Thank you for this delicious coffee you have sitting in front of me too, Zach. $1 coffee, I believe, today here at Ninja.
Yeah. Actually, it was free for us, courtesy of the Cricket Tasmania Social Club.
Oh, they're good people.
Yeah. 7 staff behind the counter today, so they're going through them.
Jeez.
New coffee beans they're using there at the cafe. Radhakrishnan in. Pal, straight to cover. Well fielded by Henley there. Maiden coming out after lunch. Maybe those party pies for Parama Pal slowed him down a little bit.
Just a little bit of digesting to do.
Yeah. No lamb chops today. And we see young Cammy Waltz-up, strike bowler for Kingborough. Didn't bowl from after his first spell, 4 overs in the first, and then that was it. Be good to see how he goes here in this second part of the day. He can attack those stumps. Probably look to continue to go around the wicket now that the ball's not doing quite as much. I think we've had a bit of time to digest. What are your thoughts on the pitch? It seems like it's pretty good to bat on.
Yeah, nice pitch. I just think maybe something the bowlers could have maybe done better, the pace bowlers, is maybe just challenge the short ball a little bit more. I'm not sure there was too many genuine bumpers bowled in that first session, which I know if the wicket is offering a little bit with the ball, you still do need to bowl some genuine bumpers just to disturb the batter's feet. So possibly through this middle session that could be a focus, making sure that every over or two they're at least bowling one bumper just to disturb the footwork a little bit, especially a player like Tim Ward, who's well into his innings now. He's up and going. His feet are moving around nicely. So just so he's not camping on that front foot the whole time.
You just want to keep him guessing a little bit, just so he can't keep getting on that front foot. It's obviously best parts of his game. Reaching at that one slightly outside off stump, straight to Nivi at cover. Walt will be wanting to get after it a little bit here. Coming down the hill, Ninja Stadium. It's just gone up a couple of degrees too, I reckon. I've walked back in with my puffer jacket on and I'm probably not taking it off because it's a bit warm and I'm wearing a t-shirt. So, read into that.
Mixture of those stairs walking up here and also
Yeah, the
being on the
crutches.
top floor. It's
Yeah.
just heating up a bit.
It's a nice shot from Ward. Bit of work to do for deep point. Races over the boundary there. Just leant on that one and it just flew off the bat.
150 comes up for Uni as well. Takes the score to 2 for 153. Ward moves along to 42.
393 balls left in the day, Mac.
Wowee.
So if they go at fives here and test your maths, should have them at around 470 at the end of the day.
Mm.
So they keep going at fives. I mean, if Parama Pal and Tim Ward are still in at that point, look out.
Some big scores to be had out there today.
Mm.
Who's going to get it? We see the groundsman up the other end of the ground doing a bit of work where the sight screens previously have been. You mentioned that the sight screen aren't up today. They've just got the white sheets. The AFL goalposts are getting ready to be put in. Nearly AFL season now, Zachy.
Yeah, not long now till footy be playing on Ninja Stadium. I think in the next 4 to 6 weeks once they fix up this middle. Clarence playing in the newly formed Premier League, I think it's called, in the south of the state, playing a few games here, and I believe there's 2 AFL games here as well in comparison to the usual 4. So the less footy content played on here, the better from a cricket perspective. Look after the square, but Marcus and his team do a great job of making sure the wicket's always good as one of the only traditional wickets that's sort of left in, especially in Big Bash cricket. With most wickets now being drop-in. In fact, maybe all. Is that right? Ward again. Henley just missing that one. It's another boundary. Walter just over pitching there, and that's right into Ward's zone.
Too much width, too much length to work with. Wardy's racing closer to another 50 here.
Making runs for fun. We got some positive feedback from Wardy as well. Don't know if he's got an AirPod in. He said the commentary's been good.
Okay, that's good.
So I don't know how he's hearing that from the middle, but
All right,
must have liked our stuff early on.
that's good. Speaking of footy, did you watch the footy last night?
Sure did. And I tipped Port.
Spewing.
Yeah. Been nowhere with my tipping. I went Bulldogs last week as a avid Bulldogs supporter and nearly duped the league. The only one to go for the Bulldogs in that one. But ended up being a 2-point turnaround with everyone getting that one right and me getting it wrong.
Spewing.
Yeah. How about yourself?
I watched a little bit of the end last night.
Yeah.
Heading up to see the Hawks play this
Yeah, it should be a
Saturday
ripper.
up at UTAS. Night game up in Lonnie. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, I'm a Hawks man, so
Yep.
they've had a nice start to the season. Got some family coming over from Melbourne for that one too, so we're going to rendezvous in Launceston.
How'd you go finding a hotel? I've heard it's been quite difficult to get accommodation in
Yeah.
Launceston.
There is nothing available there this weekend.
Yeah.
Is there something else on as well, or is that just because of the
I'm
footy?
pretty sure there's some rowing
Right.
national championships on.
Yeah, it was wild. I looked a week or two ago and there was
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
And luckily the family booked quite a big Airbnb.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
Nice.
camp out on their floor, I think.
Lovely.
Yeah, classy.
Yeah, I was talking to Frank Costello from Win News, and he was saying he's working the game for SEN, and he's having to drive back after the game because there's no accommodation available.
Wow.
So 11 o'clock finish, and then drive back down the Midlands.
Beautiful.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of Hobart footy fans that'll be doing the same.
Yeah.
It just shows that people will come to games if they give us the right sort of content, right? Probably one of the matches of the year, and you look at 2 pretty informed teams, the Giants and the Hawks.
Yep.
Are you surprised they didn't go a pace option from Nivy's end, or are you happy for him to sort of just settle in here and put in a bit of a shift?
Look, I think they're a bit limited in their options with what they can go from that end. I think Niv's bowled well.
Yeah.
He can just lock one end down. I don't mind it. I think they can roll a few overs out from this end. Maybe they can have a little change. Maybe go back to a Henley or something just to give Niv a little bit of a break. But I'd say for most of the afternoon he's going to be on from that end, and just keep rotating the quicks from this commentary end.
Knowing Niv and his character, he'll relish that too.
Yeah.
Loves bowling.
Yeah.
Any opportunity to lock in and bowl a 25, 30 overs in a day, I'm sure he'll be happy to do that. So you see 6 off that over. Walter will just want to find that right line and length now. Just missing out on a couple that were a little full and right in that ward hitting zone. I think you're right though. I think the bumper needs to come into play at some point. And Walter's probably the one. You're not going to ask your coach, Tom Martin, to bowl the bumper. Unless it's Honeybrook. He might be able to get in there and have a crack, but I think Walter's your man here.
Even just sending the fielder back just to let him think about it. You don't even have to bowl it, but just send the guy in it. I think it's James Scott, mid-wicket there. Send him back. Get Tim Wood thinking about it. It's a big boundary if he's going to take it on. He's got quite a bit of paddock to work with out there, but often if you have a big spot to hit it, you can sometimes get a bit sloppy and you don't really direct it. Whereas, and that can bring about a top edge or something. I know I've fallen victim to that a bit this year. I've seen there's so much paddock out there, you just think, I've just got to hit it out there somewhere, and you still end up edging it. So just something to be in the back of his mind.
And do you think having point back is the right move straight away, sort of giving him that easy single?
I think with the way the scoreboard is moving along and the part of the innings that Tim Ward's in, I'm okay with point being back.
Yeah.
Especially if he feels like he's more dangerous to a right-hander, just get Tim Ward off strike, bowl it per arm.
Yep. Comes young Walter. Full again and gets the treatment. Racing away. Oh, it's a good effort there. Just didn't quite dive on it as it goes away to the boundary. It's that third boundary in 6 balls in that zone, right? He's just over pitch and Tim Ward goes bang as he brings up his 50 as well. Very tidy, 51 off 60 balls. Like he's in a bit of a mood today. He loves batting. Just watching Wardy as he's facing up there. He's almost starting on middle stump. Oh, it looks like it's almost leg stump. And then still stepping across. What's his thinking behind that? Is he really just trying to put the pressure on Walter to have to adjust his line and putting the pressure back onto the bowler there?
So that's just his pre-movement. He has worked around with it a bit this season. It's just a way of getting the batter into position. His is quite pronounced at the moment. He's stepping quite a way outside off stump. Which I just think that makes maybe leaving the ball a bit easier for him, and he can just be a bit more sure of the line.
And do you think around the wicket as well, you're sort of taking out that LBW a little bit by stepping so far across?
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be, if he gets hit on the pad, he's going to be outside the line most of the time. And as soon as he does get onto the pads, then he can just work it to the leg side. So it is a good play.
And then backing that Walter's not going to have the pace to sort of beat him on the outside, we'd say like a wide Yorker. It's not necessarily a red ball play, but is that something, when you see him making that movement, are you saying to your bowler, really maybe try and push one into the stumps here?
I mean, you can do, yeah. I mean, it does bring the burgle down the leg side into play.
Pyle just works that one down to fine leg for a single. Bringing more back on strike. 6 off the over there. More for none for 35 off his 6. Uni just continuing on with how they batted before lunch here. What did you roll with in your wrap today, Mac?
Well, I haven't actually eaten it yet. It's sitting there ready for me to eat. I was doing a bit of physio work in the lunch break with Liam Blue, one of our rehab physios here at Cricket Tas. He's a good man, Bluey.
So is that on your knee?
On my knee, yep.
So what does that look like 14 months on? Selfishly, because I'd like to know. And I'm sure the listeners are keen to listen as well.
Nah, Bluey just was doing a bit of treatment on sort of the knee itself, and then sort of hamstring, IT band, calf around there. Just those areas just have a bit of soreness, bit of tension from work around that. So it's just trying to keep the leg in a healthy state. And yeah, Bluey's got his expertise in that area. He's quite active himself. He loves his triathlons, his running, his marathons. Plays a bit of footy too. Plays for Hutchins in the old Scholars League.
Yeah, I keep asking him if he's going to be back playing this year, but he assures me that there won't be any games. But something tells me once May rolls around, and a couple of players short.
Yeah, he just feels such a big role in that back line there. He's got those fists. Nick Maxwell loves coming through, causing carnage. Not amazing by foot, I hear, but he's a presence back there. I reckon he's probably quite lippy as well.
Yeah, I could see that.
Bit of chirp.
Zapal works a single into the offside there. Tidy here from Radhakrishnan. 3 dot balls followed by the single. Getting the left-handed bat of Tim Ward back on strike. Double cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Pretty traditional off-spinner's field. Darts it in. Ward works that one out to deep extra cover point. Easy single there. Radhakrishnan continuing around the wicket to a pile here. It's be interesting if he can maybe tempt him into doing something. Taking the stumps. It's a nice over there from Radhakrishnan. 2 off it. University, 2 for 171. Just to recap the scorers, Doran 66 off 67 balls and dominated early and looked very ominous for Kingborough before he got out when he put one straight down Josh Henley's throat at mid-wicket, seemingly out of nowhere. While Nick Radhakrishnan edged one to second slip and was caught by Josh Pride, out for 15 off 39 balls. And Ward got them off to a nice 60-run partnership. Him and Doran, And now Ward and Nepal. This is the partnership that could really take this game away from Kingborough here if these two guys go on with it. Walter continuing around the wicket. Just a little full again. Just a single from Ward out to point there.
That's okay, that gets Ward off strike straight away, and it gives him nearly a full over at Param.
Yeah.
He's just got to make sure that having bowled to a lefty, he doesn't stray too straight to the right-hander now. He finds his line and he gets a few balls in a row at Param and challenges his outside edge.
We saw Tom Martin have a fair bit of joy to Param, finally getting to bowl to a right-hander and seem to enjoy that. So you hope with Walter's shape, potentially you can Param to edge one to one of those 3 slips. Oh, maybe 2 noises there.
Looked pretty good from up here, PC.
I liked it. Don't know why the Kingborough didn't go up a little bit more there. I think there might have been a little bit of an edge on it.
I think it must have been. They were pretty happy to stop their appeal, so must have been 2 noises, but line looked good.
Yeah. Good shape. He's a little bit wider in the crease there and really angled it back in. Still quite full though. A bit shorter there. Very technically sound a pole.
I think Param will be quite relieved to have gotten through that first part of his innings, having not being able to navigate it the last few weeks. Would have been playing on his mind. So he's done well here. He's through 41 balls already. He's currently sitting on 32.
Can always be hard batting at number 3 or number 4 as well, right? You've got to really assess the situation as you come in. You could be in early and you're facing the new ball, or you could come out where you really got to attack. How do you find that as someone that plays a lot in those areas?
Yeah, look, it can be challenging, but also depending on... Oh, it's a nice ball from Walter.
We'll call it a good leaf.
Yeah, depending on sort of who's around you as well. So Param has the luxury today that he's had Doran and Ward around him as well. So that's quite different, whereas some other weeks, like he may have had some openers above him that may not be regular openers. So he can come in after quite a shaky start. They may be 2 for not many, whereas he's come in today. Uni already off to a solid start, and he can just go about his work. You've got a nice flat wicket on a sunny day here, like you can really cash in.
Yeah.
There's also expectation on yourself though. You're like, geez, it's a good wicket here. I can really cash in and step up in a big game for my team. So look, he's doing that well today. Now it's just about maintaining that concentration throughout the day and making sure that he's there deep into the day.
Yeah, Walter seems to be relishing going to the right-hander now, isn't he?
Just finding some nice carry.
Yeah.
Nice line adjustment this over. Just challenging that 4th and 5th stump line.
It makes you wonder with how well that Ward's playing with that round the wicket, is it maybe worth coming back over the wicket to the left-hander?
Possibly, yeah. I think as a bowler, like once someone looks comfortable, I think you can just keep changing it up, just so they're not really settling on you too much.
Ooh, it's another good ball from Walter.
It's a long way down the crease there, which is a good option for him. I think it looks like he's batting out of his crease. He's getting a good stride in.
Yeah. Obviously not afraid by the pace of Walter. Trying to take out that LBW.
How's that forecast looking for the next few days, Zach? You mentioned earlier there could be some rain around. Has that changed at all?
I think it might have. We're looking at a little bit of a cold a couple of days. It's sitting at 18 degrees tomorrow and 14 on Sunday.
Okay.
Right, Chris 9 into Ward. I am Apple Mapsing it, so...
Okay.
I mean, Apple weather.
Yep.
So not quite as trustworthy as your bureau.
I'm more of a bomb man myself. Yep. They usually are pretty close to the mark.
My dad would be disappointed in me.
But yeah, I think you're right. There doesn't look to be too much around over the weekend, which the players will be happy about. They won't have to do too many covers. Yeah. It's always frustrating. Rain-affected games in club cricket, getting the covers on and off, especially down here in Hobart. It's a rare day where you're doing covers and it's not windy, so it can be quite dangerous. Holding that big sail.
The first few games of the year in end of October, you usually covers on, covers off, and it's blowing an absolute gale. Had one game against Newtown, would have been last year, I reckon, on and off 9 times. And then obviously the covers are getting picked up as well. Makes it even more difficult to try and put them on. And we're playing against Dave Burke, who's one of the groundskeepers here. And he just stood there laughing at us as we were trying to put the covers on. Knowing full well that's one of his responsibilities that he has to do here.
He's not on the clock, mate.
No, I was asking for some advice and not willing. They do it pretty fast for 3 or 4 staff, right?
Yeah, they're good at what they do. Begs the question though, the time of year, like playing in October, it's freezing. It's usually pretty wet. The first few rounds of club cricket most years are usually rain affected, but you get to this time of year in Hobart and it's beautiful, it's sunny, it's still. If only we could push the season back a month maybe. If you're starting in sort of late October, November kind of time, you get the most of this March, April gap. just before it starts to cool off. But just seems like footy season's starting earlier and earlier these days, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same as soccer. Like my playing across both codes, soccer will start first week of March. So there's usually a 4-week gap where I'm still playing cricket. And then we'll finish soccer at the end of July, start of August, and then there's this August to September period, which is just open.
Yeah.
So I wonder if all the fathers of the codes could get together and try and work out a bit of a better schedule for everyone.
Yeah. Well, it'll keep a lot more people playing both sports, won't it? Because if you're jumping from code to code and you don't have any break, it's asking a lot of people, and often they're going to have to sacrifice one of those.
And I think footy do a good job of not really starting their season until cricket finishes.
Yeah.
Other than your AFL, which obviously starts a lot earlier because there's more games being played, but I know that the local leagues down here don't start for another couple of weeks. I imagine there's probably 2 or 3 guys out here that would play for a team, whether it's the Kingborough team down there or one of the Channel teams potentially. Cracking shot by Ward there on the front foot. Radhakrishnan now fielding out a point. Obviously knows it's a bit of a hot spot and wants to put himself out there.
Doing the hard yards, bowling, and then heading straight out to deep point and covering some yards. Tim Ward's been peppering that boundary ever since the lunch break. Walter just not quite finding his rhythm against Ward. Again, he hasn't bowled one short ball yet. They've got to see what's upstairs because it's just too easy for him. He's camping on that front foot and annihilating him through that cover point region.
Take it to the boardroom.
Nice ball.
Once again, that's Ward moving across his stumps here. It looked like it was quite close to hitting the stumps, but really not threatening, is it?
Very good lever of the ball. One of his great attributes. And again, he's patient. He'll just leave all day if he has to.
Yeah.
He's in no rush to go anywhere. He'd rather be out there than sitting up watching it. He's a very patient man, master of his domain. An avid gardener too, much like myself. We're big into our lawn care.
I've heard about this actually, and someone who's trying to get their lawn up and about, I was given, you got to go talk to Wardy.
Wardy is the man. He's all across the pesticides, the fertilisers, the wetting agents.
Yep.
He's big into it. We're only sort of our houses are about 100 metres away from each other, so we're in a pretty similar growing area.
So we're asked for some sharing of products potentially.
Yeah, there will be some cross pollination. So he is the go-to man. If anyone's got any lawn-related questions, I reckon you send Tim Ward a message.
That's Tim_Ward with 2 Ds, I think, on Instagram.
Yep.
Team.
Yep.
I'm sure he'd be willing to help.
How's the state of your garden at the moment, Zachy?
Look, it's getting there. We fertilised it last week.
Yep.
I'm really just focusing on the one area at the front of the house at the moment. We've got a decently sized backyard as well, but we're sort of letting that rot at the minute.
Yep.
Mainly just for the people that are driving past. We want to see like we've got our shit together.
Just do the bit that everyone can see. Yeah, smart.
We'll start small. Once we get the front bit thriving, then we'll move out to the back. But I can kind of hide behind a bad knee for a little bit.
Sorry, lawn needs to wait a bit sore. Yeah.
It would said a lot when I was watering the perishable flowers out the front, thinking that they were all year round ones when we first moved into the house. Shows where I'm at, mate.
It's okay, it's a learning curve. We're just all in different places with it. It's very satisfying, the gardening though, seeing where you've been.
For sure.
Seeing things grow.
Yeah, similar situation here. I got a mate like 500 metres down the road and his lawn's just immaculate. And then he was just telling me how many hours he put into it.
Yep.
And I was like, oh gee, I don't know if I have the patience to be doing that.
It's a big investment, time and money.
Yeah.
But a man can respect another man's lawn. That's something to hold your hat on.
He was saying that he will start on it and then the guy across the road will get out and start doing it and then the other guy down the road will see him.
Yeah.
So it's just a flow-on effect.
Yep.
Down in Glebe Hill there.
Yep. Yeah, I've got some lawn envy. I'm in Howrah myself, and there's a guy up the street. His lawn is unbelievable. Him and his neighbour, they've got unbelievable lawn. And to be fair to him, I think he is part of a lawn business, so he's got no excuse. But it's kicked me into action, wanting to get my lawn looking a bit better.
Yeah.
It's been tough though. There's just no rain down here at the moment. It's been so dry.
Yeah. It's hard when you can really only water at the end of the day as well, right? A bit of a waste when you do it. Oh, would have been a good catch there at first slip. I think it might have been the arm ball from Radhakrishnan, nearly caught the pole out. Watching the replay here. I think came through for 3.
Nice throw.
Oh, it sort of flashes at it outside.
Just wide of Jack Ross there at first slip.
Two covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Just working it down to mid on there. Easy single for Ward. Are you happy giving him that single there?
Not really.
Yeah.
I don't love that, just given like he's taken no risk there.
Yep.
He's not even thinking about hitting it over his head.
No.
I'm a big believer in seeing him go once, possibly twice before I put the guy back.
Yep.
I just know as a batter, there's much more risk involved. And if I'm facing a bowler who's like, no, I'm going to keep him up and he wants to see you go again, then it's like it really plays on your ego a bit, and that's how you produce some sort of a chance on a wicket that's not really offering them too much out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Doesn't look to be any sort of danger in it, and there's in the field there's just some guys getting flatter now. It can be tough staying up and about. Nearly 40 overs in with still 40 over 46 overs to go on the day, and you can just you're staring down the barrel of some serious dirt time. So you've just got to create something, create an opportunity somehow, and it's just those subtle little ego plays.
Can be hard, right? Like, you've got to remember you're out here playing on Ninja Stadium in a grand final. It's hard to pull yourself out of that when you're down in the dirt, as a reminder of like, oh, come on boys, let's really create something here, when it can just feel like another day of cricket, right? Krishna, sunglasses on. Four off the over there.
What are his figures here? One for, is that 69 off 13?
49.
49 off 13. So he's been reasonably tidy, especially given on a wicket that's not offering him too much assistance. Just need to make sure that they're helping him out from the other end and bowling in a partnership.
Yep.
See Cam Walter continuing.
I think Walter would have preferred to have probably been bowling to a pole here, but he's okay with bowling to Ward as he works into his 5th over of the spell. Still haven't seen a bouncer yet. What's up? Coming in. Straight to cover there, no run.
Has there been a genuine bouncer today?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Nearly 40 overs in.
Yeah, I think the closest was the full bunger from Honeybrook.
Yeah, the old no bouncer. Hand to head.
Be nice to have your strike bowler Alex Vincent here, wouldn't it? Just another guy you can turn to.
Oh.
Nice shot. Full face of that lovely kookaburra he's got there. Straight to mid off. I'm seeing something a little different here from Walter, especially to Ward. I think we've mentioned yet who the umpires are today. Mike Graham-Smith, and I believe it's Simon Burns.
Yep.
I had a 50% chance of getting that right. It
Yep.
was either Simon or
Sam.
Oh, lovely. Late cut there. Henley works hard for that, but rapidly hits the boundary and into the Ricky Ponding stand.
Just fill your boot stuff here for Tim Ward.
Yeah. Vincent coming for a chat here.
Up to 63 now, Wardy.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been challenged yet.
See the Kingborough boys trying to get around County Aussie here. Saw Jim Scott run over, maybe give him a few words.
You got to love that, don't you?
Yeah.
Your spinner coming up and
Yeah.
giving you some advice
Yeah.
as a pace bowler.
Come on, mate, be quicker.
Come on, mate. Keep bending that back. Keep getting it through. Thanks, brother. Thanks, mate.
Halfway through this over. Ward looking good here. 63 off 77. It's a better line. Ward defends.
Both of these batters, Zach, are members out at Royal Hobart, much like yourself and I.
Yeah,
Played with Wardy during the week.
lovely. How's his form of late? He's around
he's-
13, isn't he?
Yeah, even lower, probably around like 10 or 11, I think.
Okay.
But I think his cricketing form's better than his golf at the moment.
Okay.
Didn't play too well the other day. The boy's a bit busy at the moment. He and Jake Doran went across to Melbourne yesterday for a day trip and sorted some visa-related stuff out for their upcoming Europe trips.
Yeah.
And Wardy was a bit stressed. I'm not sure he was at his best the other day. Just a bit under the pump.
How's the course playing at the moment?
It's
I haven't
okay.
Been able to get out there in
Yeah.
a couple of months.
Yeah, greens are quite quick at the moment. He must be missing it. I know those early few months after surgery, it can be a tease not being able to get out there and play, especially this time of year. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. So
Wouldn't have been so bad if it was the middle of winter, but
yeah,
knowing that the course is probably playing the best that it would be at the moment.
yeah, you'll be back into it come the coldest time of the year.
Yep, ready to go. Out there at 7:30 on a Sunday morning.
Yep,
Beanie on.
in the wind.
Hot hands ready to go. How's the new greenskeeper going?
Yeah,
Superintendent? I
Yep.
think?
yep. No, it's been solid.
And as viewers may know, that Cricket Tasmania purchased a parcel of land behind the 12th hole. That's a lovely off drive there by Ward. Vincent's chasing hard after this one, but he's not going to get there. 4 runs, Tim Ward. I think that's probably the end of Walter's spell too.
I think that's a good shout, Zach. I think he's just been a bit too predictable from this end, offering too many boundary opportunities each over. Ward's jumped on that, and good player that he is.
It's a shame because he was really getting into his work quite nicely against a pole. And just to the left-hander, he just hasn't quite got that line and length right.
Again, I just think that's another one of those little things where on a wicket that's flat, it's just controlling who you're bowling to, who you're most likely to get out, and who do you want to bowl the most balls at. They're just not really tuned into that at the moment, which it's easy sitting up here and seeing that, but when you're out there in the heat of the moment, chasing leather, it can be hard to think about these things because you start to get a bit emotional, you're starting to get a bit fatigued, and it's hard to really think about those things. But that's when your leaders, your senior players have to stand up, which this Kingborough side has those players.
And they've played a lot of finals over these last couple of years. They're a young group, but they are very experienced in the amount of first grade games that these guys have played, considering the ability they've had to give these guys opportunities
Even
early on.
Your likes of your Dylan Hayes and your Alex Vincents, they've played first grade for a good nearly 10 years now. So they're still young. They'd only be 27, but they've played a lot of first grade cricket.
Yeah. And you'd love to have Bo Webster out there today, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and
On a
Jake
pitch-
Weatherall.
Yeah, and Weathers. On a pitch that's not doing heaps, just Bo attacking those stumps, doing what he does best. Well left there by Pal. Drops it onto the offside there for an easy single as cover picks it up. Bringing Ward back on strike. Ground staff clearly not worried about rain. They've laid out the hessian over the wet area on the hill there, drying it out. Ward flicks it square. They look for two. Just a single there. Henley Fields. Bringing a pile back on strike. Radhakrishnan continuing around the wicket. Hoping to get a little bit of bite out of a wicket that hasn't offered too much so far. Here comes. Pile using his feet slightly there. Straight to mid on. Top ball in the over. As the 12th man's called out to give Tim Ward a towel. He's been working hard out there. Lots of twos, lots of threes. Putting the pressure back on the Kingborough fielders. So it looks to be Tom Martin that's going to continue here. Start a spell. Got his man a pile on strike. And hoping he'll be able to maybe get a little feather here. Quite a warm day here at Ninja Stadium. Sitting at 21 degrees. UV at a moderate 5. Still be plenty of sunscreen and zinc going on out there. Ward facing up to Martin here. Persisting with the round the wicket to the left arm. Left-handed Ward. Martin starting his spell. Full. And dealt with down the ground. Vincent chasing hard. Hasn't quite middled it. It's a good chase by Vincent. And another 3 for Uni. They've done a pretty good job today of turning those 2s into 3s, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely big boundaries. We've seen a lot of balls actually pull up just short of the boundary.
Yeah.
Balls come to a standstill. That's just how big these boundaries are. I feel like this is a very big spell for the context of the Knights game here. Score's currently sitting at 2 for 194. I feel like they need to make some inroads here if there's any chance of getting into this game.
Yeah. See Bradley Hope in next. Fresh off his 150 last week against Greater Northern. Who've got quite a good bowling attack with young all-rounder Aidan O'Connor. A number of other pace bowlers from the north. So Pyle works that one through cover for an easy 2. Martin had a nice couple of overs at a pile just before lunch and nearly got a little feather on a couple of them. So hope he can find that line and length. It's a little bit outside off stump and maybe get a pile to play at one that maybe isn't there. Two slips now. Radhakrishnan into a shortish cover. Flashes at it. Just out to the man at point there who's halfway to the boundary. Easy single.
I know it is early in the contest here, Zach, but given the state of this wicket and how batter-friendly it seems to be at the moment, Uni will have to think about what kind of total they're happy bowling at to allow themselves enough time to take those wickets, but also to make sure they've got enough to defend. Kingborough did finish on top of the ladder, so a draw seals the deal for them. But it's there's a lot of cricket to be played in this, and a lot of twists and turns to be had.
Does the first innings win to either team constitute enough for a result?
Great question. Great question.
Might have to get on to Sean Stevenson about that one.
I think so.
Yeah. Wouldn't have thought the bylaws had changed just for a final run. Martin toward. Just tempting him there.
Is that trademark look back leave?
Yeah. Can't stop watching it. Must confuse the umpires a little bit. When he maybe nicks one, knowing full well that he always turns around.
Yeah.
I wonder if that almost doesn't work in his favour because he looks guilty every time.
Yep, maybe.
Actually got Brett Walker in the comms box tomorrow, who's one of the umpires in the CTPL, so I'll have to ask that question to him.
Also a member out at Royal Hobart.
Yeah, part of the board. He might even be new vice president potentially.
Yep.
Into the over there from Martin, just the 4 off. That boundary straight down the ground. Looks like they're turning to the young leggy here, potentially. See what he can do from this other end. Saw his dad at lunch today, the new chair of Cricket Tasmania, Tim Scott.
How's he enjoying the new role?
Good. He's got a good speechwriter, I think.
Yep. He'll be saying a few words at the upcoming Ricky Ponting medal in April.
Yeah.
Over at the Grand Chancellor.
Should be a good night. Plenty of awards. I think a couple of them probably select themselves, but
Yep.
always a good night. Different venue this year.
Yep.
And we've got a new events team as well, so it might look a little different to previous years, which is exciting for all in attendance. Scott, first over after lunch. Turn it to 2, just a single there. Might be a sub fielder out there. It's Pat Harmwell potentially. Don't think it's not sure who's off.
Might be Cam Walter. He spent a bit of time off a bit early. I don't know if he's carrying a bit of a niggle
Maybe
at the moment.
Just leaning back on that one. Easy single out to deep square.
I think Scott will be trying to bowl majority of his balls to Param.
Yeah.
But Pal here from this end. It's quite a short boundary bowling to Tim Ward. To his leg side there. As a leg spin, it's not uncommon to be dropping shorter over pitching, and Tim Ward will be able to pick that up quite easily. He's moving closer to 100. He's now in the 70s.
As a former leggy, I much preferred to bowl to right-handers than lefties.
Yep.
It's like to be able to spin the ball away, get it to drift in. Always found it that little bit harder to correct your line and length of the lefty.
Did you have a wrong one?
Yeah, very poor one.
Yep, that's okay. You only need to show one.
See, I was always filled with such that I was a lot better than what I was, because I'm bowling in the indoor nets at the TCA where they turn an absolute mile.
Yeah, and
then,
bounce,
Yeah, and then you come onto a turf wicket and then there's no turn or bounce, and you're going, what's going on here?
Those old TCA synthetic pitches were so bare.
Yeah.
There was basically nothing there.
Yeah.
And then they've relaid them recently, haven't they? And it's That's a bit more spongy.
Yep. And there's a couple of nets that spin more than the other one, so
Yeah.
if you just find your way maybe going to those nets, it can go well. It's just a couple of issues with the scoreboard at the moment. It has a score on 2 for 185, but it's actually 2 for 203. Ward 72 off 86 and a pile 43 off 63. Would be frog box without a couple of issues, would it?
I think we're all familiar with them now.
It's well bowled, nicely flighted up. Well fielded there at short cover. It's a nice over from Scott. He had the one boundary in there, but pretty good for the most part. It's just hard to keep those runs down as a leggy, especially when you had Niv keeping it so tight.
That's just, you've got to take that as a leggy. You know, you're going to go for some.
Yeah.
But something could also happen. Might have to throw in a few of those short balls, see if they want to try their luck against them. Into the 43rd over now with Martin continuing, and we still haven't seen a genuine bouncer, Zach.
What do you think that is? Because you see the bouncer being used quite effectively in all other forms of cricket, but why is it? Is it just the bowlers not wanting to do it with the field set how it is, not being able to execute it properly, the pitch maybe not quite being of the standard of which you'd like to be bowling bouncers to?
It's a great question. I'm not sure if they think their best bet is trying to put the ball in that challenging sort of top of the stump length, trying to hit the top of off, but you can't be just doing that over after over because it's just too predictable.
Martin. Just on that fourth slump line. Ward's just working it behind square. On the offside. Pile now on 45. Looking like he's probably going to bring up his half century here. As Ward pretty easily 73 off 89. Looking good for another century here on Ninja Stadium. Another century for him this year. He had a string of 90s just before Christmas in New South Wales. I'm sure would have been nice when he eventually got that Shield 100 that he would have been looking for. It's nicely bowled by Martin.
It's definitely the most threatening at the moment. Martin to the right-hander.
Yeah.
Fortunately for them, it's just not happening enough. Looking down here on the boundary, you can see one of the uni coaches, Ben Hilfenhaus. He'd be looking at this bowling performance, and I'm sure he's probably got a few notes. He played against us a few rounds back at university, and he still had some tricks with the ball. Hadn't lost any pace. Keeps himself in good nick. He was just getting a bit of match practice for their upcoming Legends Masters tournament over in India that he and Xavier Doherty and Ben Dunt played in.
Yeah.
Did you keep an eye on how they went over there during that tournament?
I saw a few videos of the X-Man that Dowie shared.
Yep.
His partner.
Yep.
It looked like Shane Watson hadn't lost anything at all. I think he might have scored a century.
Scored, I think, the first two games he scored tons. Yeah.
It just shows that guys like that, you lose that sort of form, do you?
With another nice drive out through the offside. Another big chase from James Scott.
+1.
Jeez, he's covered some yards out there.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
That's a lot of work, a lot of running for the same result.
Yeah, you've got to feel for him diving over the boundary there to save one, but doesn't end up saving the one, and they run 4.
It's always on the last ball of the over too, as a bowler.
Just
do
as
a
he's
big
about to
chase,
go bowl.
and then you got to come bowl the next over. It's brutal.
Yeah. Take a few breaths here. No rush.
Keeps himself in good nick though,
Yeah.
Jimmy Scott.
Seen him at
Young
the gym a few
athletic.
times.
Yep.
Don't see many leggies bowl with the glasses on.
Mm.
I feel like it's more of a an off spinner's apparel.
Yep.
Is that usually because there's a little bit more that goes into a leggies action potentially?
Maybe a bit more movement.
Yeah. See, the scoreboard is now fixed up. It is 2 for 208. Pile on 49. Ward on strike. Scott. It's a good start. Oh, it's a nice shot from Ward though. Honeybrook keeps it to 1. It's the body language of the Kingborough boys isn't great. I've just had a quick look around. There's a lot of heads down.
Mm.
It's hard when you're 2 for 208 and the 2 best batters arguably for uni are out there right now.
Mm.
Getting much reward for effort. It's well bowled by Scott though.
Must also be tough for the dismissed batters, as we see Paramu Pal raising the bat, 50 runs up, just to cap off a brilliant season for him. But yeah, the dismissed uni batters of Radhakrishnan and Doran, they must be pulling their hair out, thinking, geez, there's some big scores out there for them to be had.
Yep. Works it around fine. Bit of work to do out there. Just the 2. I've seen that one go to the boundary a couple of times. Ward just leaning on it. Behind square on the offside.
Who's your pick to get to 100 first here, Zach? Param or Wardy? Wardy does have a bit of a lead, maybe 18 or so.
Yeah, Prime would really have to accelerate now. I just feel with how this game's going, where they're pretty happy to just go at 4s, 4 singles to the on boundary. I think Wardy's probably going to get there first.
Yep.
Considering how quickly Wardy started his innings, he was going a bit above the runner ball to start. Kingborough have done well to sort of stop that 5.5 and over and get it down to 4.8.
It's just hovered around that 5 the whole day, hasn't it?
But hey, maybe it's that sort of wicket where it's kind of easy to go at 5s. Scott comes in, or just works it into the leg side. Don't know what they're clapping for there. Any ideas?
100 on partnership, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good shout. Well picked up.
Score didn't seem to be on any real significant number, and they're both already on 50.
I just had a glance down at the uni coaches and they were very happy about it. Seems to be a few more people rolling in now. Work's wrapping up for the day. $1 coffee still on offer for another 50 minutes if you need your afternoon caffeine hit. The hill is looking pretty inviting, especially those little shaded areas just over there, I reckon. Sometimes be a bit fresh in that Ricky Ponting stand in the shade. Martin around the wicket toward. So let's talk about your treble win. The 3 trophies in 1 year, Mac. Run me through it. So the T20 came first, or was it the Cooker first?
Oh, geez, you're testing the memory here. I think it would have been the T20,
Yeah.
I reckon. That was here against, I want to say Clarence. And then we had a one-day win over in Sandy Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Game was at Sandy Bay. I think there must have been a game on here at the time here at Ninja Stadium. And then, it was then that we didn't have to play the Red Ball game because of COVID. But we had won the previous Red Ball one. That was the one where Ben McDermott and Charlie Wakeham were dominant.
Yep.
So, I mean, that in itself was 3 in a row. So, any doubts of an asterisk can be removed.
Just looking through one of the booklets from 2020-21 and in the Emerson Rodwell that year. Could you tell me who won the Emerson Rodwell? Would have been the year after you won the treble. Give you a clue. He played for South Hobart Sandy Bay. He'd won one before that. It was his second one.
Sean Willis is coming to mind, but that doesn't feel right.
Wasn't Sean Willis. He presented a little memento to our skipper. Last
Alex
Shield
Doran.
game. Yeah, Alex Doran.
Wow, okay.
Won in 2007, 2008, followed by 2020-21. Second was James Faulkner, tied with Clive Rose on 12 votes.
Wow.
Tied for fourth was Caleb Jewell and Alex Pycroft at North Hobart. Incredibly, tied for sixth was Tim David for the Greater Northern Raiders, which I did not know even happened.
Yeah.
With Jake Doran. Can't imagine TD would have travelled up the Midlands many times for games for the Raiders.
No. Zach, I've just found the first of that three-peat for the farm. 2020 was the T20, 16th of Jan.
Yep. Am right? How many wickets? How many runs?
Not many. I think I did take a wicket that game. I was still bowling at that stage.
Yeah.
Got Harry Allenby out first ball of my spell.
Love it.
I think I feel for him because then the next 5 balls, I don't think I even hit the pitch. I think the first ball was the only one that hit the pitch. So a bit unlucky from Harry, but oh well.
We're just going into drinks here. We'll let Mac do a bit of research and then we'll come back in a couple of minutes.
We see Scott continuing back to Param after the drinks break. Score sitting at 2 for 215 after 45 overs. This day's just getting better and better here at Ninja Stadium. Beautiful afternoon here of some good cricket to be watched. It's Param. It's backing away to the leg side, carving one through backward point. He's going to come back for a second. Both batters haven't been troubled for quite some time now.
Yeah, there hasn't really been a chance, has there? See the assistant coach having a chat. Some of the players on the boundary there. Maybe some tactics or things that could be related to the captain potentially. Pile flashes at one outside the off stump for a single down to deep cover. Two for 218. 45 overs in.
What kind of total do you reckon Uni would like to be sitting at the end of day's play here?
You'd think around the 450 mark. Two days is a long time for Kingborough to bat. So it's almost, if you're Uni, I don't even think you declare half an hour before stumps or anything like that. I think you bat for as long as you can. Probably till lunch tomorrow. Give yourself 500 runs to play with if things go well, but obviously it's red ball cricket and things can happen quickly. But right now it's all looking quite Uni, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the luxury of the draw situation, so there's going to have to be some sort of tactics involved with the number they choose. But they do have the favourable option at the moment of actually deciding that, given they've got two set batters in, they're only 2 wickets down. You'd much prefer to have the option of what total you set rather than your hand being forced.
Yep.
Just taking whatever number you can.
What do we think of the Uni bowling lineup? So you can get a lot of overs out of the pile, Dooley, spinners, and then the pace of Louis Smith.
Louis Smith has injury at the moment.
Is he not bowling?
I think he has a side strain, possibly.
Oh, no.
Not sure if he's bowling. I don't think he could bowl last week.
Yeah.
So that's a big miss for Uni, but
Yeah.
they do have other options in Jan Conwiak, Big Walden, down from Brisbane, I believe, one of Paddy Dooley's mates. I think I just passed him in the lunchroom, and he's a big unit, big left armour. But then you've got Brad Hope as well, who can be dangerous. Zach Fair's kind of their X Factor bowler. He can be tough to face. So after playing them a few weeks back, he was someone I was really watchful for.
Yeah.
He's got a Jaffa in him, but then the quality spin of Pyle and Dooley.
Yeah, just having a look at Louis' figures here. He did bowl last week, but unless he was injured during the week, maybe. Another Cricket Tasmania Pathways graduate. Seems to have come along quite well over the last 18 months. Also another player who into the Darwin, which I believe will be happening again. It's a nice shot from Tim Ward as he races to 84, not out now. Just over pitch there by Honeybrook.
Beautiful shot from Wardy. Bit of a Christmas present there from Honeybrook. They do have the deep square out now for the pull shot, but we're still yet to see a short ball. I reckon maybe this ball is a bit of response to that last shot. We might see one dug in. This could be the first genuine bouncer of the day in the 47th over. No.
Don't think that one's a no ball.
Still going to keep us waiting.
Full toss there. As Radhakrishnan works after it for a 2. Honeybrook can maybe produce something here. Got the wicket of Radhakrishnan at one that was just outside off stunt that he just pushed at, went straight to second slip. Maybe he can create something here. Full again. Straight to mid on. So you haven't been around Lindisfarne for 8 years now, 9 years. It's always good to have some interstate talent come down, and this uni team is obviously filled with a lot of interstate talent. It's always good for the quality of the league to have high quality players come down and chance their arm at potentially playing some second grade and higher honours for Tasmania potentially.
Yeah, well, just looking at that team now, I feel like there's only 3 players in there that are Tassie locals.
Yeah.
The rest have moved down from interstate and have been very valuable for them. Tom Chapman, where's he from? Is he?
He might be Tasmanian potentially.
Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Who were some of the better players that you played with at Lindisfarne who came down and tried their arm?
Well, Nathan Ellis is probably it's the one that stands out. He moved down with no state contract or anything, just committed to playing for Lindisfarne, and we've all seen what he's done over the last few years. It's been quite impressive.
Yeah. Did you guys arrive at the same year, or was there a little bit of time?
I came down the year before.
Yeah.
Him and Charlie Wakeham came the year after.
Yeah.
Which was pretty cool. So I started my first year, and Ben McDermott was the only other state contracted player there at the time.
Yeah.
Playing with the likes of Matt Wilkie, who he's been down in Tassie now for a good probably 13 years, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got Nathan Ellis, Charlie Wakeham, Ben McDermott.
So Charlie moved down, not on a contract or anything?
Charlie moved down that same year as Nathan.
Yep.
With a contract though.
With a contract, yeah.
They went into a house together, iconic place up in West Hobart.
Good times there, I'm sure.
Had some great times in that house. I think they both miss that house a little bit. I'm sure their partners don't.
Yeah.
It's pretty cold in there, but no, it was a good venue.
Scott continuing. Just change the field a little bit now and put 2 in behind square, sort of would you almost call that a short point?
Yeah, maybe just for one that might bounce a little more and he's just might skew.
Ward's sort of happy to sit back and cut, so maybe that's just, you need to ask a question or two. Whoa.
It's a great experience for someone like Jimmy Scott.
Yeah.
Bowling to a batter like this on a first-class venue.
Yeah.
On a wicket that's not giving you much. You've really got to hone your skills and find a method to constrict some runs or to take wickets out here.
Yeah.
If he's a player that's looking to play at higher levels, he's going to have to find a way to deal with these kind of conditions. Which is just great. It's great these players get this opportunity.
Yeah. This is why you're there in June, July, honing your craft with the coaching staff, really working on what works for you in different conditions and different scenarios, but nothing can compare to proper match situations, can it?
Well, and then it gives him a bit of a reference point for next off-season when he's working away. He can think back to this experience, think about what tools he would have liked to have in his belt,
Great over so far, none off.
Yeah.
5 dot balls. Just a little field change, and Wardy just not quite as comfortable as what he was. Still not looking troubled, but as he works one to the leg side for a single there. Good over there by the youngster. Honeybrook to continue, I assume. Couple people lying down on the hill there. Looks very appetising. Lovely day here at Ninja Stadium. What are your thoughts on the new naming rights partner, Mac? I'm a big fan.
I think it's got a good ring to it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it was unveiled around Big Bash time.
Yeah. It's a good fun one where I actually planned the big launch and unveiled the sign, and he couldn't pick it up on the sky. So when we first unveiled it, it was black with the white ninja.
Yeah, it's black mesh and then white writing.
And you couldn't see the ninja against the sky, so we had 4 or 5 cameras, all the news crews set up down there. Pull a bit of rope, opens up the sign, and everyone goes, "Is that it?
What are we looking at?
What's it called?"
Yeah, jeez.
So very quickly, our wonderful CEO Dominic Baker changed the colours. The white on black looks a lot crisper, and especially in the night sky, it looks great with the lights on.
You can see it now.
Yeah. One of the perks from being a staff member, we got a couple of items from Shark Ninja as well. Playing group were invited to get a couple as well. Any that tickled your fancy, Mark?
A few items, yeah. Air fryer goes very well. Great vacuum cleaner as well.
Yeah, that's exactly where I went. Vacuum cleaner and the air fryer. Shame we won't be getting Blunsons anymore, but that's okay.
We've got our fair share of Blunstons stocked up anyway, don't we?
Honeybrook hasn't really bowled much to the right-hander. I feel like he's been bowling to lefties for most of the time. Oh, well fielded there. That's Alex Vincent there at cover. Got a hand to it.
Still just, I keep banging on about it, but I'm still just a little confused that there's still hasn't been a bouncer.
Yeah.
Nearly 50 overs now, and they've got the guy out for it.
Yeah.
I think it's time to show it.
Yeah. 3 out, and then still persisting with that top of off, as if there's still a couple of slips there. Just want to see a bit of a change up. Ward works it into the leg side for a single.
Just been notified that we have a special guest on his way up to the commentary box. Little treat coming for the viewers.
Any clues who might be joining us?
He is a player involved in this game.
Okay.
I don't want to say too much more.
No. Pile out to long. Deep point for one. It's 4 off the over. Uni doing it pretty easily here. Scott's maybe got a couple of overs in him. Imagine Radhakrishnan will probably come back on at some point from that bottom end. mid off, mid on, mid wicket, cover, 2 behind square on the offside, short fine leg, and 2 out. Single there from Apal out to Radhakrishnan. So lefty on strike now. Tim Ward into the 90s. It's been done very quietly, if you will.
He's just gone about his business today, Tim Ward.
Yeah. Bit quicker there from Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Our special guest has entered the room. Mr. Jake Doran. Mr. Jake Doran, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Mac. It's been a pleasure.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an honour.
First time appearance actually been up here, so it's exciting.
It's good viewing from up here.
The boys have been going well out there. Seems like a really nice batting wicket and perfect conditions. So hopefully I can stay up here for for a while.
How did you find it out there? What was your method?
Yeah, I think, look, it's definitely very batter friendly at the moment, the wicket. It's one of those ones that throughout the year we've seen with Shield cricket, batting on it first actually isn't that bad, is it? Like the colour of the wicket, I think sometimes people, have this preconceived idea that it's going to nip around, but yeah, I mean, for me out there, I was just trying to capitalise on any width, anything really full and short, and try and survive the good balls really. So got off to a decent start and somehow managed to duff one to mid-wicket.
Was there much seam movement on offer for the pace bowlers?
Yeah, I was short of a length. I think it's, this next new ball that they take in 31 overs will be interesting to see, what impact that does play. But, I mean, we've always spoken about it with the Tassie setup of, that 6 metre length has, that felt the most challenging throughout this morning.
And it was just a case of them not hitting it enough? Potentially.
I think, the plans were, you can tell what they were trying to do and try and break through. And, I just think how we played it and set up to try and put pressure back on the bowlers was good for us, and it paid off. I mean, it's definitely a risk that you take early on. We could have easily been, 2 down if we probably went about it a bit recklessly, but thankfully we're in a good position at the moment.
So we see a bowling change here for Kingborough. Josh Henley's going to come back into the attack from the commentary end. Saw a near miss there from James Scott in his last ball of the over, just beating Tim Ward's outside edge. I'm not sure if it was a wrong un or it was just a leggy that might have skidded past with his angle created, but Tim Ward is in the 90s, 91, the nervous 90s. Zach Peace did reference Tim's earlier part of the season in New South Wales, playing for the Tigers and the Shield stuff. He got caught in the 90s a few times, so he'll be hoping he can navigate these next 9 runs and get to the 3 figures.
I mean, how good's he been going this year? 100 last week for us at uni, but even the Shield stuff, he, a few hundreds, few 90s, definitely. I think he ended up averaging mid-50s. It seems like he's got his game in order.
How do you think he approaches it now that he's batting at 3 compared to opening the batting? Do you think there's much of a change?
I mean, you'd probably know after fielding, you got your 90 overs or 120 in the dirt, and you have to suddenly put the pads back on, and you've got 8 minutes to pad up and be out there. I think that number 3 role does give you a little bit more, breathing room to, compose yourself and figure out your, understand what the wicket is doing. In saying that, I think he's definitely still capable of doing it. Slight technical change this year as well, as you probably would have noticed as a teammate, where he's probably not going back as much or as cross as much. So, he's certainly had a very good season, and he looks like he's in great touch.
Yeah, he's the kind of player that is fanatical and just keeps working on his craft, doesn't he? He puts so much time into it and can just dial in and just focus on his own stuff for long periods of time, which you've got to do in this format. As we see Param carving out to the offside. He's run the first one hard. He's going to come back for two. Gets there easily.
I mean, we talk about Tim going well. Param in grade cricket this year's had an unbelievable year, so he's very similar, I think. He's got his certain way that he wants to play, and the biggest thing for Param this year has been, his mindset of changing and going out there. He's had all the ability and all the skill, and it's pleasing to see our skipper go out there and actually do it. So,
what do you think about his mindset? Like, what has changed? Because obviously we both know he's a classy player. He's stylish. He's always had that. He came down a couple of seasons ago. Last year didn't quite have the year that he hoped for. He had some second 11 exposure, but this year he's just managed to pile on the runs, both in club cricket and in the second 11 opportunities that he's had.
He's definitely a player that I think has all the shots, and I think when you are that, you're very talented, you're very skillful, but it does come with a bit of, you need to work out your gears, you need to up a gear sometimes, or understand what the bowlers are trying to do. And I think his mindset has been like, right now it does look like a challenging period. They've set straight fields, and I think he understands now that I'm just going to try and look to score square, get Tim back on strike, where I think in the past, a couple of years especially, he's managed this year to work out his emotions in the game. I think has probably been the biggest change that I've seen.
Yeah, that's such an important learning, and Zach and I spoke earlier about how batters often find their sweet spot of their careers in their late 20s and 30s, just due to the fact they have so many of those learning experiences and learning to control that ego and knowing when to put shots away and work through the gears. It's so important. As another over comes to a finish, that's 51 overs gone now. Uni are 2 for 236. Looks like tough work out there for the Kingborough boys, trying to make a breakthrough. These two have put together 123. It's been a while since they've had a breakthrough.
You would know more than anyone, I think, with your psychology background. How does that go with batting? Does it make you, when you're out there, think about, how can you best equip yourself being out there, or is it something that, I suppose comes with maturity?
It's both. I think it's definitely an element that's underutilised largely, I think, is actually training your mindset. We often train the physical skill of batting so much, but the cricket game, there's so much of a mental load that goes into it, and I think we often under-prepare mentally for a lot of these things. As we see Wardy coming down the pitch, using that double step and just giving some space between him and the ball again.
He's definitely nervous in the 90s, isn't he? Jeez, come on, Tim.
A little bit fidgety. James Scott would have liked to see that ball just slide past his outside edge. I think he'll be loving seeing Tim use his feet to him. He's got the ability to slide it across him with that angle he creates across the left-hander. So see another field change that just the backward point at 45. I'm going to swap positions, I think. Just trying to get the right fielder in the right position.
Oh,
there's an inside edge there. Does look a little bit fidgety, a bit nervous. This could be a time where Kingborough could make their breakthrough. It's funny how you can go such long periods where there's not even a chance, and then just a number plays on someone's mind, and that's what can be the undoing of the player.
I mean, us batters, we are a funny breed. Yeah. I mean, it's certain superstitions, it's breaks of routine. As a batter, when you're looking up, certain numbers do slightly trigger you sometimes. Field settings, we're definitely weird. So I think, maybe it is the 90s for Tim. I don't know, but certainly though, I think they've set up a plan here, Kingborough, which is they've set that 5-4 field now. They're really trying to get a breakthrough before tea.
It's going to be crucial what they do just to get themselves back in this contest. Sorry. Tidy over there from Jimmy Scott. Outdoors away from cricket, you've got some pretty big news on the horizon. Wedding bells. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, 12th of April. It's really exciting. Can't wait. Been 3 years engaged, so
yep.
It's really, I think when your partner is your best mate as well, it's really exciting. And for me, that I've got a lot of family interstate coming down to celebrate it. Some close friends that are coming in. I can't wait. And then off to the UK after that for a little stint. So, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, very exciting.
We've got a few boys going to the UK this year.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Well, I was telling Zach earlier, you and Wardy had quite a big day yesterday. I heard heading over to Melbourne for the day. How did that go?
Well, to give people a bit of an idea, me and Tim are potentially trying to play for Italy in the cricket. They've got a couple of World Cup qualifiers, and I think yesterday was a little bit disheartening to know that we're probably a little bit further away from playing for them than what we originally thought, and so it was a real leveler.
Right. Okay. So watch this space then.
Yeah, watch the space.
Okay.
We can't give too much information. But,
strictly classified.
Yeah, I was glad that I was there with someone.
Yep. Yeah.
Going there and trying to get my citizenship with Tim. So we're probably still a little bit of a while away to get that, but you never know.
Yep. Well, I'm sure Wardy would have benefited from having you there with him. I think you're a bit more cooler under the collar than he. He might sometimes get a little bit frustrated by some things and not make sense of them, but I'm sure you saw the reasonable side of it.
Yeah,
the logical solution to the problem.
We got challenged, if that's what you're asking.
Yep. Yeah.
It was an interesting experience because you 100% know where you're on the field. You're getting challenged with the ball, and in this circumstance, I think it was nothing that we could have done in that situation other than just say, "Yep, you're right." Yeah,
yeah, frustrating.
What about yourself? What's the plans for the off season?
I'm just going to be Tassie based, really. I'm heading overseas. I'm heading to New Zealand just for a couple of weeks for a holiday, South Island, but just going to be based in Hobart. Have a big pre-season. We've got some exciting trips coming up as well for the Tigers crew that will be here. We usually head to Darwin, and there could be a possible other overseas opportunity for a little window there. So, yeah, we're pretty lucky down here getting the marquee set up nice and early, getting to train here, get a good physical block in, and start playing some games a bit closer to the season. So, yeah, bit of a different prep for some. Others get to head over to Europe, get a full season of playing over there. Are you excited to join up with your club over there and get some playing in some different conditions? Yeah,
so I'm joining Brentwood, which is Silky's club for the last couple of years. Really excited. They've seemed like a really good group of guys from so far my interactions with them.
They're a very strong club. I played against them a few years back. Chris Green was their pro at the time. And lovely setup. Nice wicket for you to churn a few out as well.
I heard there's a lot of spin, and the first game I have my teammate Matt Kuhneman in the first game. So
beautiful.
Yeah, we'll be going at it.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd rather be facing him first game than a bit later in the summer. Some of the years it can get quite dry, as Ward's marched halfway down the wicket there at the non-strikers. Wouldn't be like Param Pal to be involved in another run out, but I'll leave it there. Tim Ward gets back safely and another over is complete. Uni moved to 238 after 53 overs. But yeah, sorry, back to Brentwood.
Yeah, it's really exciting. So over there till August, early August, come back to join the boys for pre-season. But
Yep.
it's always good going overseas, playing some cricket, being in a different environment, and I think pre-season sometimes this would be my nearly 9th in a row without leaving the States.
It's a lot.
I think it was a long time coming to play some club cricket overseas, but yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, there's a couple of opportunities for us, in Darwin, in Brisbane as well when we come back. So plenty of cricket to be played.
Yeah. Yeah, you've done well to stick that many pre-seasons out in a row. I know there's a fair bunch of the squad that prefer to run away, as some might put it, to run away to other playing opportunities rather than sticking it out in the cold down here, getting flogged physically, but each to their own. You've earned this one, and it's always good. It's a good time heading over there. I spent a couple of seasons in a row over there, and met my girlfriend Phoebe over there. So it's and you just meet so many people. It's great. They love it over there so much, and it's a great learning experience. But you come away with it with so many mates that you end up keeping for the rest of your life. So as Tim Ward comes down the track, flicks over mid-wicket, couple of bounces, 4, moves him along to 96 now.
Yeah, he moved really well, Tim, there. 4 runs away from his 100. I reckon he's thinking in his head right now, can he get it this over?
Yep. Might see one more of those.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, you're 100% right. I think, as cricketers, we sometimes, definitely overthink it, definitely, tinker a lot, but half a shout there. But we, going into a new environment and you still need to live your life as well. Going over to England, experiencing some travel. I personally, I did it when I was really young, when I was 18, and it was great for me. And this opportunity's come again, which
Doran's has Wardy's driven through the offside there. He's beaten cover in mid-off, and that's going to be his 100. Tim Ward brings it up in style. Well played, sir. Raises his bat to the crowd. 100 off 138 balls, I think.
Very good innings, Tim. I think he's hopefully, and everyone says you hopefully double it.
Yep. Triple it.
But no, he's played some really good shots and stuck to his game, unlike some.
Scott comes in once again. More defending, more bowled. Nice finish to the over. Just another great innings for a superb season for Tim Ward.
Not that I know the plan here, Mac. We're 2 for 248 after 54. Where would you want us to be?
Well, Zach and I were discussing a number about what would you guys be happy with at the end of the day. The way they've been tracking all day, you're looking at a score above 400. So obviously you guys do need a result. You don't have the luxury of just playing for a draw. So on a wicket like this, it does make you think, okay, what number do we feel comfortable defending? What gives us enough time to try and take 10 wickets? Have you guys discussed a bit of a number at all, or time? Yeah.
I think it's probably more time-based, really. Yeah, I mean, we haven't had that discussion at the moment.
It's quite early to be
talking
about that, but you guys have the luxury that you have wickets in hand and you're in a controlling position.
But you're definitely right. We need to think about the time that we need to bowl out. Kingborough, and last week they've proven that they can try and block out for a draw, so it does come into consideration.
Henley comes in once again to Param.
Definitely, I think, how they're going about it now looks like it could be the plan for us to set straight fields, bowl stump to stump, try and bring in all modes of dismissal and, test their batters.
Who are your strike bowlers? Who are your go-tos? Who's been dangerous this year? Who do you think might be a bit of an X factor?
Well, I think our two spinners have really, they've driven our bowling department coming from both ends, but they're both different in.
As Param's edging to gully as a sharp catch, quite a straight gully, but Josh Henley's managed to get the breakthrough. Param's going to have to depart for 62. Wow, what a big moment there for Kingborough after not really seeing an opportunity for a very long time. They've put together a partnership of 135, and Param, after a well-constructed innings, is going to have to head back. He's going to leave Tim Ward out there to continue his good work.
He played a great innings, Param. He's led from the front all year for us, and it was a very good contribution to be in there with Tim, over 100-run partnership. But now it brings Brad Hope to the crease, and hopefully University don't lose any more wickets before tea.
Yep. Just the beauty of this University side is one first-class player is replaced with another first-class player, is replaced with another first-class player. You guys are very blessed over there. Hopey himself is in some form, scoring 150 it was recently.
A couple of games ago, yeah.
Yep.
Hope Brad 150, and probably saved us from a 3 in a row outright defeat.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite the run you want going into a final, but you guys have done the work early enough that you gave yourself a chance for a three-peat. Lindisfarne, of course, being the previous club to complete the three-peat, has been mentioned quite a number of times today, and I'm sure it will be mentioned a few more over the course of the weekend.
Any asterisks on that one?
I don't want to say that if there's an asterisk in there. Any club that even wins 2 out of the 3 flags, I think you're going very well. Lindisfarne at the time, had a great team and great run at it. I think it was the following year you knocked us off in the grand final as well. A really good innings from Charlie Wakeham.
A few years after, actually. Yeah. But yeah, you guys had us 9 for not many, and Charlie Wakeham and Matt Wilkie put on a lot. As Brad Hope gets off the mark straight away with a glance down to fine leg. It's well fielded down there by Zach Honeybrook. And Tim Ward's going to scurry back for a third, getting Brad off strike immediately. Just unfortunately for Kingborough today, every new batter that's come to the crease has gotten off to a start quite easily. Guys have gotten through their first 30 balls and they've nearly gone run a ball to that point. And it looks like Brad Hope's already found his feet out there after 1 ball. Henley's going to come back around the wicket to Tim Ward.
Speaking of Lindisfarne before, how do you give your season overview?
We didn't have our strongest team this year, but pleasingly in the second half of the season we were able to put together a few better performances and compete and be a chance for finals. It wasn't looking likely after the first half of the season that finals were going to be in play, so definitely helped with some personnel coming in the back half of the year, a few more senior experienced players. But yeah, it's always challenging. You go through waves in club cricket, don't you, of guys being around, guys moving on, and then younger players coming through. You guys obviously have done really well this year with such a young team, and Zach and I mentioned earlier that only had one person in the CTPL team of the year, but it goes to show that you haven't had to rely on a single player. Param's obviously had an outstanding year, but you've had a lot of contributions from other players throughout your squad.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of our younger guys have that opportunity this year where they have taken it. I mean, Tom Chapman for us, who's hasn't come to the crease yet. He's had a really good year for us, where in that grand final for the one-day game, he ended up getting 100, and him and Param won the game for us. So, yeah, I think 100% where you lose a couple of senior players in the team, it does challenge your stocks a bit. I think for Lindisfarne, Matt Wilkie was a huge glue to the group. And when state players do come back, it boosts your side. But unfortunately for you guys, you just had a couple of injuries that have hurt.
Yeah, unfortunately for Charlie Wakeham, tearing his bicep tendon recently. He's just had surgery a couple of weeks ago. Wishing him all the best if he's tuning in.
Yeah, it didn't look nice.
I was batting with him at the time, and it was awful, really. Myself and a few of the Greater Northern Raiders players could see that something wasn't quite right. When he had his arm bent, you could see like his bicep was had fallen down his arm. It was pretty gross. Wouldn't recommend doing that anytime soon for anyone out there. But wishing Chucky a speedy recovery so he can be back to his athletic best that he prides himself on. Back swinging some golf clubs.
I was going to say, more importantly, his golf swing.
Yeah, that's the thing that hurts this time of year, going on to leave. Most other people get to have a bit of a break from physical stuff. You get to get more into your recreational activities that you have to put on hold for quite a while over the summer, and unfortunately he doesn't get the chance to do that for this next little bit. He's going to have to do some rehab and wait till his arm's right, but he's a good soldier, Chucky. He'll put his head down and get right. As Brad Hope hits it to mid-wicket, it looks like it's just burst through the fingers of the mid-wicket fielder there. I think it was Jimmy Scott with a short ball, but Zach Peace all day has been mentioning that a leg spinner's wicket-taking ball is that short one.
It's a dangerous ball.
They almost had Brad Hope. Would have been an absolute gift within his first 5 balls. Jeez. Could have gone bang bang there the Knights, and they would have been right back into this contest. Might be a moment we look back on in sessions to come.
You mentioned about those recreational activities. The golf topic brought up. How are you tracking?
Going okay. Down to 8.9 at the moment. So getting there. Didn't play great the other day. I was shocking off the tee, but got some new irons that I'm figuring out.
I mean, we've got a few golfers in the Tassie group now. I think there's a lot of guys in the mix, I would say, to create a very good golf team. Yep.
Sometimes some staff might think that we're golfing more than we're cricketing, but they'd be wrong. But yeah, look, this time of year it is golf season. I think Chucky was he'd probably have the lowest handicap out of everyone at the moment. He's down in the 3s. Jordan Silk's in the 3s as well. Most of the guys are single figures. I know yourself, you've gotten back into it this year. How's your game coming along?
Well, my reason for getting back into golf was to spend time with the guys, and it ended up replicating a cricket game. Most golf games are meant to go for your 2 to 3 hours, and mine felt like I was spending a whole cricket game out there, and I was 4 hours plus, chasing from tree to tree. So I didn't really get to spend a lot of time with the guys. So yeah, it has taken a bit of a hit.
Getting your money's worth though.
Yeah, I am.
Parts of the golf course.
All parts of the golf course.
Extra shots.
Testing my ability from behind trees and out of non-grass situations. But I mean, it's been good fun getting back into it. I've played a lot with Tim, played a lot with Niv.
Yep.
I think it's a good relief, outside of cricket. But sometimes you try and take golf too seriously and realise it's not your job.
Yep. Outdoors, we've just had a request from a fan listening in. Young Lawrence Neil Smith. Shout out, Loz. Thanks for texting in. He's asked you to try and say the alphabet backwards. I'm going to get the alphabet up, and I'm going to see how many you can get through. Zach, I might get you to time this, see how long it takes him. Just while there's a little bit of lull in proceedings.
Look, I would love to, Mac, but it's not my specialty.
Come on now. We've got to give the listeners what they want. Let's start. Jake Doran saying the alphabet backwards, starting from the letter Z.
Z. Oh.
Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Z, Y, X, W. Am I going
Yep.
well so far?
He's 4 letters through. Timer is on as Tim Ward has just scurried through for a single.
This is a weird one. Is it a V?
It's V, correct.
Oh, okay, that was
Yep.
the hard one. U,
Yes.
T, S,
This
Q?
is hard.
Q?
No. First strike.
R,
Yep.
Q.
Henley into Hope, edging and caught at second slip. Great catch. Brad Hope, unfortunately, not able to capitalise on the dropped catch on the previous over. He's going to have to go for 8. Kingborough Knights have gone bang bang. Jake Doran still in the alphabet challenge. He's just thinking. Clock has been paused.
It looked like a really nice ball, nice delivery. And, yeah, unfortunately, Brad Hope has to go back into the rooms, and we see Tom Chapman come to the crease. 5 minutes left till tea.
Yeah, it's a tough game, isn't it? Brad Hope's had to sit and watch the likes of Jake Doran, Tim Ward and Paramu Pal out there batting all day, making it look easy. You come out and get your opportunity, and you're going to have to go back to the sheds. And then Tom Chapman, prickly little 5-minute period here before tea. Again, can be a tough game. Kingborough just getting their noses back into this contest. We're going to go back to Jake Doran with the alphabet challenge. Clock starts again. He finished on P.
50 seconds in.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
O.
Yep.
N. M.
It's the easy part now. You're on the home stretch.
L.
Yep.
K.
Yep.
J.
Yep.
I. H.
Yeah.
G.
Yeah.
E.
No! Second strike!
Oh, F. Sorry. Yeah. Then back to E.
Yep.
D.
Yep.
C.
Yeah.
B. A.
Well done.
Thank
Time
you.
check.
Well done, Dawsey. 1 minute 25.
Okay, not bad. 2 strikes.
Is there some context there from Loz?
Nah, Lawrence just a keen listener.
Thank you, Lawrence, for the tuning in, and
Shout out Loz. Anyone else with some more interesting challenges for Jake Doran? Well, we've got him before the tea break. Got 3 minutes to send your requests in.
certainly heating up the Tigers group chat at the moment.
Yeah. So we see Henley bowling to Chapman here. Kingborough will be looking to take another wicket before tea. Just got their tails up a little bit here. A bit more chat in the field, a bit more energy.
He certainly bowled well, and he's brought 2 quick wickets back into the game, and he's bowled stump to stump really, tight straight fields.
So we see Scott's going to continue from the beach end.
Yeah, this is a really important time for uni now. Hopefully, 3 minutes we can go into tea and start to rebuild after that. It's always nervous when you come to the crease before a break, trying to get through it. And
Who have you found the most challenging out of their bowlers today, Dawes?
I mean, when I was out there, it was a slightly different situation with a newer ball, and I think, Tom Martin, their experienced campaigner, has really, set the tone for him. Bowled a consistent length and tried to drive, the energy throughout the bowling group. But at the moment, Henley's come on and it looks like he's been the most threatening, really, bowling, challenging the batter stump to stump lines, and he's brought in 2 nicks, so I'll be keeping note of that.
Yep. Could we see some Jake Doran left arm mediums over, around, keeper up?
It was spoken about this morning, who would take the gloves. We've got a couple of keepers in our team, but
Chapman, keeper?
Chapman,
Yeah.
Nicky.
Yep. Nicky, yeah.
Just depends if there's a left-hand batter in.
Yep.
I'm not really good to the right-handers, so...
Yeah. What can you tell us about big Nick Walden?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly a newer addition to the university group. He's actually very good friends with...
We see a beautiful shot there from Chapman. Looked like an over-pitch wrong from Jimmy Scott. Chapman pounced on that, hitting it through that cover gap. Moves on to 4.
He's a very tall person. I mean, he's come from Queensland. He's been down in Tassie for a couple of years now, but he's a close friend of Dooley. And if anyone's interested, he's one of the Lark distillers, I believe.
Really? Okay.
This is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
But he's a very nice guy. He's fitted well into the group, and hopefully he can make a real impact in this game. But so far from what we've seen, he's been really good. He's fitted in well.
Quite unique for uni. They have multiple left arm bowlers. You don't see much of that. So that's going to be interesting to watch as we see the Scott over come into a close, and it's going to be the tea break. Uni of 4 for 264. We're going to take a break and we'll be back shortly. Thank you, Jake Doran.
Thanks, Mac. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the third session here at Ninja Stadium. Josh Henley starting us back off. Thanks for getting Jake Doran up here in the middle of the game, Mac. That was some great insight from Dorsey, and I think he needs a bit of work on his alphabet, but for the most part, that was good.
I think he's done pretty well. That's a tough challenge. Anybody out there listening, send through any other challenges. Might see if we can get another expert in. It's good to give you a little spell there, Zachy. I'm sure you enjoyed putting the injured knee up there for a little bit.
Yeah. Able to work on the knee extensions a little bit for a second there.
How do you go with the exercises?
It's a bit dull. Can get a bit monotonous, but you got to do it.
Yeah, they get pretty boring pretty quickly.
Yeah. Anyway, when you're doing it 2-3 times a day, it can get a bit like that. But in the long run, it will get you to where you want to be a bit faster.
Got to do it. What are your thoughts on Henley's little spell here?
It's been good. Yeah, it's just quite full, attacking the stumps. I don't know, it was a bit surprising. His first spell was okay. He's definitely not afraid to throw it up there and give it a chance for the batters to drive. Especially the form that Hope's been in as well. And a good catch at second slip too. I think that was pride again. Always helps when you've got a keeper in the cordon there.
Yeah, their catching's been sharp in the slips today, hasn't it? They did miss that one opportunity the over before that catch at mid-wicket.
Yep.
Those ones can always be tough. But in the slips they've had some sharp chances and they've caught all of them, which is very pleasing for them as Chapman's driving through the offside. This is going to be 4 runs. Nicely timed shot from Chapman, just pouncing on an over-pitched ball there from Henley, which has been his miss today.
Yeah.
He has set a field for that miss, but on a good wicket like this here at Ninja Stadium, Chapman's made light work of that.
Yeah, you wonder if you can almost, knowing that he's going to be bowling quite full, could you maybe bring him mid-wicket over and then put a second in the covers? You're not going to probably take out one of the slips considering the catches that were taken before, but why not try and force Chapman to try and beat the gaps there?
You could even bring your fine leg up, honestly.
Yeah.
It doesn't really bowl that straight, that the ball finds its way down to fine leg.
Another good local lad, Henley, played a lot of cricket for Kingborough across their 1s and 2s, but seems to have found a nice spot for him in the first grade team this year.
Plays across all formats, and you just to find a way. It's a different style of bowling. It's probably more suitable to the UK type conditions. I feel like you see a lot of bowlers like this over in the UK club cricket scene.
I feel like he's been over in the UK a couple of times as well.
Okay.
Henley. Sure.
Hobart club cricket, probably one of the more similar setups to the UK club stuff, just in terms of climate and wickets bowling on.
Yeah, it was interesting before Dorsey talking about how going to the same club as where Silky did.
Yeah, it's a good club over there, Brentwood.
Yeah.
Over in the Essex League.
Yeah. And of course, all the way around on the other side of the world, and you're playing against a teammate in the first game in Cooney.
Strange, yeah. Well, I think it might have been my first season over in the UK. I played against Brentwood. Chris Green was playing, and it's just strange. You're playing against someone who you play against in Australia, and then you're completely other side of the world, and you're playing against people that you see back home. So that's the beauty of it. Lots of guys are starting to take advantage of it and get that experience over there. We're very lucky as cricketers to get that opportunity over there, see some different parts of the world. The cricket's just one part of it. You get valuable life experiences and travel, friendships and everything that comes with it too. So
just an excuse to go on a little 4-month trip to somewhere else in the world, right?
Yeah, not a bad excuse. Someone's got to do it though, don't they?
So when you went over, were you living above a pub or anything like that? Not quite?
Well, the heavy beer drinker that I am, not. I'm probably not making the most of it that some others might. But I still find a way to have a good time. But no, I was set up with a family from the club, the guy I was playing with, old Sam Burge. Shout out Sam Burge and his family.
Yeah.
Yeah, great people. I still chat with them regularly. Just
Nice.
nice on FaceTime with him the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, we're very lucky to have them in our lives now. So yeah, that's just one of the many stories of great people we met over there. I'm sure, for instance, Niv is coming back onto bowl now. Like he spent a season over there, and he's met some great people too. I'm sure anyone who goes over there has stories like that. So Nivy back into the attack now to Wardy.
Straight into it. I thought Scott's spell was quite good. He really worked into it quite nicely. Those first few overs, he sort of went for a few runs, which is okay as a leggy, but towards that back end, he was really putting the pressure on Uni. Oh, was that a chance? I have to just
Maybe
watch
a
the
chance.
replay here. Maybe half a step in front.
Yeah, hard to tell from up here. Tim Ward currently on, what's that, 103?
Yeah.
Is it? 103?
So you've made a few big hundreds in your time, knowing you're coming out of lunch breaks, tea breaks, all those sorts of things. Is it easier to get your concentration back, or knowing that you've already made the 100, your concentration comes easier? Or harder, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's easier.
Yeah.
That's like like, for instance, Tim going into that break, being on 100 already.
Yeah.
Just getting a break is nice, sitting down, getting to switch off for a little bit.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like if you go into those breaks and you're only on like 10, you feel like you're just starting to get in your innings.
Yeah.
You're still sort of feeling out the conditions, and you have a break. It's quite annoying because you feel like you're starting again. Whereas when you face as many balls as Tim has right now, you don't really feel like you're starting again. You just sort of pick up where you left off.
Yeah, you've done all the hard work already.
Exactly. You've seen enough balls in the day where you've got the pace of the wicket and everything. You're feeling right. Your movements feel good. Occasionally there could be a lapse of concentration, but all in all, like, you're in a pretty good place, and you just keep on going about your business, just like Tim's doing here.
Half chance there. Woody steps away from it, tries to cut through the offside like he has been doing for most of this game, and it spoons just in front of backward point there. One hand, one bounce chance. Henley to continue here for Kingborough. It seems like after listening to Jake Doran speak there that it's a pretty nice wicket to bat on, and I think we were pretty aware of that by the way that they were playing.
Yeah, you could tell that Dawsey would have loved to still be out there, not be up here talking with us, but that's the game we play. Very gracious and generous with his time, Jake Doran. Thank him.
Henley, 2 slips gully, point cover, mid off. Wider one there, well taken by Curtin.
You seen much of Curtin's keeping?
No, I haven't. To be honest, I forgot he was a keeper. I'd always seen Josh Pride behind the stumps for Kingborough.
Well, I think with his wrist injury he had earlier in the season, I think it took him a while to get back into his keeping.
Yeah.
Because I'm similar. I didn't really know too much about his keeping, but looks to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, listening to Andrew Gale talk about him, he really rates him as a player. Having done a couple of media opportunities with him when he's made the under-19s team, really nice kid.
Yeah.
And you love seeing kids like that go on to higher honours who have got a lot of potential, and then you just hope that he kicks on with it, right?
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to play a few second 11 games with him now, and he has shown some good signs, especially with the bat, of being a player who's got a bit of grit and determination about him, a bit of fight, which he obviously showed last week in the semi-final, batting for over 250 balls to get the draw for the team and get them into the grand final. So he's got a mixture of that fight in him, which you like, but also then quite a strong technical base to structure his game around. So exciting times for him. Obviously, he's sort of around that rookie contract age, so that'll be in his sights. Whether it falls his way or not is another question, but he's obviously out there trying to do all that he can to put his case forward for that.
also studies engineering at UTAS, so obviously a pretty bright kid. Above my pay grade, that.
Yeah, it's not for me. Gabe Bell though, he's currently into his engineering studies. He's a few years into it now. He's towards the end of his degree with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a fellow engineer. He did the course, or part of his course, with Ben Hilfenhaus actually. He was here coaching the university side. He's now a year or two into post-study opportunities with engineering.
Yeah. How did you find, as in you're still studying now, how have you found balancing between study and playing cricket? Do you find that working around training and studying those times is easier, or is it harder to get yourself up for doing it?
Oh, there's definitely days where it is challenging and a bit of a slog, but I do like it. It provides a bit of structure, a bit of something else going alongside cricket. I probably struggle when I'm only focusing on cricket. There's definitely times where you can't really be bothered, but you do have a lot of time on your hands, and if you can be good with your time management, you can manage to tick it off. And yeah, look, I'm pretty proud to say now that like I have a little bit of study behind me and have an undergrad done, so we're very fortunate to have the funding and everything to do the study at sort of no personal cost to us. It's just basically managing your time and putting that sacrifice in. So
yeah, I was about to ask.
It's a pretty good trade-off.
For those that might know, how does it work with the ACA around players who want to go on to further study either while they're playing or soon after?
Yeah, so the ACA basically provides education grants for players. It doesn't have to be study; it can be anything. Whether you want to do any sort of course, an apprenticeship, anything. They provide some funding for you to do that because they're very big on advocating for players to build skills away from the game of cricket, because everyone's cricket career does come to an end. So we're very lucky to have that support from the ACA, and we just hope that players continue to utilise that. It's a resource that we're very fortunate to have, and we don't take it for granted.
When you first came into the program here, was it the same sort of emphasis put on post-education, or do you find now that the more that it's moved on, that there's definitely more investment from organisations and from the greater cricket community in that?
Yeah, I think it's improved.
Yeah,
I think definitely it's a mixture between guys being more aware, player development managers putting a bit more emphasis on it, and also coaches creating more time in the schedule and supporting players actually doing something else.
Yeah.
I think it's trending in the right direction.
Awesome. Oh, great wicket there. Lovely celebration from Nivy there too. Just as we were talking about Zach Curtin, that's a sharp catch just up around his shoulder there.
Great catch.
I was off the back of a great maiden over from Henley as well. We were sort of deep in conversation there, but Henley managing to maiden at one end, building a bit of pressure at the other, and Nivy, lovely little catch from the keeper there.
Wow, just Kingborough. The last hour has been theirs, I'd say. They've managed to take 3 wickets, just get themselves back into this contest. Radhakrishnan now has 2 wickets. You're right, Zach. It was a sharp catch from our man Curtin behind the stumps.
Lovely little throw of the fist as well from Nivy afterwards. I'm hoping Linda Higginson from Solstice Digital caught that one, and we'll be able to use that one for the socials in the coming days. Good celebrator, Nivy.
Yeah, he loves it.
As you say, it's really moved the game along with these last 3 wickets for not quite as many runs, and we were talking 450, 500 now for uni, but the equation's probably changed, right?
Oh, hugely. I mean, there's a world where they go bang bang, keep them under 300. Like, it's very unlikely, but you just need one bowler just to get on a heater and rip through. A tail that's been sitting around watching all day suddenly has to scramble, put their gear on and get out there, and before you know it, you've lost a few more wickets. And from what was looking like finishing a day at 400, you're right, it's suddenly changed. They're going to really ring the field up now. They've got fielders spread sort of all around in the front of the batter's eye line here. Zach Fair to the crease, another lefty with Brad Christian turning the ball away from him. And yeah, suddenly they just get a bit more chirpy, more energy in the field, tails are up.
I think for the contest as well, this is quite good to now, having seen how good of a batting wicket it is. But it just shows that just keep pushing through, and you never know what's going to happen in a game of cricket, right? You can really create something out of nothing. If you look at a lot of the wickets that were today, they weren't necessarily from good bowling. They were even from batters making mistakes or potentially just forgetting about what they're doing a little bit, and Doran hitting one straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the wicket hasn't been any nicer than it is right now.
No.
So it's the best time to bat. Tim Ward's going to look to keep on capitalising on that, but for the batters coming in who are fresh, it's a beautiful time to bat here. The sun's been out all day, the wicket's been baking. That ball's 62 overs old now. You've got a nice little period here before the new ball, which may provide a few opportunities to the bowlers if they can put it in the right areas. But again, a nice new hard ball coming on at that stage of the day can also be a great time to score. They'll have 16 overs to face of a nice hard ball, so that could be a chance to really accelerate again. But if they don't have the wickets in hand at that stage, it's a completely different story.
Full credit to Josh Henley as well. It's been a great spell after tea. Now sitting with 2 for 26 off his 8 overs, and the run rate at one point was around 5.5 a couple of hours ago, and they've managed to get it down to 4.3. So hats off to Kingborough. They've really brought themselves back into this game from virtually nowhere.
Yeah, and you need these spells in finals. Like, you need guys to stand up and just change the game back in your favour. An hour ago, that Kingborough were looking well behind the contest, when all of a sudden you've got Henley putting it in the spot, ball after ball, challenging new batters, challenging Wardy, and yeah, it's just looking quite different now.
So Zach Fair's someone who's played a lot of first grade cricket. What can you tell us about his game, Matt? I assume you played a little bit against him?
Yeah, I've played against Fairy for a few years now. Traditionally, he's probably more of a top order batsman. He's opened for quite a while. Now he finds himself batting down at 7. And that's just purely just because of the strength of this uni side. Right now, they've got the likes of Doran and Hope and Ward coming back into the side. When those guys are out on shield duties, Fair would find himself further up the order, but that's just the nature of the beast. So, yeah, Fairy will look to occupy the crease a little bit before sort of expanding. He's just going to try and feel out the conditions. Probably has found himself a little bit out of form of late, but there's no better time than a final to step up and put a good total together for your team. Bat some time with Wardy. Just navigate this little period where Kingborough is starting to throw a few punches back. Just got to absorb them and pick your moment when to start attacking again.
Another fellow member of Royal Hobart Golf Course. Seemingly every day when there's not cricket on, I'll see Zach Fair's name on the team sheet there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's doing for employment at the moment, but he's
available.
Playing a lot of golf, isn't he?
Here comes Henley. This is really nice. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, no.
I was just about to say that was 11 dot balls in a row on the last 2 overs. Just a little misfield there, but I suppose it brings the
an errant throw there from
right.
Scott. Yeah, that hurts you. Just unnecessary things really kill you.
Doing a lot of hard work as a bowler, and then it just gets let down a little bit. But one bowl at the new bowler, wicket here, and James Scott's poor throw's looking like a masterstroke.
Could be tactical.
Yeah.
Could be a play.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lovely bowling here.
I think if you're Kingborough right now, you're wanting to bowl as many balls as you can at the new batter.
Yeah.
I don't mind them spreading the field a bit to Tim Ward, get him off strike.
Yeah.
Just make sure, because with that as well, if Tim Ward isn't facing many balls for a period of time, you can actually sort of feel yourself just sort of slip out of rhythm a little bit. You're starved of strike, and then
you feel like, oh, hang on, geez, it's been a while since I've faced one. I've got to switch back on. So it can be quite beneficial.
He's someone that likes to hit a lot of balls in training, right? So I feel like he's a player that definitely likes to have that feeling of bat on ball, right?
Exactly, yeah. So, look, Niv's going to drop deep point out. He's got long on. He's got deep square. So he's got his key sweepers out. Just try and bowl a ball that will get Tim off strike, and then they can squeeze on Fairy.
Even though you've still got that 3 out, though, it's by no means a defensive field. I think you've still got, obviously, your catcher in slip and then the 2 covers in there. So an errant shot from Tim Ward could still result in a wicket.
Well, it's just smart placement. He's got 2 covers in. He's got one guy catching and one guy staggered, just a little bit squarer. He's also got a slip and quite a fine point in. So with that, where he's bowling, slips in play because the ball's spinning away and he's trying to drive out to that sweeper. But also, if he's back cutting, he may edge one and pop it up to the bloke at point. So he's worked this one out to the offside and gets fair back on strike. But yeah, look, Niv's really growing as a bowler and figuring these things out, figuring out his fields and paces and approaches to different batters. So he's going to look to get pretty aggressive here against Fair.
And his batting as well. He's obviously come a long way this year in the Tigers program, getting some up. Oh, he's given him. Oh, great bowling here from Nivi Radhakrishnan. Just watching it here, it sort of stayed low a little bit potentially.
And another nice celebration as well.
Yeah.
Arms spread to the heavens above. Nivi absolutely loves it.
The arm ball, by the looks of it, no spin.
Fair's just stepped back and across and planted his legs in front of the stumps. Radhakrishnan's just able to skid one through. Mike Graham-Smith was quite swift with the finger there. Now Uni moved 6 to 271.
He didn't think about it for too long, did he? Just straight up,
Straight
very
up.
confident.
Yep.
Don't mind that from an umpire. Now, 6 for 271. 33 overs left in the day. Paddy Dooley coming to the crease. Actually, it looks like it could be
Louis Smith.
Yeah, Louis Smith actually instead of Paddy. I don't know, the game's just poised rather nicely here, Mac. I'm liking where it's at.
Just a nice little twist again here for the Knights. They've managed to take. What have they taken here? 4 for 30 odd, I reckon.
Get it up for you. The youngster coming out. Nivi. Oh, darts one in.
That looked rapid.
So when Paramapar was dismissed, it was 3 for 248, and now they're 6 for 271. So what's that? 4 wickets for 33 runs.
23.
Wow. 48, 71, yeah. You can tell I work with words, not with numbers.
Well, that's it's quite a turnaround, and that can happen against the young side. This Uni side is quite young, quite a young middle order. Kingborough have just stuck to their guns. Bit of partnership bowling, Henley and Radhakrishnan working together. Once one wicket falls, keep the pressure on the new batter. Don't let him get off to a good start, and then you can start doing some damage.
And Radhakrishnan probably felt like he'd been the pick of the bowlers before this nice spell that he's put together. Definitely managed to keep it the tightest and seem to be doing a little bit, but Henley's definitely been the pick of the pace bowlers now. Maybe 5 or 6 overs into this stretch, coming down the hill here.
Have you watched much of Louis Smith lately, Zach?
Not lately. I commentated with you during the T20 final, where his bowling was really good. I've been told that he can hold the bat fairly decently, but definitely a guy that Cricket Tas view as someone with a lot of potential, right?
Very clean striker of the ball. I think his method to this will probably be
a bit of a counter punch.
Yeah.
Might play a few shots, which I think is good. I think some of the other batters that have come out have been quite measured and just sort of want to get a bit of a feel for the wicket, which, I mean, can be effective, but also when bowlers are on and they're not really feeling much pressure from the batters, they can really just settle into a spot and not really have to change too much. So if a batter does start coming at them and start making them feel, oh, geez, maybe I did miss that ball, I've got to change something, that's when you can start getting more scoring opportunities. So could be a good method. We'll wait and see if he decides to play that way, but I think definitely against a Radhakrishnan who will be spinning the ball into him, I think he can look to be quite attacking against him, even if he is hitting a nice spot.
Yeah, Ward just kind of needs someone to stick with him now. It's all to his teammates. Come on, boys, someone come with me here. 106 off 157. That scoring rate's definitely dropped. Seem to have faced a few balls from Henley here.
Just think that they're just not giving him the obvious boundary opportunities that they have done all day. They've just tightened them up a bit. They've got sweepers out in the right spots. They're just getting him off strike regularly enough, but in between that, they're managing to stack dot balls on him, and then the new batters aren't getting those scoring opportunities.
Still no bounces though.
Still not a bouncer. 65 overs in. It's okay. I don't think Henley's your bouncer bowler.
No, I don't think he is either. I think you're okay to give the single there. Happy to have a look at Louis Smith here. .32 overs left. 16 for the new ball. And that run rate dropping down. Now down to 4.2.
Still 31 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cricket. It's a world where Kingborough bat this evening.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been saying that an hour ago.
No. Henley. Very full. He's been quite brave with how he's bowled, right? Knows that, I might get hit for a drive or two here, but happy to cop that.
I just think the difference between this spell and his earlier spell is just the amount of misses he's had. Quite overpitched and full in the first spell. This spell's been a lot more his kind of length.
Yeah.
Oi.
Crowd catch there.
Zach, have you been watching any of the IPL thus far?
No, I saw Nathan got a wicket the other night. It's good to see him getting some playing opportunities, especially I think the world's finally noticed that Nathan Ellis is arguably one of the best death bowlers in the world. So it's good for him to be playing, and I don't think David got to have a bat either in his matchup, but that would have been a few days ago. How have the most recent games been going?
Obviously I was stoked to see Nathan get a go with Chennai.
Yeah.
In the yellow, he's changed over from Punjab, playing with MS Dhoni.
Yeah.
Which must be pretty cool. Yeah.
You forget how old he'd be, 40, 44, 45 maybe?
Oh, yeah.
I just wonder, what does the rest of his year look like? He's training just for the IPL. He could do whatever he wanted. And there's something going on here. Radhakrishnan was off the field very quickly at the end of his over before. So I feel like umpire Mike Graham-Stiff might have made him not bowl this one. Isn't there usually a ruling around coming off and bowling the next one?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I feel like he was only off for an over.
Yeah, I don't even think it was an over. I feel like it was a couple of balls.
Yeah, that's strange.
Anyway, Jimmy Scott coming on to bowl. There's a few of those older Indian players that are still going around. I think I saw Ishant Sharma still playing.
Yep. Yeah, some
37, 38, still trying to play there.
Some great names. I saw Mitch Marsh and Nicholas Paran.
Yes.
They've been quite good their last two games. Both of them have managed to put up some nice numbers for Lucknow, I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a Marsh versus Cummins match. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Cummins hit 18 off 4 balls or something. It looks like an absolute run fest over there at the moment. You'd hate to be a bowler right now.
Yeah. I don't think I've spoken to you on air since that fateful night at the end of January when Mitchell Owen scored 108 off 42 balls. How do you think he'd go in those sort of conditions?
I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
that'd be
same.
awesome.
Him and Rizkat are off to the PSL.
Yep. When are they off?
Pretty soon, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the tournament starts mid-April.
Yeah. Okay.
I think both of them would be thinking about potential injury replacements if that would come up, if you're already over there in the subcontinent. Yeah, hell of a summer for Mitch, isn't it?
Yeah, unreal. Just looking at the Shield final score at the moment too. Queensland are currently 7 for 337. Have a lead of 161 with 3 wickets remaining.
That first day was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, quite a bit happened. Jack Clayton got 100 in this second innings.
How did Reg go?
Ben McDermott 17 off 35.
Okay. Well worked in the leg side by Louis Smith there for a couple. Well fielded out there. Keeps it to 2.
You'd say South Australia in the box seat for that one.
Yeah.
Going to be chasing probably 200 or just under, I reckon.
Yeah. And do you consume much of the content around that final?
Oh, not a heap, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tassie isn't involved, so I'm not super interested.
Yeah.
But
there was some good stuff around Jake Lehman and his old man playing in that one.
that's
he would have
right.
been 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah. And Tim Nielsen and Harry Nielsen as well in that photo. Yeah, obviously Harry's not playing. But Jake Lehman's found some form lately, hasn't he?
Yeah, I tell you, watching that game against us where he dropped a couple of catches, I was unsure if he was going to keep his spot, but I think he went and scored 100 the next game, and I think he did pretty well in the first innings here as well, so it just shows the fine margins in cricket, right?
Crazy, yeah.
I don't know. It's not our state. You wouldn't mind seeing a state that hasn't won it in 30 years potentially get over the line?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've deserved it. They've played well all year. They've got a cracking list. Win a home final must be pretty cool.
I was a bit disappointed Lloyd Pope got dropped. I thought he'd have a terrific summer, especially in the Big Bash, just not afraid to flight the ball up and get ready to be hit for a few runs. Surprised at all with how well Ben Manenti's gone after being down here for a little bit?
Not really, to be honest. He's always been a very solid player and he did great things down here. It was just a shame that just the timing of him being down here just didn't quite end up eventuating in how he would have liked it, but he's got an opportunity elsewhere and he's done really well with it. So, I mean, you love seeing stories like that.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Especially that the game against us, which went right down to the wire. He was captaining that game.
Yeah, catching everything.
Yeah.
Jeez, not sure we're quite ready to mention that game yet, Zach. That's still a bit of emotional damage there.
I know there's some Tigers players listening before. Hopefully they're not thinking about that.
Yeah, no, we won't mention the war.
Yeah. Anyway, Lawrence.
Yep.
Surprised they didn't keep going with Henley here. Are you happy to give Walter the ball?
He'd had a pretty long spell there, I reckon. Yeah. Just give him a bit of a breather. Go Walter now. I mean, he finds the edge there from Walter.
Well, he played that with pretty soft hands.
It almost looked like he's directed it there. So it could be very good batting, or it's just unfortunate they didn't have a third slip in.
Yeah.
But pleasing signs for Walter.
Again, the pace bowling to right-handers today has just looked a lot more threatening. The left-handed uni batters have made light work of the pace bowling today, but Cam Walters managed to find that edge straight away to Louis Smith. Be interesting to see then if Cam Walters bowling now, who's going to take the new ball. Maybe they will go to a Henley or maybe even a Honeybrook.
I think someone was saying that there could be an injury for Walter, so potentially they might just go a little 2-3 over spell here, see how he goes. Maybe hold him back for Martin to take the new ball again.
Yeah, he does look a little lame. I've seen a few chases today look to be favouring a leg, and I think someone just ran something out to him in between overs there. I'd say we'd probably see Niv back into the attack from the other end after his little timeout.
Yeah, just going down that Kingborough list, they seem to have a lot more right-handers.
But Uni then have a lot of left-arm bowlers, so they're going to get to enjoy that angle created as well. Tim Ward's off strike easily once again.
Yeah, I'm kind of forgetting Wardy's still out there at the moment. Right?
He's a bit of a cheat code at the moment, Wardy.
110 not after 163. It all seems to be happening with him down at the other end. To be fair, Paddy Dooley coming in at 9, he opened the batting a little bit throughout the year, so no slouch.
I think Dools loves his batting.
Yeah.
Definitely fancies it. Hits the balls into interesting spots.
Sure.
It's well played there from Smith. He's got a lovely technique. His contact on that ball then was crisp.
Yeah. He just looks like a batter, to be honest.
Looks good, yeah. I mean, he's another player with Kookaburra gear on. He always look good with Cooker in hand. But he's just organised.
Get one handed to you at uni.
Yeah, they must do. I think Payne's sorted a fair few of them out.
Speaking of Payne, they had Jonty Dakota, who won the Tim Payne medal, under 16's best and fairest in the CTPL. He went on the radio show this morning. Oh, cool. And then following the show, he mentioned that there's a photo of him and Tim from when he was a kid. So there's a nice photo on Brent Costello's socials page of a little 7-year-old Jonty with Payne on the sideline during a Big Bash game, and now for him to win the medal. I imagine that there's probably a little sweet spot of 5 to 10 years here with a lot of kids that age that are probably going to be playing in that age bracket for the next little bit that could win that medal.
Well, it's shades of Mitch Owen in that photo downstairs here at Ninja Stadium of Mitch being in the crowd cheering on the Hurricanes, and then throw forward to 2025. He's opening the batting and winning the trophy for the Hurricanes, their first ever in the Big Bash. That's pretty cool. Yeah,
and you hope in 10 to 15 years' time there's going to be those kids coming through, potentially showing photos of when they were with Mitch Owen in that final, right? Just the benefits of winning a title like that, and you never know what's going to come out of them, right? For cricket in Tasmania, it's very exciting. Radhakrishnan straight back in. Good battle going on with him and Ward here.
Into his 18th over for the day.
So across a year, how many overs would Nivy be bowling to your average batter from the Tigers program? What have you seen? Thousands from him?
Well, I mean, Niv has to work a lot on his batting at the moment because he's opening the batting for the Tigers, so he has to be wise with his time. He probably doesn't bowl as much as what a genuine spinner would. But he's every session he's having a bowl and then go and throw the pads on. I think he goes and bowls at Kingborough sometimes at their club training, and then obviously bowls a lot during their games, being their frontline spinner. So he probably hasn't played the amount of games that he normally would for Kingborough this year, given all of his Shield experience this season, which has been great for him. They've probably missed him, but that's where he'd like to be, playing for Tassie throughout the season. So he's had a great year. He'll be chuffed with the work he's been able to do.
Yeah. And I suppose they haven't really missed him though, if they haven't lost a game in 2025.
Yeah, yeah. Imagine if they had him the whole season,
Yeah.
what they'd be doing.
Yeah. Okay. They bring Point and Long on up here. Okay. One more dot ball here. And let's see over there. Nicely done there. They've now got Louis Smith on strike.
It's a little game of cat and mouse there.
Yeah. Tim Ward visibly a bit annoyed that he couldn't get a single there, actually. Kind of threw his head back a little bit.
I think he felt he got the ball to get it through the gap,
Yeah.
even just for 4, but
Yeah.
well fielded by James Scott there at point, diving forward on the square. He's had a real crack today in the field, hasn't he? He's done some big chases, lots of dives.
Yeah.
You'd love to see that, especially from your spinner, who leg spinners traditionally aren't the best of fielders. So well done to Jimmy.
Looking at his figures, 12 for, I think that might be 58. Sorry, 12 overs for 58 runs. Not a bad output. Output? Comes Walton out. It's his 11th. It's nice. Two slips. Carly, Point. Cover mid off, mid on. Square leg and a fine leg in play.
Keeping a keen eye here on Walter. He looks a bit sore. This has been quite a slow walk back to his mark, this ball. Be interested to see how many overs he can get through in this spell. Looks like a tough nut. He'll keep going through the pain. It's his last one for the season, so he's got a fair while to recuperate.
Oh, that's close. Sliding?
Maybe some bat. Maybe sliding. Look decent from up here.
Yeah, we're right behind the umpire here. Look pretty good from up here. Maybe hard to tell the height.
I think he must have hit it. That looked pretty good.
Didn't sound like there were a couple of noises though.
Made a good sound on the pad.
Umpire Burns. No, not today.
He was quick on the note.
Okay, Cammy Walter here. Really putting one in for his team. Nice full face there from Smith. 12 overs now to the new ball. Game really hanging in the balance now. Asking questions. Smith answering him pretty well.
Still haven't seen a cloud here today, Zach. Couldn't ask for a better day to start this 2024-25 Red Bull Grand Final fixture.
What's Friday night looking like for you, mate?
Oh,
Nearly beats the inside edge. Tom Martin chases. Oh, does well there.
yeah. Pulls it back
Ward wants
inside.
3. Good running.
Wow. It's a good athlete. Good athlete, Wardy.
Yeah.
Still be running threes after being out there for many hours.
That's 225 minutes. Seems he's been out there, yeah, a little bit under 4 hours.
Yeah, back to your question. Barbecue this evening for me. Beautiful evening for it. Fire up the Weber.
I thought you mean the Ninja.
The Ninja. No, don't quite have the Ninja yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, little barbecue. Watch a bit of footy.
Yep.
I've been doing these chicken thighs at the moment.
Lovely.
Little seasoning on it.
Yep.
It goes down a treat.
Bit Bit of spice.
Yep. Oh, not too much. We're not huge on the spice in our household,
Okay.
but yeah, tasty nonetheless. How about you? What have you got on?
Bulldogs playing tonight. You might catch up with a couple of mates. Watch the Blues. Hopefully get a loss and the Bulldogs shine through on that one.
Yep. Who's your favourite player for the Blues? The Doggies, sorry.
Gotta be Bontempelli.
Yeah.
Just love that guy.
Is he back in yet?
No, he's not back for another couple of weeks, but Liver has been a terrific replacement as captain though. Last couple of weeks he's been great. So
Yep. What's wrong with with the Bont at the moment?
calf, I think.
Right.
Bont. He did it actually up in Launceston in the pre-season game.
Okay.
Set our season back a little bit, but this is where the Bulldogs like to be, backs against the wall. We're no good when there's a bit of expectation, sadly.
Underdogs.
Yeah. Here comes Nivy. Just working out some fielding changes here. My stomach's going off here. Oh, goes fine. Wardy come.
Oh, jeez. That was close.
Jesus.
Great throw there. Was that Martin who threw that? Or was that?
Yeah, that was so close to hitting the stumps.
Wow.
I reckon direct hit, and that would have been very close to being out.
Tim Ward had to really put the foot on the throttle there and with a full-length dive as well.
Yeah.
I think he thought he was gone.
Just watch that one back. He turned. Really took off there, didn't he?
Oh. Must have been close.
Taking a second to recompose himself here.
I'll just think twice about the next three, maybe.
Yeah.
Getting a bit late in the day for that kind of acceleration.
Just back to his business. Down the ground. Martin's had a couple of good throws now.
Mm.
Louis Smith back on strike. How many laps do you reckon Hilfy's done today? I feel like he's been moving around the oval pretty consistently.
He's in good nick. I heard, did he run the Point to Pinnacle this year, I think? I feel like I heard a whisper he's into the marathons maybe. He's in some serious nick.
Okay.
Definitely hasn't
Unsurprising
slowed
that
down.
Australian cricketers got the ability to go and do something like that after they finish their career.
Yeah, it sort of goes one of two ways, doesn't it? With when blokes retire, they either blow out or they get in super nick.
Yeah. Which of those do you reckon you'll be, mate?
I'd like to think I'll stay in some sort of nick.
Yeah.
I like being active and being in good shape. Makes life a bit easier.
Yeah. Good over there by Nivy.
Tim Ward's going to change the gloves over here after that dive. I think that's Mason Wright running out some gloves. He was listed today, but he's had to be 12th man. Unfortunately for him, he's put together a nice season. A young developing player, handy with bat and ball. It's great for him to be around this team though and be involved in premierships and grand finals. He's going to have his time in years to come. Walter's going to continue from the commentary end. Nice ball there from Walter. Ward's leaving that one alone. Seeing the ball nicely all day, Tim Ward. To still be leaving the ball cleanly after being on 110. Just shows his stamina and his selection, patience. He's in no hurry to go anywhere, Tim Ward. He'll be looking to bat throughout this day and into tomorrow if he can have someone stick around with him. Walter coming in once more. Ward's driving beautifully. He's crunched that. He has timed the hell out of that. That's 4 more. Just over pitch there from Cam Walter. Tom Martin out on the square boundary. Couldn't chase that one down. Save your legs, Wardy. No more running of 3s.
At what point do you put all the fielders out and give Wardy the single to get Louis Smith on strike? Not quite yet.
Just depends what kind of guy you are, really. If you want to play it that way or try and stay in the contest. I mean, I'm a big believer in still trying to get the bloke out.
Yeah.
There's different ways you can go about that. Picking your moment and your matchup, but yeah, you have seen it done before.
Yeah. Ten overs now to the new ball. Walter seems to be struggling here a little bit, doesn't he? Soldier on.
Solidly played by Smith, who's now faced just over 20 balls. He's on 12. Looks to be getting into his innings quite nicely. He hasn't had a great deal of scoring opportunities, but he's navigated it well. I think pleasingly for Kingborough, ever since the first 5 batters, they've been able to restrict the new batter coming in and not give them too many freebies.
Yeah, nice little steadying partnership here from Ward and Smith. There were a couple of quick wickets there with Hope Chapman and Fair. Now, Louis 12 not of 22 balls, looking good.
Just take the air out of the tyres of a pumped up Kingborough team there.
Yeah.
Each partnership as you go through an innings just means that the team that's up and about, the bowling team, their next little charge just lasts just that little bit shorter each time. It's just a little bit harder to stay pumped up for as long as you might have done earlier in the day. You're fatigued, you've been on your feet for 5 hours. It's a nice roll here from Louis.
And it's only 20 past 4. There's still hour and 40 minutes of play to go as the shadows slowly start coming across Newger Stadium. Still plenty of cricket to be played. Could we see Kingborough potentially batting tonight? It's a good early call.
Positive running there from Smith. Yeah, you're right, that shadow is from the light tower. It's just moving closer to the pitch. I wonder if it'll bother the batters and get onto a length that's frustrating. You probably haven't had to deal with too many shadows until this time of year in Hobart, just given the days are getting a bit shorter now. It's a bit sad, isn't it, missing those longer days of summer when it's bright until late into the night, 9:30, 10 o'clock. But now it's getting dark early, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of sad when you go on a soccer training now and it's not light anymore. Finishing up, the lights are coming on. It's starting to get a little bit colder as well.
Yeah.
The weather over the next week's looking a little grim, not too much over 20 degrees.
Bit of rain around.
Yeah. Just now going through the figures for Kingborough. Cam Walter, none for 61 off 12. Tom Martin, none for 48 off 12. Zach Honeybrook, 1 for 41 off his 6. Josh Henley, 2 for 28. Nivi Radhakrishnan, 3 for 57 as he continues here. And James Scott, none for 58 off his 12 overs. And with the batting, Doran dismissed for 66. Radhakrishnan for 15. Pal for 62. Hope for 8, Chapman for 9, and Zach Vare for a duck. Oh, he's giving him
Not
huge
sure.
wicket there for Kingborough.
Do you think he's hit that? I'm not sure. His reaction was a bit confusing.
It wasn't really a huge appeal from Radhakrishnan, who's usually pretty good at appealing. Curtin's gone up. Dylan Hayes gone up.
Maybe he's just disappointed.
Yeah.
Not quite sure, but Radhakrishnan with the breakthrough, he's now got 4 for. He's been huge today.
Even there, you saw the celebrations from the wicket keeper and the slip. It was almost like, yeah, we've got him, rather than asking the umpire. So potentially they might have convinced Mike Graham-Smith of the wicket here. Anyway, the team's taking drinks now, and take a quick couple of minutes, and we'll be back soon. Now we go into the traditional last hour of play, which is never an hour, is it, Mac? It's usually an hour and a half.
Yep, last 90 minutes.
Um,
Patrick Dooley comes to the crease.
Listened to Paddy speak yesterday at a media appearance promoting the game. He seems quite excited and has enjoyed the challenge of going up the order with the bat too, just trying different things. Obviously, not the best season for him with the Hurricanes, but I'm sure he would have been a good celebrator.
Yeah, he's a good team man. Always doing whatever he does with a lot of zest and gusto.
Yeah.
This year, sadly for him, he had to run a lot of drinks, which was frustrating. It's never a nice position to be in, but the kind of guy he is, he just took that in his stride and made sure he kept rocking up for his teammates. So you can't ask for a better team person than that.
Yeah.
And then when he's gone back and played for uni, he's done a great job. He's been tidy with the ball.
Yeah.
He's had a crack with the bat. He's improved. He's tried different things and he's really invested. So kudos to you, Paddy Dooley.
Yeah, he's been a great addition to Tasmanian cricket since he came down. It would have been BBL 12 maybe, BBL 11, a couple of years ago. So his bowling's great. Yeah, unusual action, obviously works pretty well in grade cricket with a lot of players who wouldn't have faced similar bowling before.
Loves a celebration too.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes people may get a little frustrated or upset at his celebrations, but
Not me.
credit to Dooley. He's consistent. He does it to everyone.
Henley.
Henley's back into the attack. Tim Ward's batting in that shadow right now from that light tower. It's interesting because your eyes and your body's in the shadow, the ball's coming from out of shadow, and then starts to enter shadow. And I've just said shadow a lot of times there, shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little interesting period before the new ball for Tim Ward to navigate through.
Without trying to get political here, this is what it'll be like in the new stadium with all the shadows from the sun. How hard would it be to pick the ball up from in the sun where it's a bit brighter and then as it's coming to you it's in the shade? Are you locked in so much on that ball that it doesn't really matter too much, or is it maybe that wider ball where you might think you've got a little bit more time to potentially be a little bit more expansive with your shot?
No, I definitely think you notice it. It's probably going to be a lot easier for Tim having faced 100 and nearly 80 balls. Whereas Paddy Dooley, I think he'll really have to watch the ball hard just because he's only faced 4 balls.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we get a bit of practice here just at the stadium currently here at Ninja, batting in the practice wickets. Often the stands cast a bit of a shadow over, or trees have shadows over the pitches. So yeah, look, we're accustomed to it. It's not easy though. It's definitely a challenge, and just interesting little period for uni to get through.
Only be a 5-minute period before it disappears again, right? And then you're back into the sun again.
It's one of those things though that if it contributes to you getting out, you're sitting up there after being dismissed and thinking, if only I could get through 10 minutes of batting, it'd be a lot easier. But
If only it was overcast and there was no sun. I mean, cricketers aren't known for making excuses as to why they get out, right?
Nah, not like that at all. Not superstitious at all.
No. Henley's been good. Now we've got 8 overs to the new ball. You imagine he'll probably bowl the next 4 with Nivy going from the other end, and back comes Tom Martin and maybe Walter or potentially a Honeybrook. Well defended there by Dooley.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Walter's going to get up for the new ball or not. He got through that spell okay. Like, he did look a bit sore, but still managed to put the ball in a decent area. I'm not sure if they'll go to Honeybrook with the new ball. He just has been a little bit off today, a little bit erratic.
Yeah.
Can be nice scoring with a harder ball too.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, a little tempter there. Fully aware. Knows his role in this scenario. Just let Tim Ward do the scoring. Until he sees a few more out there. Now on the other end where the bowler's bowling out of the shadows, would you almost say that's harder than having to bat inside of the shadows, where they're sort of coming from a space where you can't maybe pick out the hand quite as well out of the shadows there?
I reckon it's probably easier if the bowler's not in shadows and you're in the shadow, just because you can pick it up out of the hand, you get a bit more information, whereas if the bowler's in the shadow, I don't think you're quite getting the cue and the information as early. You're probably having to try and catch up while the ball's coming down at you. So again, it's Niv bowling spin, so you get a bit more time to adjust, but still just might cast a little bit of shadow over his arm and what his hand and wrist are doing to the ball.
Yeah.
Ward scurries through for a single. He's been very good at that today, hitting those mid-on and mid-off fielders, knowing their depth, knowing how hard he's hit it, and timing a single, getting off strike. It's something that often state players playing back in club level cricket, sometimes fielders can be napping in the ring, and it's an easy way for them to get off strike. So Wardy's the kind of player that capitalises on that.
Yeah. He seems to do it once every 3 or 4 overs, right? Where fielders will be back a little bit, and then they'll be ready for it for the next over or two, and then they'll relax a little bit, and then he'll do it again. It's something definitely in shorter form cricket that you see a lot of. Sort of that hit a little bit wider mid-on or mid-off, and then it's a pretty easy single.
As soon as it's not hit directly at them, it's a run, basically. Yeah.
Or in Wardy's case, hit directly at him and still run.
Yeah, that's cheeky.
Easy single there, down a long on. Ward's innings now up to, I think that's 259 minutes. Well over the 4-hour mark. It's the longest you've ever batted, Mac.
Oh, that's a great question. I think I've batted out a day.
Yeah?
Yeah. However many minutes that is.
Yeah.
How about you?
100 bowls maybe?
Yep. Yep. Takes it out of you. A lot of concentrating. Another overdone there from Radhakrishnan.
Yeah.
That's his 21st overdone. Figures of 4 for 60. 4 for 60, yeah. On the dot.
Henley to continue here. Around the wicket. Tim Ward on strike. Well fielded there by Henley. Been good off his own bowling. A few times the ball's come back at him pretty quickly, and he's got a hand to it. .22 overs left in the day. 20-5. Ward works one in to the offside there. Easy single. Now, if you're Kimber, you're definitely taking the new ball straight away, aren't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'm interested to see who will take the new ball. But yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Still got the 2 slips and a gully in. Solid defence and very loud call there by Paddy Dooley.
That shadow now taking up about half the pitch.
Yeah.
Just sticking around a little longer than we thought it might have.
Yeah. Run rate down to 4 and over now. Kingborough done very well to stem the tide. Nice shot there by Paddy Dooley off the back foot. It's the boundary at decent pace. Lovely little back foot push there. Pretty big gap there between point and cover. And moves to 5 off his 14 deliveries. Just behind square, aim for 2.
Dooley looking busy at the crease early, hustling between the wickets.
Yeah. Could be a good running mate for Tim Ward here. I think Dooley knows the importance of where this game's at right now. 306 runs is a good score, but it's a pretty good batting wicket. Nice bowl of the over. Well left by Dooley. Crowd a little stronger now, probably closer to maybe 100 people here. A few people knocked off work. Imagine tomorrow there might be a few, but then there's other grade finals on as well.
Yeah, no excuse this afternoon, especially on the hill. It's a scrumptious afternoon to be sitting over there.
Couple of boys kicking the footy. There's no stump set up over there now. Clarence and Kingborough in the 3rd grade final, and I believe Kingborough and South Hobart Sandy Bay in the 2s. Kingborough done well again to have 3 teams in the grade finals, similar as last year.
Club champs still a thing. Did they win?
Yeah, well and truly.
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch the total, but if you've got all 3 teams plus your 16s, and I think maybe their 2nd grade women won the title as well.
Wow.
There's a lot of talent. Do a great job. Obviously great facilities there. Pretty big catchment area, and there's cricket's very popular in the Huon League down there as well. So teams down that way. Oh. A little bit of bat on that one, maybe. Christian on to continue. Really very solid.
Hasn't missed much today, Niv, has he? He's
No.
been on. Very reliable with ball in hand.
22 overs in. Dooley happy to play that one. Pretty dead bat. Calling for gloves.
Hey, you can't be calling for gloves already, can he? Oh my goodness. I'm flabbergasted. What? He's faced 20 balls. Oh no. Takes his batting seriously, Dooley.
Yeah. That's the Paddy Dooley experience, isn't it?
That's it.
Nature of the beast. Alright, we've got four overs to the new ball. Why not throw Jim Scott the ball here? See if he can maybe tempt Tim Ward to use his feet.
Jeez, it just makes me wonder if Alex Vincent was fit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just changes the game, doesn't it?
oh, hugely. He could take the new ball coming up. He could have had some handy little spells throughout.
Yeah.
Wow. Huge effort to have them in the position that they're in now,
Yeah.
especially given he's not bowling and the start that Uni got off to.
Yeah. Let's just play a game here. Assume Uni get bowled out for around 350. Evenly poised. Are you saying maybe Kingborough's slightly in front, knowing full well that they only need to win first innings?
Yeah, gee, chasing 350. Still lots of time in the game. I mean, you'd back yourself to chase that down, to be honest, on this wicket,
Yeah.
with this outfield. I think for a start anyway, the top four, they've just got to bat normally.
Yeah.
You can't sort of decide something too early. Because if they go too defensive too early,
Yeah.
that still leaves too much time in the game for Uni to bowl them out, and they haven't put any sort of pressure on chasing that total. So, it'll be interesting. There's a lot of cricket to play. It's the beauty of that extra day. It just adds another layer.
Yeah. Jim's got in again. Quicker through the air. Just a single through to the leg side. Bringing Dooley on strike. Jim Scott. A little bit of turn
A
there.
little bit of, Again, that shadow just on a nice length for him.
Yeah. Maybe going a little flat. Could he put it up a little bit?
Possibly, especially to the tail ender. As soon as they see the ball above their eye line,
Yes, please.
I think there's just an inherent switch in tail end batters that they can't help themselves. No matter what the situation, they've got to swing.
Thank goodness Paddy's getting his gloves here.
Yeah. Poor old Mason Wrights had to run out some gloves to the number 9 batter who's faced 20 balls.
Question is, did Dad make him go to school today?
Wouldn't have thought so.
No.
Not a bad excuse for a day off.
No. Good battle here between Ward and Radhakrishnan. Done a lot of the heavy lifting today. Quicker one. Well fielded there by Jim Scott. Midst of it again. Well bowled there.
Who would you say is winning the day so far, Zach?
Individually, Tim Ward's definitely come out on top.
Yep.
I think as a team, it's probably hard to go past Uni. I feel like the runs on the board in a contest like this is definitely important. A little bit of scoreboard pressure. So if there's a couple of wickets tonight, if Uni are potentially bowling, it could change things.
Yep.
How about you?
Yeah, look, I think you're right. Uni have put together a pretty nice day. I'm trying not to let the fact that they've probably just slipped a little bit the last hour and a half. I reckon the trajectory that they were on, they were looking really put a positive stamp on this game, but they've just let Kingborough back in slightly. So by no means are Kingborough out of the contest, but credit to them for sticking in and fighting and finding a way back into this game.
Yeah, Radhakrishna's been huge, as he was last year. I think he scored a centre last year. Now to take 4 wickets. I'm sure he's eyeing off a nice little 5-piece.
Walking to the ground here this morning and seeing this wicket, you wouldn't have thought that Spinner would walk away the leading wicket taker, would
On
you?
the first day.
Yeah.
Matt Kerneman's going. It's not easy to bowl on Ninja Stadium in the first day or two. Scott probably with one more over before one more from Radhakrishnan, and then it's time for the new ball. Come Scott. Wide up. Little slider there.
Ward looked to put a bit of a step down the wicket quite early there. I don't know if he was contemplating maybe coming down. He's done that a few times to Scott today. A couple of times has looked a little unsure. Other times he's been quite assertive.
Yeah. That's nice.
Nice ball.
He's bounced back well from when he was bowling to Doran and Ward a little earlier today when runs were a little bit easier to find. He's really settled into his line and length nicely. Work by the leg spinner. A single down the ground to long on. Martin Fields. So what did you struggle the most with your leggies, Mac?
Hitting the pitch where I wanted it to go. Just lost the knack for the control during games. Paddy Dooley's cutting out to deep point, just beats that point fielder in the ring there. James Scott finishes another nice over. Yeah, look, I just found that in games when I was under pressure, I think my attention then moved to what my hand was doing, which when you're thinking about like the finger that it's rolling off, like it becomes then quite a fine motor skill, which is quite hard when you're under the pump and you're thinking about just a finger when normally you're not thinking really about anything. You're just letting the whole system sort of do its thing. So it just sort of got to a stage where I couldn't stop thinking about that. Just like I worked on it for a few years, but it was just making me too stressed, and I was getting to a stage where I was mad as a cut snake. I just couldn't sort of bowl the way that I wanted to. It was just I just decided that it was better to direct more energy to the batting, and I just found it was a lot more enjoyable. Playing cricket, just focusing on the batting and not just worrying the whole day that I was going to have to bowl. So,
agree with that.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for leggies. There's quite a few stories of that happening to people. It's just a tough thing. I'd love to be able to still do that in games, but I just haven't really had the desire to get it back, and for what it would cost me, I just... and a big shout.
Yes, another one for Radhakrishnan.
That's the fifer, and he absolutely loves it. Paddy Dooley's going to have to go. Another LB. Looks like that ball's just skidded on and struck Dooley on the front pad. Mark Smith again was very quick to throw the finger high to the sky.
That's definitely his best celebration of the day as well. He knew it. Look at him wheel away there.
It meant a lot to him.
I love that for Nibby.
Do you reckon there was a element of a big celebration against the big celebrator, maybe?
Yeah. Looking forward to this little period that's coming up, potentially if Uni are bowled out here. We know Dooley will definitely give him a run for his money in the celebratory area. So in comes now, I believe it's Yankowiak. Christian, the left arm bowler.
Excellent pronunciation. Well done.
Thank you. I've been practicing that one in front of the mirror.
I still don't back myself, but you've nailed that.
Yeah. And we watched him playing the T20 final, and he bowled quite well with his left armers.
Yeah, I faced him a few weeks back, and he shaped the ball nicely, gets the ball through well. It's also just quite different facing a left arm. There's not a heap of them getting around. Uni are lucky they have quite a few in their list, but it's especially to lefties bowling to left-hand batters can be quite a nice challenge. Unfortunately for Kingborough, Niv is a lefty, but most of the other batters are right-handers. So Niv's a good player though. He'll find a way to get through it
for sure. And he comes. Oh, attacking those stumps again.
I think he'll like the look of that. Lots of pat on offer there for Radha-Christian.
Be greedy now, Niv. Christian just needs to stay out here with Wardy. You don't want to leave your batsman that's 124 not out stranded. It's a case of what could have been if someone was able to go with him. Hit that fairly hard to mid off there. And the new ball is now due if they'd like to take it.
Looks like it's going to be Martin back into the attack. I think they will take the new ball.
Yeah. Why not? Now, if you're Ward, knowing you're batting with 10 and 11, do you change anything in the way you're going about things, or are you still just sort of playing it as it goes?
I'm not sure how good young Conwiak's batting is.
Yeah.
So, look, if it doesn't look like he's going to hang around, I reckon Tim will look to play his shots. He's definitely not going to give his wicket away, but he'll look to play his shots. Nice new hard ball on a wicket that's been baking in the sun all day. Obviously, he's got to deal with the fatigue now. I just see him limbering up a little, getting those feet going, just down on his haunches, just taking a moment, just a little mental reset. But yeah, look, his eyes and tracking of the ball will be all good. So, look, if he provides a scoring opportunity, he's definitely going to cash in on it.
Just looking at Yankowiak's stats here, he's got a 38 against Kingborough last time they played, batting at number 9, and a 20, a 19 and a 21 in his last 5 innings, so can obviously hold the bat.
That'll be more than handy right now for Uni if he can produce that. Must have been off his hip.
Yeah. I don't think Martin really sold that. I think deep down he knew that essentially there wasn't a bit of bat on that.
Positive signs though.
Yeah. The other thing is it's a new ball with the number 10 and number 11 to go. Always a bit of a different beast to tackle. Easy single out. Ward happy to take it. Maybe the cricket gods will shine down on that favourably. His run scoring's definitely dried up a little bit, hasn't it? From early doors where he was able to go to run a ball.
Yeah, a combination of just not getting as many genuine boundary balls, also just not facing as many balls.
Oh, well played there. Jammed it out. look for 2. And Kowiak off the mark.
Interesting that Martin's taking this new ball and keeping a cover in for the number 10 batter. I thought maybe they could put a third slip in, open up that cover region.
Yeah, you'd had to see one go through the gap here now, wouldn't you?
That's nicely played.
Yeah, squared up a little.
Yeah, I think Tim can afford just to keep playing sensibly for the next little bit, given that. Kingborough's now going to play with the field, send a deep point out now that there's just 2 balls left in the over. Try and get Christian off strike, have him on strike ready for the next over.
Oh, that's for a little single. Ward says no thank you. There by Kowiak.
That new ball sounds like it's coming onto the bat very nicely.
Yep.
Not a heap of movement on offer there other than the first ball award.
Interesting. Nivy to continue potentially. He's walking over to grab the ball.
Courtney's putting the helmet back on, so
Him or Henley?
yeah, I think it is Niv.
Nice. Why not? He's been the best of their bowlers today. Our new bowling as a spinner doesn't really change too much, right? Other than you just got a nicer ball to be able to do your thing with.
Basically, yeah. I mean, the grip's slightly different, so it's going to feel a bit different in his hand. Possibly the length you bowl might just drag the length back slightly. Just this ball might skid on a little bit more if it hits that shiny side, or he might even be able to extract a little bit of bounce if he can hit the seam, that new hard seam. Yeah, I like that they've kept him on here.
Oh, catch! Oh, he's dropped it. Dylan Hay.
I think it was Jack Ross.
Oh, Jack Ross is it? Sorry, Dylan. Would have been a sharp catch.
Wow, there's no easy slips catch, especially when you're up close to the spinner. He was bowling quite quick here with this new ball.
Oh, he got there too.
Had a good look at it.
2 hands to it. Just didn't quite get it.
Yeah, that new ball's just managed to grip a little.
Oh.
Another opportunity?
If he's in play here, surely one of his teammates has got to get to him there and pull him up.
It's funny, I was watching the Essendon game last night, and I think it was Harrison Jones was down on the ground, and he reached up for big Sammy Draper for help up, and Draper just looked the other way and gave him nothing. You got to hate that.
You got to remember Drapes is shushing his own fans after kicking a goal too. Lovely spell of bowling here from Radhakrishnan. Slightly quickly there as Scott moves back. Good leave.
It's been a lovely over from Niv with the new ball. He's adjusted well.
Been impressed with Mike Graham-Smith, how quickly he's put his finger up every time.
Well, if you're judging him on... Oh, was it leading edge? To a point, if you're judging him on speed of decision, he's been excellent.
Yeah.
If you're asking for quality, then I'm not sure if that fits into that criteria.
Yeah.
But, from up here, I feel like those decisions have been fairly adjacent.
Yeah.
I don't think the umpires have been tested too much today.
No. Yeah, there wouldn't have been many times in Bellerive history where the second new ball's been taken on day one, and the spinner's taken it.
And the spinner's sitting on 5 for,
Yeah,
and nearly had his 6th.
yeah. See if we can get a statistician that's listening to maybe check that one for us. Don't know how you would. Christian, happy to take the single there.
Uni teammates happy with his work there. Paddy
Yeah.
Dawley, very vocal.
Yeah.
One of the more vocal spectators
Yeah.
when watching his teammates.
Sitting in the corner in the change room wondering what could have been.
Well, he's straight back out there, keeping a keen eye on things. He's probably got his whites on, ready to go out and field.
Oh, that's a ripping shot by Wardy.
Wow.
Couple of bounces.
Tim Ward said, "I've had enough here. I like the look of you."
Yeah.
Lofted flick over mid-wicket.
It's very stylish, isn't it?
Yeah, one bounce forward to the huge boundary.
Bang.
Take that.
A little bit of a golf swing about that one.
Yeah, yep. Played with him on Wednesday. That looked similar to his 50-degree wedge.
Yeah.
Looked like he got a little bit of backspin on that, a little bit of checking.
Bit of purchase.
He actually could have done with a few of those the other day. He couldn't quite produce it. Now he's
Back
cutting.
one. Oh, it's gone fine. Christian on out there. Easy 2. Ward moves to 132 now from 200 balls.
It was an interesting shot, that lofted flick, wasn't it? He hasn't really thought about those too much today. It just sort of came out of nowhere. Looked in control, looked fine. Might have just had it in mind, that ball, and he got the ball for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And the shield a little bit. He doesn't mind going aerial to the spin straight. Leave.
And now leaving. So, yeah. Maybe just had a good feeling about that one.
Yeah. Never had that. Now 2 deliveries left in the over. 10 past 5 here. That shadow working its way over to the middle of Ninja Stadium. Fielded there at cover.
Well, one shadow's passed. Now they've got
Yeah.
another one creeping
Yeah.
closer. Shadow from the Ricky Ponting stand.
Well, the people on the hill are trying to find some shade. Must be warm out there. Oh, cracking shot. Great chase from Alex Vincent though. Oh, unlucky. Oh, his knee's just gone straight over the boundary over there. Looks a bit ginger. Good effort there. It was a good chase by Vincent, but a lovely shot by Tim Ward. 2 boundaries off. 11 off the over in total. Good little counter punch here from Uni, who have been under the pump for the last 90 minutes, you reckon? A couple of hours?
Yeah, Tim Ward's just picked up the rate again. Heard our comments about him slowing down recently, and he's decided to cash in against this new ball.
He's put that AirPod back in.
And also, it's just a lot easier hitting 4s and running 3s like he was doing earlier in the day.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, Will and Koliak want to join in. Little half tracker there.
He's coming in for his 26th over of the day. He does
Shot.
join in. Wow.
It's plugged.
It's going to be a
Only
2.
two.
Yeah.
Why not? He's feeling it. In the slot. I think that might excite Nivy a little bit though. Next one, does he try and fly it up a little bit more?
A little bit slower.
Yeah.
A little bit higher. Just stay there, thanks, mid-off.
Yeah. Fighter one again. Maybe a little set play here. There it is, the slow one. Oh, just short. Flicked off single. Pretty easy there.
Looks like Jan Komiak's doing a bit of strike farming himself now.
Nice pronunciation there.
Thank you. Hard to give it a crack. Got it.
One left in the over.
He said, thanks, Wardy. I'll take most of this over. You can just face this last one.
Oh, a little adventurous there. Not known for being a 360 degrees player is Tim Ward. Good running there. The 3.
Takes Ward to 139.
6 off the over there. Got into position really early there. Someone who's played a fair bit of short form cricket, Matt. Do you find that getting into position early for a shot like that, it's very much premeditated? Or do you find them playing it on its merit?
No,
sort of stuff?
I think that shot has to be sort of premeditated.
Yeah.
And then it's just a case of getting the right ball for it. Like once it's in your mind, then you get the right ball for it, so you get into position. You also don't want to go too early because then the bowler can see you going and they can change.
Yeah.
So you've still got to move late enough, but it's definitely a premeditated shot.
And what are you looking for there from the bowler to be thinking about that shot?
I'm looking for the right line and like enough pace on it too. If he goes too slow, you don't really get much value for it. Whereas when it's quicker and sort of darted in a bit straighter, you can actually just redirect the pace, as he's looked to do this against Martin. A very cheeky ramp shot. Well played, Tim Ward.
Lovely shot from Wardy.
Definitely looking to get a bit more expansive now. He's just going to start to manipulate the field around. They still have quite a traditional field set with just the deep point set. So, yeah, Tim's going to just start asking a few questions of Tom Martin. It can be quite confusing in the red ball format when a batter's playing like this, a white ball style, where to bowl.
Yeah, we saw it. Like, the obvious cases with Constas against the best bowler in the world, right?
Exactly. And look, again, it's 85th over now. We still haven't seen a bouncer, so I couldn't tell you the last day I was watching where there was not one bouncer bowled all day, but
maybe a gentleman's agreement between the two teams.
Maybe Uni asked politely, said no bouncers, and Kingborough are happy to oblige.
No touching of the hair or face.
I can't guarantee that Uni are going to abide by that rule though. I reckon even Brad Hope still enjoys bowling a bouncer every couple of overs.
Wonder if Walters maybe got an over or two in him. 12 to go on the day. 45 minutes. Well left. As Kingborough have now spread the field. Deep point, deep cover. Mid off and mid on are both halfway to the boundary. Now only covering sort of a mid wicket with the slip and gully in place. And they're pretty happy to give the single to Ward now. Well left. Ramps 2 balls in a row and blocking 2 leaves. Just shows where his head's at.
Just playing with them.
Yeah.
He's earned the right too. He's on 140.
Up comes the field now. Mid off, mid on up. And the point, an extra cover coming up too. And Ward
Shot.
straight back down the ground past the bowler. Vincent chases hard, and that's 4 runs. Bit of a coach killer there, isn't it?
Wow.
Field out, bring it up, bang, 4.
It's just something about seeing the field come up makes you want it even more. And Tom Martin just served a nice one up there for Tim Ward. He's played down the ground beautifully today.
He'd be smiling, wouldn't he? Wardy. And again, ramped it. Can't quite pick it up. It's going to the boundary now.
That's going to be his
2. Yankowiak wants a 3rd.
I think they could have run 3 there. That would have been 150 for Wardy.
Yeah. Moving to 149 now. It's a strong over there. 11 off. Yankowiak on strike now as the Brains Trust at Kingborough get together for a conversation. And as a skipper, what's this discussion looking like here? Ward's hitting it to each and every part of the ground. How are you combating that?
Bowler bouncer. It's pretty simple. If you bowl a full ball, there's lots of different spots they can hit the ball. Once it's above their head, it narrows or it cuts off a huge part of the ground where they can bowl it. So start bowling some bouncers, set some fielders out onto that big side and go from there.
Very confidently played there by Yankowiak. Bats it back to the bowler. Sure he'll be waiting for one in the zone and might try and get after it a little bit. Left. I look for 2. Just a single there.
Ward back on strike at 149. Field's going to be spread, so you can imagine him getting
Bit of a shame. I wouldn't have
Single?
minded a little bit of gamesmanship here. Bring him up. Make him hit over the top.
I get it for 99, but 149.
No? Just in the field. Top ball.
Oh,
Pressure builds slightly.
gee. I thought that was it.
Two balls left in the over. 11 left in the day. Quicker
Oh.
one. Bats it back.
Dots.
A little bit of movement down the end now. Come on, bring him up. There you go.
Could he take him downtown? Ooh. Oh, top
got
edge
it.
from Tim Ward.
Pride underneath.
Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, no.
Oh no.
That's the 150 for Tim Ward off a drop catch. Oh,
That catch was right in front of us here. It was
Oh.
skied.
what a kerfuffle.
Had to do a lot of moving to get under that one. Yeah, it was Josh Pride underneath it. 2 hands to it and just spilt it. Anyway, Ward, 150 runs. He's been very good, hasn't he, Mac?
It's been unreal. He's
Yeah,
deserved that.
Yeah, 150 off 214 balls, leading the way for Uni in this Wilson Home CTPL men's first grade final. Tough chance, but you expect him to hold that one, don't you?
Yeah, Niv will be spewing at that.
Yeah.
Could have been his 6th wicket. Get the set batter of Tim Ward out.
Those shadows may be coming into play slightly there, going from the sun into the shadows.
Oh. To be fair though, if he takes that wicket and then they take the final wicket
Yeah,
within the next few overs,
Tough
it is
6
going to be
overs, isn't
Niv who is going out there
Yeah.
to bat. So
Yeah.
it starts to get to the stage of the day where, as an opener, you almost just want them just to bat through,
yeah,
just so you don't have to go out and bat that prickly time. He's already bowled 27 overs.
yeah.
Doesn't want to have to go out there and try and survive for a few overs.
Henley, change of bowling. Leg bias by the looks of it. As umpire Burns
It's going to be
put his leg up.
4
Oh,
bias.
bias. 8 for 349. 86 overs out in the field today. You just don't want to let it slip now, do you? Kingborough done a great job to get back into the contest after a great start from university. This game's just ebbed and flowed nicely. The gap, they'll look for 2. Pretty easily in the end. It's a bit of an uncharacteristic shot from Ward there when he was on 149.
Yeah, look, I don't blame him for going for it. You've faced that many balls. An off-spinner's lobbed one up straight to a short boundary.
Yeah.
Like, take it on. But, geez, pride will be kicking himself that he dropped it. Oh,
I'm sure his mates at the footy club would have been watching that one too. So feel free to let him know about it.
that's just so typical of cricket, though,
Yeah.
isn't it? You spend
Yeah.
all day out there in the field. You get 2 great catches on
Yeah.
the slips.
Yeah.
You get a sky ball, which is probably the easier one of them all, and then you drop it. Oh,
It's unlucky.
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Flying off the
Wow.
bat. Just a single. Six off the over, or 7 off the over so far. And Kowiak now on strike, 2 balls to face. Henley with the new ball. Well played there on the number 10. Nice ball at the over. Nice shot. Done his job there. 9 overs left in the day.
It must still be warm out there. We've got now Jan Komiak changing his gloves. He's faced 20 balls as well. His tail enders facing 20 balls and swapping their gloves. This is outrageous.
Went well for Dooley. Changed the gloves and out.
Yeah. He's also on. Is he on 8 as well?
Yeah, 8.
Wow.
8 and 30 balls.
Okay. Watch out.
Chances of some fireworks here. Short boundary. Pushed another one out. It's now long on, long off. Deep point. 45 on the leg side. And then a cow corner. Oh, reverse sweep. timed that nicely. Straight to the fielder there at 45. Seeing if there's any movement down there at the uni bench.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that myself, actually. I can see a few players wired up. I don't know if that's just because in case if they lose a few wickets and they don't want to be rushed getting geared up. I don't know if they're thinking maybe declare and then have some overs at them tonight. That's a big swing from Yang Komwiak. It's
Racing away.
going to pull up, I think. It has, yeah. So he's now swinging. I'm not sure if maybe they'll pull the pin in the next over or two. They'll lose 2 overs for the changeover, and then they'll have sort of 5 or 6 overs at them this evening.
Just looking at the way that Wardy sort of attacked the last couple of overs, you would suggest that they're potentially thinking about it.
I think so.
Or maybe just naturally they're trying to get after it a bit more now. Newer ball. Single down the ground there.
I think Tim's just gonna shut up shop here, get a nice red ink. He's deserved it.
Yep.
Deserves to finish this innings, not out.
Yeah.
Put up a big score. I think Christian might swing hard these last 2 balls, and then they might get called in.
Just push the point back out, 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Well played by Yankoyak there. Easy single. Manipulating the field nicely. Oof. Nearly got hit by the ball there.
Just what you need at the end of the day. Fielder throwing it straight into the sun.
I'll be Dilhay there in wicket, potentially. Just did not pick it up at all, nearly copped it to the head. Cut away. Look for 2, just a single. Ward keeping the strike nicely here. Moves to 155 from 221 balls.
No movement from the bench, so they're going to stay out there another over.
Waldron still has the pads on. Walden.
Got there.
Yeah.
It's going to be Henley to Ward once again. Ward driving down the ground, easy single. Moves on to 157.
Now we saw Yankoyak go after the spinner. You reckon he's going to try and do the same here?
Yeah, I think so. He's nearing the 30 balls now.
Yeah.
Quite an attacking field up in close, so he's got room to hit it out to this leg side.
Bit of a different shot there. It goes down to fine leg. Flicked off the pads. Sure what they're clapping there. The 50 partnership maybe.
Must be a 50 run partnership. I think the full of the week it was 311.
It was.
So yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be the hardest part of a cricket game, nearly, isn't it? End in sight, tail enders in. He's so close to getting these 2 wickets, but they just seemingly keep leaking some runs, just making that a little bit harder.
Such a tease.
Yeah. come in around the wicket. Just flick that one on.
Couldn't get his foot out of the way.
No. So a few come back at him today. So 362 now. I think you're probably saying University are in front of the game now with a score like that on the board.
Yeah, I think so. Now that the declaration is in sight, definitely shows that they are in control of this game. They feel like they've got enough to bowl at.
We saw in your game a couple of weeks ago that 400 wasn't enough. Do you think maybe that's potentially in their minds at all? Obviously, different situation, different players, different scenario, but...
It's a great question. If you could look in your crystal ball as a captain out there and know what they're going to chase, it'd make it a lot easier. But it's the gamble you've got to take. There's risks and there's rewards for the decision they might make.
Yeah, you think there'd be a little bit more movement down there if they were going to declare. I feel like they're just happy watching the award show at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. I just think now, like, if they declare, so they'll lose this over and then they'll lose 2 overs for the changeover. They'll only get 4 overs at them. So I now feel like that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Quicker one from Radhakrishnan. Koyak looks for 2. Just the one there. A few chances coming here. It's just chipped over the top. Look for 2. Maybe not happy.
Just teasing mid off there.
Yeah. First glance, I thought he might have got a little bit more of that, but only just cleared a mid off. It's about halfway to the boundary. It's better played. Tim Ward's just happy to let him play his game here. Doesn't really look like there's been too many chats sort of saying no need to get after it, sort of letting him see it how it's being played. Well left. Just one there now. Kingborough, 2 bowlers down. Vincent and Walter. Have to be having one of those guys bowl with this newish ball.
They'll be praying that Niv can get another breakthrough or Henley. Niv's now bowled basically a third of their overs, so
Yeah.
he's had a huge day. And he's going to have to come out and open the batting for them tomorrow. Be hoping he gets a good night rest tonight.
Looking at that batting scorecard, so it's not pretty after that top 4, is it? 66, 15, 159, 62, and then a string of scores under 10. Shows the importance of getting off to a good start. And one of the batters going big. Ward pulls straight to square leg. Just a single.
90 overs done, still no bouncer.
I think you'll be waiting a while, Mac. Might have to be tomorrow.
Just don't think it's coming.
No. 2 for 42. Oh, lovely shot by Yankovic. Vincent chases, does well. Very nicely fielded. Keeps it to 2. He's just lent on that nicely between cover and mid-off there. Goes again. This time a single just out to deep point. Two balls left in the over. Just feeling a little bit of sun come into the box. Still got a bit of bite to it.
Yep. I've been getting the reflection off the glass here for the last hour.
Yeah. Can only imagine what it's been out there for 91 overs. Henley. Wood not timing on there.
Could be the first one he's mistimed all day, I think.
He's hit most of them out of the middle there. I think he's just called for a drink. He's probably earned it. That's 319 minutes. He's been out there now. It's nearly 5.5 hours.
Oh,
Over the top this time. To
that's
the long
enormous.
boundary. All the way.
Wow. Slog sweep over backward square, carries onto the hill.
That's the long boundary too. I'm looking what? At least 75, 80 metres he's hit that. We can probably say goodbye to the declaration.
Yep.
Uni now moved to 8 for 375. Ward to 160.
What an innings it's been.
Yeah, it's been awesome, hasn't it?
One chance
Yeah.
on 147.
Yeah.
It's going to be Radhakrishnan once more in for his 30th over.
That's back-to-back 150s now for Tim Ward. And he's now scored more runs than the rest of the university team combined in the last 2 games. Some serious form is Tim Ward. He heading over to the UK?
He is, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a shame for Italy that they potentially don't get his services.
Yeah, Jake Doran mentioned earlier that they ran into some hiccups yesterday in their visa process. I'm not quite sure the extent of it. I haven't quite got the rundown, but
It didn't feel like it was for public consumption yet.
nah, I think they're still just processing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's heading over for a club side,
Yeah.
spending some time over there. He's already done a couple of stints when he was younger. But yeah, that side over there will be loving the fact that he's coming over in such good form.
Yeah, I saw that his Tigers teammate Caleb Jules already over there with Derbyshire, I think it is.
Yeah, yep.
And if you're a county team and you're looking at the form of Tim Ward, why wouldn't you potentially look at him? Now the reverse. Oh, glorious.
Wow. He's just played with them all day, Tim Ward.
He's got the middle of the bat there, and that has just flown past the 45. Great shot there by Tim Ward. Yet to make his debut in the T20 side of things. Couldn't see that being far off for any franchise, right?
Yeah, well, he got added as an injury replacement player up in the Gabba.
Yeah.
One game for the Hurricanes. He was in town for a CA game at the time, so they brought him into the side just as some backup.
Yeah.
A couple of players went down at that time, but yeah, he's definitely on the radar.
Yeah. Just a little misfield there. Single down the ground. One ball for Yankowiak. Just need to see this one out. We're back on strike, 4 overs to go. Stop. That's the over. Eight off the over there. And Christian's figures of 5 for 87 off his 30 overs now. And bowled a third of the overs for Kingborough. Honeybrook only having bowled 6. Martin 15. Henley 15. Scott 14. And Walter with 12. So they throw the ball to your leg spinner, James Scott. See what he can create here. 4 overs to go on the day. 5:43 PM. We're going okay for time. You'd love to be 8 down still at stumps. Deep 45 on the leg side. Deep square, cow corner. Long on, long off. Well fielded there at short third man. Just a single. As the field comes in. Yankowiak. Scott. Short. Straight to the 45. Can he get away with one there? It's nicely bowled. Kept the field spread for the number 10. Long on, long off. Deep square. 19 balls left in the day. Oh,
That's a brave leave. Good leave. Just missing the off stump.
A little premeditated leave, maybe.
Maybe. That shadow's just getting dangerously close now to the pitch.
Oh, lovely sweep.
Quite a handy batting lineup, this uni lineup. They bat, I'm not sure what Walden does, but they definitely bat all the way down to 10.
Yeah, for sure.
And Comiac's more than handy with bat in hand.
Yeah, I assume when their state players haven't been playing, he was batting at 8, looking at his stats before.
Yeah.
Scott, full. As Ward works it down the ground, moving to 173. Alright, I've got another stat for you here, Matt.
Okay.
So Parama Pal has now scored 990 runs in this season,
Mm-hmm.
which is 16th highest and the most runs in the calendar year. Last year, the highest was Josh Harthill with 978,
Mm-hmm.
and the year before that, Mac Wright.
Really?
Yeah, 971.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So you're in good company.
Okay.
These records date back 1899.
Yeah. So you sound like beach balls that year?
Honestly, couldn't remember. That feels like forever ago. Wow.
Oh, gee, no fielder there.
Oh, wow. That's a huge gap.
It's gone for 4.
Just
Martin just didn't pick that one up, maybe, or
That's strange. That's just a leg glance off a
Yeah.
spinner, and that's gone for 4.
could Wardy get 200 before stumps here? 177.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. That's a huge gap.
Yeah.
What's going on there? I think it's also just completely the wrong line too,
Yeah.
with the field that got set.
Yeah.
Lots of fielders on the offside.
17 balls left in the day. Ward keeps that one out. And it's not quite queuing the rack from Kingborough, but spin from both ends. It's lacking a little bit of intent here. What do you think? Ward into the offside. Single.
Crazy to think we're down to 15 balls from 576 balls for the day. Oh, wow. It feels like forever ago we were into the 400s.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Hey, time flies.
Yep, that's it. I've blinked and we're down to
Yeah.
nearly down to single digits.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure with you up here, Zach.
Oh, it's been great.
Unfortunately, I am busy tomorrow. I'm up to Launceston to watch the Hawks play.
Oh, well. Hope you'll be listening on the drive, mate.
Yeah, I will be. I'll be tuned in. Hear what Sam Rainbird has for you.
He's pulled the pin.
Has
Not
he?
Rainey, no.
Wow.
Brett Welker's joining us.
Okay.
Vice President of Royal Hobart Golf Course and local umpire.
Yep. Okay.
Recent inductee, or was just given a merit award at the CTPL,
Chairman's merit.
the Chairman's Merit Award.
Wow. Okay. Congrats. He's a good man, Brett.
Yeah. I think he's been fairly involved with cricket in Victoria and ACT. Actually goes on a golf tour with my uncle every year from Canberra.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
2 overs left in the day now. That pitch nearly all but disappearing into the shadow. Seems to be just the batter that's left.
A nice curve to that
inside.
shadow.
Yeah.
Scott. Versus out. Unlucky.
Just don't want to hit that.
Yeah. He got into position really early there, didn't he? Before Scott had even really got to the crease.
I do like that gap though. He's got one man to beat,
Yeah.
and it's a short boundary.
Yeah.
That's 4 runs.
I don't feel like those 3 men on the weak side are going to be in play
No.
unless it's along the ground. It's unlucky.
Don't mind that from Scott though. That's more the line he needs to be bowling. If he's sliding across outside the off stump, it's going to be easy pickings for Tim Ward.
Yeah. It's well bowled.
Another misfield on the square. It's been quite a bit of that today by Kingborough,
Yeah.
which they'll be disappointed with. I know it can be hard fielding on the square at times, and
Yeah.
it's quite hard and often abrasive, but
Mm.
games like this, another little thing that you just need to make sure is in check.
Yeah. Number 10's on strike. And Kowiak. It's well bowled.
Geez, I'm starting to sound old, Zach. I've just replayed what I've just said. Criticising fielding. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. It's not boding well for the future.
Hey. You're an experienced cricketer now, Mac.
No, I'm not at that stage yet. No.
The voice of your junior coach ringing in your head.
Oh, honestly, it's crept up on me.
Oh.
Proves I was listening.
Yeah. It's good over there from Jim Scott. Only one off it. Pretty
Last
good.
over.
Radhakrishnan with one more.
Is there going to be a wicket in this last over? Yes, no?
I'm saying no.
No?
I think Uni have tackled this very well this last 10 overs. Since Koyak's come out, what have they put on? 311 they were on, and now on 392.
81?
Yeah. It's a great little 10th wicket partnership. I know you were talking before about what happened with Lindisfarne all those years ago. Number 11, was it?
Yeah, Matt Wilkie came in with Charlie Wakeham, and they put on a silly partnership.
Yeah.
That was actually, I think that was the last Red Ball final that Uni were in, and we beat them. So maybe just trying to return the favour a little on someone else.
Least they could do.
Yep.
Can you remember how many runs that one was?
Oh, no, it's really testing me.
Yeah.
But it's a great number to know.
I think I
because
read it the
silly.
other day. I think it was around the 150 mark.
Yeah.
Is it more?
Oh, I'm going to check. That would have been 2 years back.
I reckon I've got it in here.
Yeah. Matt Wilkie faced 207 balls.
Yeah.
Got 52 not out.
Yeah.
Charlie Wakeham made 215.
How long was the partnership? Last full of wicket?
Trying to find.
Krishna to come in. Well played by Ward. Very responsible.
It's not coming up with the fall of wicket, but
no.
yeah.
Tied it up. Single down the ground. 2 balls to go here in the day. And what's been a great day for University and for Tim Ward. Just going through the stats from today. As Radhakrishnan comes in. Well played. First wicket was Nicky Radhakrishnan at 1 for 60. Doran then fell for 2 for 113. Nice partnership between Apal and Ward for 3 for 248. And that's the end of the day. There's some applause there from the Uni faithful there, Mac.
Yeah, look, looking at one player right now, and that's Tim Ward. You've read a Christian's just giving him the high five, well done. Former roommate of Tim Ward's.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, what a day. 181, not out. He's carried his bat. 336 minutes he's been at the crease for. What an unbelievable effort.
Yeah. Seriously good batting from Tim Ward, and ably supported by Jake Doran early today, 66 off 67, and Parama Pal with 62 as well, as the fans cheered Tim Ward for his fantastic performance with the bat. That wraps up day 1 here at the Wilson Homes CTPL men's first grade final. Mac Wright, thank you for joining me today. It's been a pleasure, and thank young Jake Doran for us, and hopefully you can jump back on soon.
Yep, what a pleasure, Zach. Thanks for having me. Best of luck over the next few days. Hoping there's lots of entertainment for you. And yeah, I'll be chatting to you soon.
Fingers crossed. All right, see you tomorrow, guys.